Yeah, good. Thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. My name is Balaji. I have around 9 years of experience in this corporate field. Regarding the training, I used to provide training with Selenium, along with the three different language, Java, C#, and Python, and I do mobile automation also. So coming back to this particular topic, I'll just give you an idea about what we are going to discuss and the pattern which we will be following. And let me know if I'm not clear or anything. Am I audible to everyone? First of all. All of you were able to hear me?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. So first thing I'll tell you now, I'll give you an overview of what are the things we will be discussing in the session. It is planned for 68 hours and we have a different share plans over going further. So we will get the confirmation about the plans, upcoming plans today or on Monday. But today we'll have to cover 8 hours. So I'll just give you an idea about what are the things we'll be discussing in the session. So these are the stages basically in order to do automation. Automation is something which you cannot directly learn and do it. Okay, first thing is we have to do some testing concepts is mandatory. So that is something which needs to be given at least for 4 hours or 5 years of testing concept is important. And I guess this batch is completely a mixed batch. So some people will be new to testing and some people will be already working on testing. So what I did over here is I'll be mixing the topic and I'll be taking. So parallelly, we'll be working on automation also. So it is better that you should connect the complete session, all 68 hours. If you skip and connect on a particular part only, it will be quite difficult because the whole session will be a continuation and the topics which I cover will be a continuous topic. It is not going to be a broken into 2 hours or 3 hours topic. So follow it properly. So stage one is nothing but fundamental of testing. So we will be working on testing concepts. I'll just guide you on the ISTQB standard level. What are the things? Suppose in case if you want to take the certification, you can follow the same pattern of learning. Okay. So stage one, we will be concentrating on testing concept. So in testing concepts, what is the role of each and every QA engineers? What is the role of test lead, test manager? Okay. And what are the stages a product will go through on development cycle? So those things we'll be discussing, and some testing terms are there which you need to do in your working time. So those things and all will be discussed. That is going to be stage one, which becomes a prerequisite in order to proceed with the automation. So our topic is mainly on Selenium automation. Selenium is something which helps us in doing an automation with web application. For example, you need to have some URL. You navigate to that URL using any browser. You should be able to use that application. Okay, so only this part of an application can be automated with the help of Selenium. You cannot even click on the settings using Selenium. Only the web part of the application can be automated with Selenium. That web part automation, in order to work with that web part automation is not something like you launch the browser, navigate to the URL and click on something. So test automation is something where you have to implement the testing concepts what you learned. Okay, and why automation is important. All these things we should be understanding it while discussing the testing concept. So stage two will be learning the automation, Selenium, which helps us in doing a web automation. And we will be working on some part of Windows automation also. In some applications, what happens is you can see some applications will have some upload features and all. You have concept using Selenium also, but still you should be able to handle this Windows Explorer, some part of Windows and all. So to handle it, what we will do is we'll work on something called AutoIt. which is totally different library that helps us in doing some part of Windows automation. So this stage 2 is something important where you have to start doing the automation work. Module level automation work will be covered. So we'll start these kind of automation, but from today onwards, the basic of this. And in order to work with this stage 2, programming language is mandatory. So first thing, we will be working on programming, and then we will be working on the automation. All together, we will be working on the Java programming is important. Here, in our case, we are using Java. For example, if you are already know about Python or C# or anything, you can start with that particular language and Selenium, and it depends on the whole project also. Some project will be using every environment with Java. They will have every CI/CD pipeline for Java connectivity. In that case and all, we'll go with Java. Java is most widely used. Any updates comes for Selenium, first it will be released for Java. Then only it get adapted to other languages. So stage 2 will be learning the programming and working on the automation at module level. And stage 3, we will be designing a framework, because you will be working in the project only. You don't do automation at module level. So you have to work in a project. When you work in a project for one particular application, you will design a framework so that that particular framework, you can run it and check whether the application is functioning properly or not. So for this particular thing, we have to design a framework. Framework is nothing but generating a reusable code. Generating something a reusable code. Okay, we will be creating lots of reusable code and we'll start using it. And how to design the framework from scratch, if you know, those who are new or those who are getting into automation new, or whatever it is, if you know how to design a framework from the scratch, if there is any existing framework in your project or an upcoming project, you can easily adapt to it. Okay, the only problem is you will be able to adapt to the existing framework and you can do module level work, but when you wanted to do from scratch, it will be quite difficult. You will have a doubt like where to start, where to end, and how to extend the framework, what are the concepts is important in the framework. Those things will be difficult initially. So we'll do it from the scratch. We'll be doing two frameworks. One is hybrid framework. Basically, we will try to merge multiple framework like data-driven, keyword-driven, and then there is a TestNG concept available, TestNG unit test framework that we will be working on. So we'll be merging all these things. And then one more framework, what we will be discussing is a BDD, acceptance testing, for doing an acceptance testing. For example, sometime client itself will be coming with a requirement, or you have to make sure whatever the test case you write, you wanted to get an approval from the client environment where the client will not have an idea about technical knowledges and all. So during that time and all, we to connect every member in a team, we will be writing all the test cases in a format like given when then, and that same given when then we'll try to automate it. And that structure is something important, and that's a development process. Basically, how it can be converted into testing concepts. That is what we will be learning. Basically, ADVANCNED is something which we'll be working on. So framework we will be designing in the session, that is going to be BDD framework, which is going to be stage 3. So after completing stage 3, for sure you will be able to work in a project for 2-3 weeks. First, you need to work on existing project for 2-3 weeks, and then you can start designing it from the scratch. But in the session, whatever I do, I try to parallelly work on it, that is automation concept and all, because without practice, it's quite difficult to follow the entire session. In the session itself, I'll give the time for doing the hands-on. Whatever the doubts you have, you can post it immediately by unmuting yourself, or use chat window to post, and you can also share the screen in case if you face the issues. Stage 4 will be learning the CI/CD pipeline. Like we will be working on Git and Jenkins. Git I'll be introducing today itself, so that since we have a session, it's not a continuous session we have on weekend, on weekdays it's 2 hours, and there is a plan change. So we'll have a session after some gap. So we have to know the continuity, all these things. So I'll explain the Git concept from today itself. I'll give some testing concept first of all. Once that is done, I'll explain Git configuration in your mission. All of you configure the Git, and then make sure share me those Git link, okay, so that I will be using that for validations. For each and every stage, we'll have the assessment. Okay, Over here, I will just split it quickly. But assessment wise, if you take, it goes like this: Java programming, then finally the stages. These are the stages we'll be working. Java programming is important. Okay, if you understand the programming properly, then all these stages will be easy. Okay, so programming is something which you need to spend a lot of time. Apart from the topic what I cover, also you need to spend. So anyway, I'll give all the details about the programming. Before we start writing the automation script, one round of manual testing is required. Why one round of manual testing is required is what we will be seeing at today. So I'll give all the idea about testing concept. So that is something a prerequisite. So we are at around 10 hours for testing concept. With that, I'll give you an idea about how to write test cases and what are the testing terms available. So with that, we'll move to the next step. And before we start working with this, assessment will be there on each stage. There will be an assessment based on the completion for each stage. There will be an assessment. Assessment is going to be an MCQ. Okay, and finally, you can design the project. Whatever we do in the session, that projects, and apart from that, your application, you can start designing once I start explaining the topic. Now we'll have to. I need to understand the background of each and every participant. To understand it in better way, I'm going to conduct one pre-assessment right now, which was discussed with the team already. So I'll share the link for pre-assessment and survey. Whatever the details you want it in the session, you can tell me right now. Otherwise, you can use that pre-assessment, and that I have given a section to update me regarding the things which you want. And if you have any project queries or any showstopper in the project automation and all, which we can do, okay, which you can inform me during the session. I'll cover it immediately. If not, I'll take an update. So these are the things we'll be discussing. Any doubts on this? Okay. And the pattern for this, it's something like this, which I planned. Since it is a mixed batch, in your testing concepts completely, it will be a theory part. Okay. So instead of going through the complete theory part, so quickly I'll give you a fundamental of testings idea. Then parallelly we'll work with Java also. It will not disturb the flow basically. So today the plan, what I have over here is this will be the plan, day-wise plan. Try to follow this part. So in this plan, these are also mandatory topics which you need to know. And writing basic test cases is something important. So that we will try to cover it today. How many of you are new to testing in this? Please raise your hand. Freshers or new to testing. Like those who don't have work experience on writing test cases. New for automation is fine. This testing concepts. How many of you are new to this manual testing concepts? Those who are new to manual testing, like freshers could be, or changing from one domain to another domain. Just raise your hand. Fine. New to manual testing. Four. Fine. Okay. So it's okay. You can try to take the assessment. After taking the assessment, I'll start with the session. I've uploaded everything in the Microsoft form. Okay. Just a minute. So all of you use the link I shared in the chat window. Just navigate, open in incognito window so that it will not ask you to sign in or anything. Just provide your name, a number, and then you can try to take the assessment quickly. Once you complete, I'll start with the session. So all of you, please use the chat window. I've given the pre-assessment link. Try to complete it quickly. Just whatever you know, you can complete it. This is not for evaluation at all. Just to understand the background. Yeah, I got some update. Yeah, try to complete it quickly. I got 14 response. We'll start with the session. I got 17 response. Others try to submit it quickly. Yeah. So fine, we'll start with the session. I got 18 response. Others try to submit quickly. We'll start the session. Okay. All of you listen. We'll start the session. Okay. So if you're not able to complete, you can complete it and submit by today. So let me save this document. We sharing the section notes day by day. We'll try to keep it in the Git and you can access it. Or if you are able to access Drive, in Drive also I'll put it. Now, in case if you miss any of the part, you can go through the session notes and check on those parts. Okay. Since it is an online session, there will be some meeting or something will be there where you will miss the topic, some more topics. At that time, you can go through the session note to understand what we have discussed and just try to check on it. Either it is recording, so I'll be getting the recording. So in case if you must, try to watch the previous day sessions. Let's start with some basic testing concept. So first thing, what you should know about testing is the simple definition of software testing. Okay. So definition of software testing is something which is important. With that only we can move on with the upcoming topics. For example, so after understanding the definition of software testing, we will try to work on the development model. Okay, in the development model where the testing concept comes into picture, and what are the model used in the industry and what is nowadays used is basically in Agile Scrum only. So we have to discuss more about Agile Scrum. So those introduction I'll quickly give you. See, for example, uh, the duty of testing team is to make sure two things. One is finding the defects, okay, and then making sure the application meets the requirement, whatever is the requirement given to you, whether the application is behaving as per the requirement or not. Okay, so these two will be the major thing for a testing team. So software definition, the testing definition is also the same thing. It's when you run the program, we try to find the bugs in the program. So that is your general definition. It's a process. And what testing concepts initially, all these are going to be theory part. Process is what you need to understand, in which process you have to learn, and in which process you have to concentrate on writing the test cases. But the only hands-on what you will have in stage one is going to be writing the test cases, which most of you will be having an idea about it. And still you have to go, follow the format and process, and then you have to target and writing the test cases. We'll discuss about that. So first off, we'll discuss about testing concept. And once you understand why automation is important, we can start with automation. Parallelly, we'll work with the testing concepts. Okay. Now, programming you can learn without understanding testing also. Since our core concept is learning the automation, we are learning automation. For learning automation, Java is important, the programming is important. So our idea is to learn the Java for working with automation. So it doesn't mean for learning Java, testing concept is prerequisite. Java, you can learn it from any end. It's no, there is no start point or prerequisite for Java. But this particular topic, what we are concentrating is automation. For automation, these are all prerequisite. All these stages are prerequisite. Process of executing the program. With the intent to find the bug, finding the errors. So this is a simple definition for software testing. Okay. So as earlier, for example, when you try to make some application, okay, so from the initial stage, from the requirement gathering itself, you will be start finding the defects. Okay, so for that and all, lots of technique is there, like static technique, dynamic technique. Under static technique, you have something called review process, where you might have seen it in on MCQ regarding the reviews. Who's going to be the, what are the roles in the reviews? Okay, that and all should happen in a project to deliver the product with more efficiency. Then we have to go across these processes. Whether these processes are used in the project or not, that you will come to know once you get into the project only. But these are all ISTQB standard which we need to follow on like one working on a project. And the testing thing which you can decide, it's not like you have to follow the exact thing to deliver a product. Suppose you are going to skip few testing levels, or if you are going to skip some of the automation part and you are going to deliver the product, you can move on to deliver on. Okay, that can be taken care by the project manager or team lead or the client or the customer who is going to use. They can also decide on this based on the product you are working on. So the what testing needs to be done can be decided by the team. It is not decided by ASTQB team. ASTQB gives you some process, the standard process which you can follow for testing. Okay, that is what we will be discussing. So there will be different stages basically in ASTQB. First thing is understanding the testing, fundamental of testing, software testing, and then understanding the model, the different model available for developing the product. Then test management, and then test execution and providing the summary report. These are different levels available, so which we will be working on it one by one. This is a general definition. Our duty is to do two things. One is verifying. You have to take part in verifying as well as in validation. So the difference between verifying and validation is nothing but helps verifying validation of the software, which we have software or product which we are going to develop as per the requirement. The verification is something like you will not run the program. Basically, you will not have the application. Verifying the application is something like you will not have the complete product with you. You will go through the requirement. By going through the requirement based on your experience, based on the queries you get, you will be finding few defects in the early stages. Okay. By processing the reviews, there will be a review. For review, first the document will be shared. There will be an author who will be preparing the documentation, and then that documentation comes under review, where everyone in your team will be involving in reviewing that particular document, and one person will be logging the defects, and it goes to discussion logs and all. So some stages will be there. Okay, so without running the actual application, you will be finding some defects by going through the requirement itself. That process is basically called verification. That process is basically called verification. And validation is nothing but you will be doing a testing by going through the all the testing level, like unit test, component testing, and integration testing, system testing, acceptance testing, all black box testing. All these are comes under the testing level itself. So you will be doing the testing team will be taking a time on doing the validation on that particular product to make sure validation is nothing but to make sure the application is as working as per the requirement or not. That process you do by running the application. Okay, so that is nothing but validation. Our duty will be concentrating on validation part, and you will be a part of verification also, but most of the things will be taken care by the management team in most of the project, where everyone will not be involved initially, but nowadays that is getting changed, where everyone will be involved from the beginning. You will become a reviewer basically in that particular concept. Reviewing the document, you will be becoming a reviewer, where you will be going through each and every requirement, and then posting some issues or queries. You will be posting based on that the defects will be logged. Okay. So software testing basically aims on these things. And all these are going to be a theory part. I'll show you a few slides also. So one is finding the defects. Okay, defects or bugs which is internally used. And defects is something which we will raise it for the application in production. The application is already released, it's already used. During that time, if you find any issues in the application, those things will raise it as a defect. When it is in a testing stage within a team, then we will raise it as a bug, but it can be used interchanged or can use finding the defects. It's something. And then the lack of quality. Okay, in case of lack of quality of the product, and then the gap in the requirement. Requirement and product. Okay, this is the main thing. Okay, there is one MCQ which I ask about failure, if you remember. Okay, what is failure? Okay, there is three things: error, failure, defects. We have to understand the difference, which we will be seeing it. So in that, if it deviates from the requirement, that time we will term it as failure. If it is deviates from the requirement, and then faith in the end product, that is behavior perspective. So software testing, like in order to do software testing, it's not about getting the product and start checking each and every parameter. It needs to start from the requirement gathering, where verification takes place in understanding the requirement itself. At that time itself, testing team will be involved in analyzing the requirement. And during the initial analysis itself, we will come to know in case of any defects with the logic given, or in case of any problem on developing it, testing it, those things will be discussed by going through the documentation. For that, you will have author, moderator, manager will be there, reviewer will be there, and scribe who's going to note everything. Those people will be there. So that will be splitted among your team only. Within your team only, you'll be splitting up. You don't hire any specific a member for doing those activity. Within your team, you will be splitting up and you will be doing that is by going through the requirement without running the software. Okay, you can keep that in a simple way without running the application, which means going through the requirement. If you are not planning to run the application, which means you don't have anything at that time, so which will be the requirement. Validation is running the application and checking. Okay, for that we have different terms like where developers start doing it, we will term it as unit testing. Why unit testing is important, all these things you need to understand. Once unit testing is done, then it will go for component testing. Once component testing, we have to understand all these terms. Okay. And once component testing is done, then we will go for integration testing. Then we will test the whole system, that comes under a system testing. And then once you are tested it, okay, you will have all the documents with you. Now the end user want to understand it in a better way, and he wants to make sure all these feature are available. How to check that? For in that case, you will convert the testing what you've written into acceptance testing also, like user stories or use case you will be converting. So that also will be happening in some application, and most of the application nowadays, it start from the requirement gathering itself. By following this BDD model, you will be gathering the requirement itself in the acceptance testing format given when there. So these are the different levels will be there, which we have to work on. Now, directly you will not do the testing. You need to understand the cycle, which model is followed in your product. Okay, whatever the project you get into, or already if you are working in a project, you will come to know most of the project nowadays follows Agile Scrum model. That I'll give you an idea about it. Okay. Now, one thing what you need to understand is software development life cycle. Okay, before getting into the basic thing, what you should know about testing. Okay, in case of testing or in case of development, you have to understand this cycle, software development life cycle. So for sure, this will be going through each and every project will be going through the software development life cycle. So in that first stage, let me know if you have any issues, any doubts. The first stage will be requirement analysis, and this requirement analysis, most of the time earlier what happened is only the management team will be there. Nowadays it's something like entire team is involving in gathering the requirement also, which gives a better idea about the product what is being developed. So requirement analysis will be there, then design will be there. Each and every section will have some entry and exit. For example, each and every section will have some duty to be done. Okay, and designing the like what we are planning to work on, we'll be designing with the multiple level, like low level design, high level design, or breaking up into multiple part of the requirement. Those will happen, then it will go for the development phase. Once development is done, then it will go for the testing. Once testing is done, in case if you want to work on one more phase, or if you want to update the project, or if the client comes, like the end user comes and gives you an update, like I want some modification in the existing project, then we will go for the maintenance. So this will be the development life cycle. In each and every stage of development life cycle, there will be a few things which you need to follow. For example, under requirement gathering, like under requirement analysis, first you need to gather the requirement, and basically you will analyze it. So analysis nowadays, what happens, the entire team involved in analyzing, going through the requirement and discussing the requirement. And analysis happen on the entire requirement, or once you get a clarity till that it will happen. And then proper documentation needs to be prepared. And that documentation will be used for the testing also. For example, something like this. A documentation will be prepared like this. Initially, it was prepared in this way. Nowadays, we have some tools to prepare the documentation. Let me show you some documentation. See, requirement will be gathered in this way, like part by part, but images will not be there. You can ignore the images. Just some, initially it will be gathered in this way. What are the menus we want? Under that menu, what are the feature it should be having? Okay, and those things will be gathered with index, and who developed it, author, reviewer, all these things will be there in this requirement analysis. Okay, and this is nothing, this is something going to be the starting stage of your product development. So over here, documentation is important. What you need to do is the testing team needs to go through the documentation, and during the planning, you will have a test planning and control. At that time, you will be doing this. You will be going through the documentation, testing team, and after going through the documentation, you will just convert the documentation into a testable scenarios. You will have to connect the documentation index point. So in the documentation, you will be able to see serial numbers over here. For each and every serial number, you will be connecting the scenarios. Under the scenarios, you will start writing the test cases. Okay, so traceability is what you need to do. For that, you need to understand the requirement. Documentation is important. And what is the input required? What is the output required? That is something which will be analyzed in the first stage itself. Okay. After understanding the requirement, once the requirement is clear, then you will go for the next phase, and that is nothing but design. For example, how are we going to develop this product? Okay, and what are the concepts we are planning to use, the tools, or what are the module needs to be developed first? How can be broken into multiple pieces? Okay, instead of giving the entire requirement doing it, it will be broken into pieces for sure. Even though it follows the same order, it will be broken into pieces only. It will be developed. But testing comes into picture after completing the entire thing. That is one model that I'll tell you. In design, specification, okay, how it looks, all these things will be handled over here, and the technology which we are planning to use, whether it is open source or those things and all will be considered here. Technology which we are planning to use, and basically broken into small modules, and then it will be going to the development stage. Small modules. This is something breaking the requirement into pieces, then we are going to develop it. Okay, and functional planning, which is going to be done mostly by the development team. Technical analysis team will be doing it. Functional planning, how can be developed and how can it be integrated, all these things. Once that is given to you, you will have something like flowchart kind of things. And once that is done, designing, then the development starts. Development starts. So small component will be developed and tested first, and unit testing will be done over here. Whatever the design specification you have now, so nowadays we have lots of tool to do the specification also. Whatever the design specification done will be transformed into development. Transformed into development model, basically. Okay, working model. Now, after doing this, even the development team will be doing one round of testing. After he or she develops it, he will be doing unit testing. First, what happens is development will happen component wise. Component wise development will happen. For example, if you are taking an application similar to Zoom, we have to give an option for sign, and we have to give an option for register, and we have to give an option for start meeting, and under the meeting different controls are there. Okay, these will be different designs. We need it. We need login screen, we need a register screen. Okay, different module will be there. Now each module you will be developing, for example, login module, registration module, and then like meeting, like we have to book a meeting, appoint like a book a meeting, that will be one part. Okay, that component will be developed, and once the component wise it will be developed, once that is done, then it will be integrated. Okay, and then once that is done, during the component development itself, the development team will be doing the testing. Okay, integrated later. So component wise it will be developed and integrated later in that stage, and for sure the development team will be doing something called unit testing. Okay, unit testing, I'll tell you what happens. For example, if a developer is developing a section for giving the password, so password in the requirement document, the password feature will be given. In that password feature, there should be one special character, one number, one uppercase. So some kind of requirement will be there. Now, the developer should develop that particular password field by satisfying those conditions. After developing it or before developing it, he will write the test case. Okay, most of the actual model will be writing the test case. Based on the test case only it will be developed. So he will be writing by giving a wrong details. For example, first he will make sure a special character is there or not, then you will be testing it for uppercase is there or not, whether it is accepting without uppercase or not. So those kind of testing he will be doing it. For that he will be using some testing model. So unit testing frameworks are available. One is majorly used as JUnit. Apart from that, TestNG is there. TestNG is used in two environments, for unit testing as well as for this is to Java with the Java. If we are planning to use any other technology, then this is for Java. In case if it is a C# or anything, then you have must test. Different unit test framework will be there, which we will also work on it. Okay. Must test will be there, must test unit test framework and NUnit, and for Python test and all it's there, and Python as unit basic unit test operation. So using these particular framework, unit testing framework, the development team will be making sure the password field is developed properly or not. If that is not done, if unit test is not done, then it will become a big problem for the testing team on validating each and everything. But sure, still you have to do all these validations. All these will be added into the test cases. But when you execute it, you will mostly concentrate on the behavior of the application, whether it is matching with the requirement or not. So each and every parameter, if it is missed, or you can reject the build to undergo the unit testing. So which can be easily figured out, that I'll tell you. And in testing stages, these are the stages to develop a product and release it. These stages you have to come across. And in testing stages, where your role will come into picture. First, what you will do is like it will be depends on project only. Most of the time, what will happen is small component wise, it will be released initially, or in this one, assume that we are different models will be there. Development model will be there. One of my famous model is nothing but a waterfall model and P model, Agile Scrum model. Most of the project nowadays use this Agile Scrum model only. We'll discuss about all these three models. In waterfall model, these are all different development model. Okay. Now, in order to develop the software, you need to go across these things. Okay. Any one model you will be choosing. After choosing any one model, you will come across all these cycles: requirement, design, development, testing. In testing, what you will do is you will try to do this. Small component will be tested, and then you will move to the major component. That's what usually happens. Major component, and once this is done, you will be executing the test cases after writing the test cases. Test case. Test case. Test case execution. First you will be planning, and then test case execution. Okay, and then once all these are done properly, once the application is working fine, you will be giving a report. Two things you will be doing. When you raise a defect, you will be following some defect tracker tool and all it's there. You will be using that and report the defect to the team that needs to be done. This is the duty of the testing team. After running your test cases, you will find some defects. The defects you have to inform, and then you have to fix it. Like after fixing it, you have to retest it. Defect to team and fix it. And then final report. Once all these are done, you will be providing some reports and all. And then you have to provide the sign off so that you can release the tool. Testing team will be providing a sign off from their end after testing all the part of the application as per the requirement. Then there will be a sign off. Testing team will be providing a sign off. Suppose once the sign off is done, the client take that application and start working on. Now they will come back with few modification. Okay, or they wanted to speed up some task. They wanted to change the view of some particular component. Those things will be coming into picture. Those things will be taken care as a maintenance, and then under maintenance also all these things will be done, like starting from the analyzing the maintenance work, design, and then development, testing. That will happen. And sometimes what happen, once the product is released, you will be giving a support for a year or 2 year based on that contract being understood at the beginning. So same thing will happen over here. Help and support will be there. And in case if you want to provide a training to the end user how to use the application, all those things will be done. Latest updates to software, those things and all will be taken care as a maintenance work. So this will be the general. In order to develop any product, this cycle you have to follow. Okay. Now, this cycle, how are we going to follow in the project? Okay, that we can decide by majorly these three are major component. Apart from this, different models also there. But in this initially, like in the initial stages of software development and all, it was proceeded with the waterfall model. In waterfall model, basically in waterfall model, you have to exactly follow the SDLC cycle. SDLC cycle is the software development life cycle is there. You have to complete this. Once this is completed, once the sign off is provided for the requirement, then only it will go for the design phase. Once the design is completely done, then it will go for the development. You will have to wait. The testing needs to wait until the development gets complete. Not the component, the entire application should be developed. Once the entire application is developed, then only it will go for the testing stage. So you will have to wait until, so for example, if the product needs to be released in 1 year, almost 8 months to 9 months it will be taking for development. Till that you will have to just prepare the test cases by going to the requirement. Okay, and you will not have efficient way of testing the application. At the end only you will be able to find whether it is matching the requirement or not. If it is not matching the requirement, the whole development which happened for 8 or 9 months will go for a toss, and you again you have to restart it. Lots of drawback is there when it comes to waterfall model. And this waterfall model one should move after completing the previous stage. Move to next stage, next phase after completing the previous one. Okay, without completing there is no chances of moving to the next stage. That is your waterfall model. This waterfall model, you can use waterfall model. It's not like you should not use waterfall model. Before using waterfall model, you should have a clear document, and everyone should be aware of the product what is being developed. Okay, if everything is clear, crystal clear, then we can go for waterfall model. But nowadays, whatever the application you develop in your environment, almost all applications are going to be a complex kind of application, and for that first you need to gain some domain knowledge. Then only you can understand the product. At least it will take a month for you to get into the product itself, in the testing or in the development. At least it will take a month to understand the complete idea about the product. Okay. And during that scenario and all, complex product development and all, waterfall model will not help us, because nothing will be there in upfront to analyze the everything, and you will not be able to completely design the product. It's highly impossible to design the product initial stages. Okay, you will have some idea, that's it, and part by part only you will be developing and moving on with the upcoming development cycle. So this is something where you will not be able to suit the waterfall model. If it is internal project, everyone knows about the project, and the entire team knows about the project. No problem with the requirement, it can be easily done. During that time you can go for the waterfall model. Advantage of going with waterfall model is it's going to be simple on developing. Like the complete cycle is going to be simple. No complex thing over here, and there won't be any trouble in between the like something like there you will not have something like daily calls. All these things are all depends on the project. So in this it's not required to be having daily. At least in a week if an update comes, that is enough. So those things and all not a complex way to maintain the projects at all. So it's a structured way to of doing things. And then only thing you need to know the advantages to go into this particular model when you have clear idea about the requirement. Okay, requirement is crystal clear. Okay, only then we will be able to move on with this particular thing. Okay, so advantages, it means in this case if you see requirement should be crystal clear. Only then we will be moving on with this. So if it is clear, it will be easy for you to move on. That becomes a like advantage as well as it will become a disadvantage in most of the scenarios. And the major disaster, what happened is if there is a communication gap between the team during this testing stage, if you find the major defect, like failure of the application and all, what happened in that case is they have to redo everything from the beginning. Design, you'll find the design itself will go for a task after they spend a lot of time in development. Okay, so those things and all, it will be quite difficult in managing the waterfall model. Okay, if the communication gaps leads to major disaster of the application. Major disaster when it comes to this particular waterfall model. And you will not have an idea about resource allocation, proper resource allocation, because for example, it is planned for one year, and in the 6th month, testing team should get the product to testing. What if it is getting into 8th month or 9th month? The testing team will be like the same amount of team only will be there, but they have to complete it in short time. And development, they might have given some plan, and once they start doing it component, that some component might take long time, and they need multiple developers to be working on that. Okay, so those allocations will become a problem, or some most of the time testing team will be waiting for the product to be developed. In this case, okay, most of the time is wasted, and poor allocation for sure it will be happening on this particular waterfall model. Poor allocation. This waterfall model will be used in a scenario where you will have internal project where everything will be taken care by the developer itself. A developer will be after understanding the requirement, developer itself will be developing the requirement, and he will be developing the product. A basic testing will be run and it will be released. If there is a bug or anything or major defect in the product or anything, since it is an internal usage, there won't be much issue in that case. Okay, so during that time and all, this particular model is used. But if it is going to be used by the third party, then and all, it's not going to be an efficient one using going with waterfall model until you know the clear requirement. Okay, if you know clear requirement, you can go for it. That is your basic waterfall model. Every cycle will be moving on one by one. Apart from that, you have something called V model. V model will come to know, because in order to understand the V model, this will be the concept. In order to understand the V model, every stages requirement, you will have some testing. Testing team will be involved, writing the acceptance testing. Planning only will be happening here. Planning in the sense you will be writing the test cases, acceptance testing details you will be writing. You will prepare a documentation on this, on the requirement analysis itself. Parallelly, these operations will happen during the high level design, and then this will be a detailed design, low level design, and then program specification, writing the program. Each and every stages you will have a testing. Parallelly, you will be concentrating on testing. For example, requirement analysis will happen something like this. For this, you will be writing a use case or user stories. User stories in the sense something like given when then, which we'll be discussing on acceptance testing part. So that kind of testing, you have that kind of a document you need to prepare. That parallelly happens during the requirement specification. Testing team will be involved from the upfront. This gives you an idea, or this finds the early defects and all. So like early defects can be easily figured out by following this V model. And when it comes to high level design, how the testing needs to be taken forward, how the test cases can be written on the high level design, those things will be done. That is basically a complete system testing test cases you will be doing. This will be the major part. Okay, and while doing this, this is going to give you a complete testing product behavior you will be able to handle in this stage. Okay, and coming to the detailed design, whereas module level, component level, they will be designing and they will try to integrate it. The low level is nothing but component level design. Once the component are developed, for example, login, and then inside login, you'll have different pieces will be there, like username, password, those things will be developed in detailed design. Or like login, the complete section like username, password, all these should be connected properly. So that will be connected over here in this login, whereas this is going to connecting high level integrations. Okay, where you will have login, register, create meeting, launch meeting, start meeting. Those things needs to be interconnected. During that, you have to test the entire application. Whereas here you have to test the integrated part. So for each and every stages, test cases planning will happen. You will not have product to execute it. Only planning will happen on each and every stage. Parallelly, you will have some thing to do. So here you can easily allocate the resource based on the requirement. Initial stages itself, you will understand how much allocation is required, or in case any new member required in a team, or any other member required, or any inspector is required. All this can be easily figured out in the SPE model. But apart from that V model, the majorly this is a modified form of a waterfall model. That's it. The STLC model is modified, so include testing in each and every stage. When you include testing in each and every stage, you will have a higher efficiency on the product. Okay. That is basically a V model. But V model is also largely used in the market. The majorly used, we'll see about this V model later. When you get into the project, this is the model which will be used in your product, most of the products. So most of the people are already here who's already working in a project. They will go across this Agile Scrum model. This is something which will give you a clear picture on development happening nowadays. This Agile Scrum model, first of all, this particular model, let me show you the picture of this model, a simple picture so that you can understand. You can see something like there is Scrum framework and vision, what needs to be developed, and you can see some product backlogs, and there is something called sprint backlogs. Then it is sprint cycle, then it goes for the product increment. So basically this particular model is called iterative model or increment model. Okay. Iterative model. So the concept of this iterative model is something like part by part you will be moving on with the next cycle. So each and every model, for example, stage one, I need login feature. For login feature, the requirement will be analyzed, and then requirement anyhow it will be analyzed. Design will happen, development will happen, testing will happen. The login feature will be ready to use. That feature will be available. Anyhow, with login we cannot move further, but it will be ready at that time. So step by step we'll be moving. Development testing happen. Step by step development testing will happen. In this particular model, first thing is you will have the vision of the product needs to be developed. Once that is done, let's assume that we are planning to develop the application similar to Zoom. Okay. Zoom application we are planning to develop. In the Zoom application, you will have different features, like as I told you, login, register, start meeting, and you want to cancel the meeting, and immediate meeting option should be there, recording should be there, video should be there, and screen share option should be there. Pass video, like in case while sharing, I wanted to pass the screen, see the participant list, different components will be there. Okay, all these requirements will be gathered initially. Now, these requirement will be splitted into product backlogs. For this and all, we have some project management. Product backlogs will be there. If you see this particular picture, you can easily understand the vision to develop, and you can see these product backlogs. For example, these are all product backlogs. We'll have login feature we want, sign up feature we want. Suppose sometimes API calls and all will be there, which I'll tell you. As of now, whatever you know, with that, we'll try to move on to the next stage. Login, sign up, start meeting page should be there, and then video, screen share video you can turn on, screen share should be there, and recording should be there. So different options will be there, and create meeting, start meeting, create meeting. So different modules you can see in this one. All these are called backlogs. All these are called backlogs. Okay. Now these backlogs, create meeting, and then cancel meeting, something like this you can understand. Okay, now you can see in this, after creating meeting, you will be able to see these sections like participant account, and you will be able to see chat window where users can chat. Those things and all will be pieces available. So this becomes a product backlog. That is your initial stage. Whatever the vision we have, complete requirement, that will be splitted into backlogs. Like part by part, it will be splitted like this. Now these backlogs need to be developed, and these backlog will not be given completely to the development team to develop. There will be a important member in a team who will be doing the Scrum Master. There is something called Scrum Master who's going to who's well known about these backlogs, whatever the backlogs available, the requirement available as a pieces, that person will be knowing about the backlogs. And nowadays what happens is most of the project Scrum Master is being hired specifically for managing the project. Okay, here the duty of the Scrum Master is to understand the backlogs and prioritize state. All these will be taken care by this. Prioritize, allocate, and managing the complete development. This product backlogs. If I suppose assume that there are 100 product backlogs, like this, we have 100 product backlogs. If I complete this 100 product backlogs, then my product is ready. If I develop all these things and complete it, 100 product backlogs, if I develop, my product is ready. I can release that product. Now, how this is going to happen? How this is going to develop in the iterative model? So this product backlogs will be converted into sprint backlogs. Before the sprint backlogs, you need to understand, before you get into the project, you can check it in the project which model is followed. If it is an Agile Scrum model, see under which sprint you are in. Sprint calculation is something which is important. Okay, so this sprint will be controlled by management team, right? So this is controlled by the sprint. We'll understand what is sprint. For example, assume that we have 100 and this 100 product backlogs I want to develop in 1 year. Okay, that is the duration given. 1 year in the sense we have to split it as a week. 1 year. So there are going to be 52 weeks. In the 52 weeks, it needs to be developed, and completely it should be ready in that 1 year. Okay, that is the timeline decided for developing this particular application similar to Zoom. Now, what will happen in the initial stages? First, you need to understand this product backlogs will not be given completely to the development team. If it is given completely to the development team and given testing team, and later testing team will test the product after completing the development, then that falls under the waterfall model. Okay, whereas in Agile Scrum model, this product backlogs will be splitted into pieces. Okay, further into sprint backlogs. For example, assume that sprint cycle will be there. Assume that we are going to follow 2-week sprint. In 2 weeks, sprint cycle in the sense, in that sprint cycle, you should develop the backlog, not all the backlogs. For 2 weeks, whatever is possible, those backlogs will be developed and will be testing. Testing in the sense, in this stage, you will be doing a manual testing only, because if you complete the manual testing, the product is fine. No need to wait for automation and all. Till now, whatever we discussed, we did not discuss anything regarding the automation. But in this model, you can see the importance of automation. So assume that we are going to go for sprint. For example, there are 52 weeks. In 52 weeks, in the sense, totally there are going to be 26 sprints. Okay. So each sprint we are planning for 2 weeks. Some project sprint cycle will be changing. Some project will go for 3-week sprint. Some 2 weeks to 3 weeks is what is preferred. If you go for more than that, depends on the project only. That can be taken care by the management team. But assume that it is 2 weeks. So when I recently worked in a company, like I was hired for doing an automation work, but in that particular project, what I was working, I did the automation using robot framework. That is Selenium concept only, Selenium and Appium only, by using robot framework that is based on Python. But when I get into the project, I understand that they were not maintaining any of the documentation properly. Testing documentation itself is not there. But directly doing the automation is not going to give you any advantage in that case. So first you need to understand what model were using. So first what I did is I understand what model they were using. In that particular model, I adapted few things, like they have the sprint cycle and all, 2 week sprint only. In 2 weeks only development testing should happen, but there is no particular timeline on doing the testing. What happens is most of the testing they will move to next sprint cycle, and manual testing document will not be maintained. If the manual testing document is not maintained, then automation becomes difficult in this case. Okay, we'll see all these things. Now assume that you are entering into first sprint. Simple idea, you will be getting it right now. If I am getting into first sprint, okay, in that first sprint, what are the things should happen is Scrum Master will be designing, or it will be included within the team. The entire team will be deciding. Okay, so and it will be managed by Scrum Master. First sprint, assume that I wanted to develop 4 backlogs. Some simple backlogs is what we are planning to develop. Sprint in the sense, out of 26 sprint, each sprint we are going to take it for 2 weeks. So totally 26, 52 by 2 I did directly, and 26 sprint, and one sprint goes for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, out of this 100 product backlogs, we will take 4 backlogs. This is nothing but a sprint backlog. This is your second image. Product backlogs will be split into sprint backlog, and which component need to be developed. Those things and all will be discussed prior to start to the sprint. Before starting the sprint, the meeting will happen. Okay, for sure the meeting will happen. That meeting we call it as grooming meeting. In the grooming meeting, it will be decided how many backlogs can be developed in 2 weeks, what are the backlogs initially required, and those things will be taken. Okay, 4 sprint backlogs, assume that four sprint backlogs out of 100 is taken for developing first week. Okay, now in this one, this decided before, remember that this is not going to be decided during the cycle, decided before the sprint start. Now grooming meeting will be there. During that time it will be decided. Now here what happened is, should be developed. First of all, develop for 2 weeks. If you take there, it will be like a 60-40, 60-40, or it will be splitted as 50-50 or 70-30, something like that. Okay, those things and all needs to be decided properly. 20% of the development and 30% of the testing. Based on that only it will be decided. See, 70% of for 2 weeks, if you take 10 days will be there. Out of 10 days, daily there will be a call. For that, if you skip 2 days, totally 8 days will be there of development and testing. In that 8 days, 5 days development will be taking, and 4 days, 3 days testing team will be taking. So those split up needs to be done. That anyhow we have to discuss on the test planning. We'll be doing it. Okay. So we'll take some break in some time, just 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we'll take some break. Before that, I'll just give you an idea about Agile Scrum model. This theory part, some development cycle you need to understand before going into automation. Now you will understand the importance of automation. So here in 2 weeks, development should happen and it should be tested. Now this testing, directly you will not be doing automation, but you will be doing a manual testing. You will be writing a test cases based on the stories. These are stories. Based on the stories available, you will be writing the test cases and you will be executing the test cases. Make sure those have, like, once this is completed, these 4 backlogs are ready. Visually it will be ready.
Yes.
Okay, for depends on the project. Okay, now here you see only manual testing will happen, and next it will go for the next sprint. And again, there will, before starting the sprint, you will have the grooming meeting. That grooming meeting will happen on the like Friday or Thursday of the previous sprint itself. So while giving the time slot, those who are new, while giving the time slot, you will be including those time period also, those calls and all, you have to ignore it. Okay, so if it is planned for 2 weeks, in that actual work will happen for 8 days only. It depends on the leave. All these things will be included on the sprint. The dates you cannot extend the sprint or anything, it will just move on to the next sprint. That's how it will be maintained. Assume that in this I'm going to develop 6 backlogs, sprint backlogs. Now if you see, development will be happening, develop, testing will happening. So if you see this particular level, okay, development will happen for the current backlog, the existing application only. Build will be ready right now. The application will be ready with 4 backlog. There will be lots of connectivity issue will be there, but this will be ready at this stage after completing the sprint 1. Now, in sprint 2, you will be developing the new backlogs, 6 sprint backlogs. Development will be there and testing will happen. Now you have to do manual testing on this particular. Yeah. Yes, manual testing for the current sprint. So currently we have 6 backlogs. You have to do manual testing, writing the test cases. During the development stage, you will be writing the test cases, planning will be doing. Once the planning is done, you will start writing, you will execute the test case on the last 30% of the time. So 6 backlogs will be tested. Along with that, listen carefully. Along with that, you need to make sure previously everyone check the audio.
I can do now.
Now, along with that, you will not test only the current backlogs. You have to make sure the previous backlogs are not disturbed because of the new feature added. Okay, you will be doing a testing on the previous backlogs also. Already available features should work fine. Okay, we have to test those things also. Previous backlogs, which is developed already, should also be tested. Okay. Now, this particular testing, we call it as regression testing. Okay. Making sure previously built feature or working fine. This we call it as regression testing. And current backlogs, which we call, okay, generally we call it as progression testing, which is not widely used in this term is not widely used, but regression testing will be widely used. Okay. Complete regression testing in the sense doing progression as well as regression, completing. Now, previous backlogs, like 4 previously developed 4 backlogs should also be tested before you complete the sprint. Okay, you have to make sure the plan is done based on that. The 2 weeks plan should be done based on that. You will be giving the time. For example, it's not like decided completely by the Scrum Master. Scrum Master will not just drop some 10 backlogs. You should develop this 10 backlog in 2 weeks. It's not decided like that. In the initial meeting, it will be discussed with the team. Like some member will not be available within this 2 weeks, or you will have some other pending task in this week. Based on that only, it will be considered. Okay. Now, in this sprint 2, if you see, you have to test the current backlog as well as you have to make sure the previously built feature are working fine. So that also you need to do. So you have to do 2 kind of testing. One is regression testing, which means you have to make sure because of new modification, the previous working layer is not disturbed. For doing that, we call it as regression testing. This needs to be done. This will be repeated for each and every cycle. In third, what you need to do is you have to do previous 4 backlogs. Let me add it 4 and 6 will be there. 6 is there, right? So totally 10 backlogs. Sprint 1 and sprint 2 details you need to test it. In this case, sprint 1 and sprint 2. And if it is keep on moving, you can see the time for manual testing. For example, assume that test case you have written, manual testing for executing, it takes 2 days time, okay, or 1 day time. In this one, for executing it, it takes 1 day. And it will be almost same amount of time to execute those 4 backlogs. It will almost take same amount of time, or 1 or 2 hours you can reduce it, because it's a manual effort which you need to put on executing one by one. And manual effort will not be like drastically reduced. It will not be drastically reduced. Whatever you do, if you are doing it in 2 days, it can be reduced for 1.5 days. That's it. You cannot reduce more than that. It's a manual effort. So amount of testing on each and every stage keeps on increasing. Okay, basically for doing the regression testing. Now in this one, if you go for sprint 25 or if you go for sprint 24 and all, if you go for sprint 24 and all, you will be testing the current backlogs, as well as you have to test sprint 1, 20, Okay, you can see amount of effort required over here to test it. Now here is where you will be mostly implementing the automation work. Okay, automation work you will be implementing. So if you implement the automation work for doing the regression testing, we do automation, right? That automation, we call it as automation regression only. Okay, this is something done on the existing plan what you have done, like already existing test cases, you will have it. For that existing test cases, automation will be happening. So here automation is going to be important, because if you see this sprint 23 or 24 and all, if you go later the stages, you will have to spend the same amount of time on doing the testing on previous sprints to make sure the product is working fine, previous product, a feature or working fine. This is something which you need to notice. So when you follow these kind of model and all, automation becomes a mandatory part. For sure, this would be the model. That is the reason why automation is getting into picture in your like currently we are going under the automation training, right? So that is because nowadays the complete product is developed in this, because the end user, the owner of the product owner will be able to see the product on each and every stage. You will be able to visually experience the product will happen on each and every stage with this particular model. And in case of any issues or anything, it can be modified in between, and it can pushed into the next sprint. Okay, so that the modified thing can be developed, and based on that it can be extended, or like you cannot reduce it, extend can happen in case of it is a major development. It will be added into the upcoming sprint. So this thing will happen. So in this stage, automation becomes a mandatory part. And what happened, automation will not be included in the current sprint. What happened in real time is, so this is what, when I get into the project, they were following the sprint, but they were not maintaining the documentation in each sprint. They are doing a testing, and the testing documentation is not going to contain the test steps and then proper test step, test data, expected result. If you don't have these details in the testing document, it will be quite difficult for us to do automation, like in case if you're getting into automation. So the document should need to be discussed first of all, and make sure the document what is being used for manual testing is adapted for testing, automation testing. So based on that only it will happen. So there will be a testing team, or most of the time what will happen is hiring a automation team on doing that automation task will be quite difficult, because if you hire someone specifically for automation, they will not have domain knowledge. Those who already tested the application will have domain knowledge. That's why company is preferring pushing the manual testing team into automation. Okay, because technical knowledge you can easily gain it. If you spend some time and start doing the automation, you can easily gain it. The only problem is gaining the domain knowledge, the application knowledge. That is where most of the people lag on doing the automation. So automation is something, it's not about just doing the technical work, just doing some automation work. It is something whether it is helping the product or not on the final release. Okay, just running the automation and moving on is not the solution here. Here's something like where we are trying to apply the automation. So here, if you see this cycle, on 2020 sprint or 19 sprint and all, you have to spend a lot of time in doing a regression testing. So for that, we can replace that with automation regression. So for sure, manual testing will be there. That cannot be skipped. Got it? So regression will be there. What happened in this particular cycle is where I implemented this particular in that project. It's not like I introduced it, just implemented this one. Sometimes what will happen is the automation will be included in the sprint, but it rarely happens, because automation is not the endpoint for releasing the product. Without automation, I can release the product if the manual testing is done. So automation is not the showstopper here. But going on with the sprint cycle, automation becomes a mandatory part. So what we do in this case is, in the next sprint cycle, and then in this sprint cycle, automation work for sprint 1 will happen here. Okay, and there will be a same team. The testing team will be working on automation as well as writing the test case for the current, or it will be split among the team. New member will be hired for automation. It will happen, but automation will of sprint 1 will happen in sprint 2, because only in sprint 2 you will get some clear idea about the sprint 1. The test case document will be there. Automation can be proceeded after the test case document is available only. It cannot be proceeded without any proper steps. I cannot directly do the automation and find the defects. Automation is not for finding the defects. Automation is to, right now, manual testing will be done. Once the manual testing is done, that will be in the upcoming time. If you want to do lots of manual testing on the same test execution, we will try to automate it and keep it. Automation will try to find the application is working properly or not. In case if already tested application is making an issue, that will be informed to you. Those defects will be informed. It will not find a new defects. Automation is not something which will find a new defects. Already whatever you have tested it, if it is working fine, that gone into trouble, that defects only it will be fine. Okay. Now over here, this automation for sprint 1 will be implemented here, and automation for sprint 2 will be implemented here, and sprint 2 will happen. Whereas in this stage, we'll try to run to test the previous feature. We'll run automation regression for sprint 1, and automation work sprint 2 will happen. So that you don't want to spend the same amount of time on doing it. So sprint 1 is ready, automation is ready, that automation will be running. Same thing will be happening on this one. If you see the amount of effort reduced over here, automation work till sprint 1 to sprint 22 will be available, which you will be executing. Here you will be working on sprint 22 automation. Parallelly, you will be working on the current sprint manual testing also. Okay. So automation regression. So this is the position where automation comes into picture widely. When you have a further developments, automation plays a major role, and it helps us in releasing the product on quick time, and it reduces lots of problems. For example, when you do a manual testing repeatedly, there's a chance you might skip, or you might miss 1 or 2 steps. When you do repeatedly, you will think that it is going to work and why to test it multiple times. So efficiency will lose at that time. So automation will give you a higher efficiency. If it is developed properly, it will give you a higher efficiency, product quality. When you keep on adding something into the existing project, that particular product may lose at some point. So those things can be easily figured out. Product quality can be maintained when you design the automation suite properly in each and every sprint for the previous sprint. Reusability, consistent productivity, easy to focus on possible workflows. And when you do a manual testing, keep on doing a same manual testing every time on the for next sprint and all, it's going to be a time consuming process and delay the execution or completing the testing task. And if you try to skip or one or two backlogs, if you try to skip and move on, that will cause a major issue at the end. Okay. So this kind of model is actually used in nowadays. This is Agile Scrum model. We call it as iterative model, and this will be the scenario for Agile Scrum model, and I hope most of the project will be used in this cycle. If anyone is already working in a project, you can let me know whether is this kind is used, or something is differently used in this case. In your depends on project to project, it might slightly vary. So what sprint cycle you will be following, 2 weeks or 3 weeks? How is it in your environment? Those are already working in manual testing. And those who are new to testing, do you have any doubts on this? These are all some way introduction to the testing concepts. Okay, and model you should know. Then once you understand the model, testing levels, and what are the testing techniques and fundamental process, what you need to follow. Okay, basically the STLC process. Those things you will be learn. You have to learn one by one. All these are going to be a theory part. Okay. And each and every testing cycle will have an exit criteria. You have to provide some documentation, and you should know who's going to do it, this test planning, designing, execution, and all. Okay, right now, have any doubts in this? This is a development model. This is no, it is in this testing will be related, but whatever we have discussed, it's a product development model as of now. So any doubts with this? And who's already working in project, which model is used in your project? Yeah, if you let me know, like those who are new to this company or the testing, they will get an idea about this. So is this model is used in your company, or it's like how many sprint cycle or used, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Balaji, mostly it is, in SCIT, sorry, in SBL perspective, SBL Life projects,
Yeah.
mostly it is not agile. It's still that waterfall which they follow.
Okay.
So mostly it is that.
Okay.
But maybe,
For maintenance, then automation will be important. Like
yes.
frequent updates will be keep on coming in. So this
Correct.
got it. Yeah.
So mostly, see, I'll tell you in SBI Live what happens. Suppose, let's say, a new product is launched. So some of the features will be common for all the products. So, from automation perspective, yes, some cases might be same.
Okay.
Yeah, as a regression, we might test few things to see if anything is not getting impacted because of the new changes.
Okay.
So, but mostly, yes, it's still not agile in SBI Life. It is mostly waterfall only.
Okay. Fine.
I mean, I think there is a team from Tata AIG also. They can also express. I mean, what is the model they use? Is it agile or is it waterfall? Okay. Team, let's keep it interactive. That will motivate Bala also to come up with new things, and whatever challenges you're facing or whatever things you can share with him from your project, please do so. Keep it more interactive. So it's more important.
Yeah, sure.
So whenever Bala is asking something, I request that you reply or share your ideas with him, or kind of challenges you face. Correct, Bala?
Yes.
Will be fine for you, right?
Yeah, that would be fine. So any of these topics are just like a theory, and then standard process is something which they have to understand. So anyhow, so in the second of what we will do, instead of pushing everything as a theory part, so this now you will get to know why automation is important. Like one thing what I wanted to make sure is before I start with the Java or anything, since some are new to testing, they should know why automation is important. If you see here in the waterfall model, you have to frequent changes will be there. Once the product is getting released, modification will come into picture, and it will be a major product. When modification comes, you have to release that product in quick time. For that, automation should work, and many people will be using the application. So when many people are using the application should not go for a task. So how can we test those things and all? For that and all, you have to regularly monitor the application. So for monitoring also, you have to ready with the automation regression. So automation is something which becomes a mandatory part nowadays, which cannot be skipped. So only thing what you need to know from this morning session is different model approaches for developing the software, and whatever it is used in the project, you have to get into it and then adapt to it. In that, how automation is going to be suitable. So that's what you need to work on. So
Bala,
going
just a
further,
small
yeah,
doubt. Sorry, just
yeah,
small doubt.
yes,
Bala, see, like there are teams, who are there may be team members who are completely new to testing. I mean, in manual also.
yeah, got
So,
it.
so we'll be covering how to write test scenarios, test case also as part of the training.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, so I basically want one of my personal doubt. When you are in an agile model or when you are waterfall model, what kind of see, because agile we know we have a limitation of the time. Okay.
Yes.
And but waterfall we have a proper the time is little more compared to agile. So when we write a test case in both the different models, is there a type of difference we have to keep because I have a time constraint? So or is it is it just test scenarios which are used for Agile, and we don't write in-depth test cases for Agile? Something is
No,
like
no,
that, is
we
there
will be writing in-depth test cases only, but
for Agile
that
also?
is, yeah, Agile also it will be right. For example, in here I told 70% will be utilized by the development team. So which means out of 8 days, almost 5 to 6 days will be used by the development team. So those much of time will be available for the testing team to write the backlogs.
Okay, fine.
So
Yeah.
other it will be falling under the same category. Same kind of test cases will be written in this also. Concentrating for stories only, for scenarios only.
Oh, fine. Thanks, Bala.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, so if you have any doubts, let me know. Few testing terminologies is required. Once that is done, we can start writing the test case, or I'll introduce how to write the test case after the break time. Once that is done, we'll get into this. So as of now, those who are new, okay, got some idea about how product is being developed.
Yes, Balaji.
Okay, fine. So we'll try to introduce some hands-on, because complete theory part, I know that it will be quite difficult only. So I'll quickly give you a few more in a theory part, then we'll start doing some basic test cases. We'll start writing test case document. I'll give you that we will try to write, and based on the test case we write, we'll try to do automation parallelly. I'll introduce Git and then Selenium ID, which will give you some idea about automation also. So we'll continue after the break time. After the break, we'll continue the session. If you have any doubts or anything, you can post it in the chat window, or you can let me know right now. You can take some break. We'll start by 11:20.
Team, please keep it interactive. Whatever doubts you have, you can always raise your hand, or you can ask him, Bala.
So basically, this manual testing always it happens. So what I planning is will be using Java on the second off, so that I can give some task for them to work on in the next week. Yeah, it depends on the project. For example, what happens is here, if you see the backlogs will be ready, and not everyone will be aware of this backlogs and all. And the drawback would be like, for example, here they used 4 sprint backlogs. Okay, they will assume that everything is clear, but once they start doing it, they will come to know that this backlog can be developed only when then one more backlog which is not introduced here should be connected. Okay, without start meeting, I cannot share the screen, right? If they introduce share screen here, no point in developing it, or it might have a confusion where to start, where to end. So these kind of drawbacks will be there in this particular sprint model. During that time, there is something called retrospective. We'll just push out from the current sprint and introduce in the upcoming sprint. So those kind of drawbacks will be there. Okay. And few things what will happen is there will be a person working till 20 sprint. He will be moving out the company, and all those things will be a major problem in this cycle, because adapting to this environment, when you get into a project, if you are getting into 24th sprint and all, it will be, for sure, it will be quite difficult. So only duty what you can do basically is executing the test cases, existing test cases. You will not be able to spend time in writing a new test cases. So these are all major drawback in the Agile Scrum model. Any other doubts you have? So I posted few MCQs regarding the failure, what is failure, and something regarding the reviews and all. So those things and all, I'll quickly give you an idea, and then slides I'll share you, which you can go through ISTQB slides, which I prepared for the ISTQB standard. It's a foundation document, will be there, lots of theory. I just split it into a PPT and I'll share that. So whatever we are following here, going further, it will be like that order only. So you can, if you are preparing for ISTQB, you can follow this order and prepare it. Okay. Fine. So we'll start by 11. Like if you have any doubts, otherwise we'll start by 11:20.
Hi.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to ask anything? Please ask. Whoever asks the best question will get a prize, right, Bala?
Yeah, we can give it.
So team, please ask. Priyanka, that was a good question, Priyanka.
Fine then. We'll start by 11:20.
Fine, Bala.
Shall we start? Okay, so we'll start writing the test case. Before write the only part would be in this particular testing concepts. Okay, let me quickly tell you what are the things you should know about this testing concept before going into automation. Since it's going to be a completely theory part, since it is a mixed batch, I will try to give you all the concept of testing. Parallelly, we'll try to work on the automation also. So, but before getting onto programming or anything, since we are going to concentrate on automation, we should know how to write the test case. Basic thing is how to write the test case or how to check the test case document and do the automation. At least because there are lots of automation engineers who may not write the test cases, but still they will use the document and start doing the automation work. That is also there. Okay. So let me quickly give you of things what you should know before. Since we will be discussing these topics here and there, so don't get confused. But ultimately, we will complete all these concepts. So software testing definition. This will be the path basic, an SDLC, software development lifecycle. Then different models available. Models nothing but which I explained you right now, waterfall model. Okay, you have to get into the project, those who are new, and understand what model is used. Based on that model, you have to adapt yourself. And V model, Agile Scrum model. Okay. Scrum model. Now these models you should know initially, and once that is done, testing principle will be there. Some testing principle. That is just a concept, an idea about testing, and testing levels should be there. Testing levels which you should know. Something like unit testing. What is unit testing? What is component testing? And what is integration testing? So these terminologies you should know. System testing, and finally acceptance testing. So these terminology we should know. So V model I cannot describe it right now because we are not like most of you are not sure about these testing level, right? V model, to describe it further, we need to know about these levels of testing which we will be working on, and testing types, basically how to distinguish the testing. So one is functional testing, the other one is non-functional testing. And all these are going to be an interlocked concept only. Under functional testing, we will be using all the system testing concepts, and all comes under functional and non-functional testing. Okay, which you need to distinguish between that. And there are some techniques which will be followed, and fundamental of testing process. This is something which is important. Okay, this will give you what level you are in right now. Fundamental of testing process. That's what I'm going to explain right now. What are the stages? I told you we'll write test cases. Okay, where are we going to write the test case? At what level we will be writing the test case? See, without anything we cannot write the test case, right? So we should have the requirement for writing the test case, or we should have the application, and then someone needs to give you an overview on that application, and then a detail about what are the feature required and that feature how it works. All these details it need to be given. Only after going through that you can write the test case. So there are some stages. ISTQB design stages will be there, process. That is what you need to work on. In that you will be having one section called test design and analysis, where you will be writing the test case. So we'll discuss about that. Testing techniques will be there. For example, in the MCQ, I gave you something like review, right? That comes under static technique, static and dynamic technique. These are all some terms which you should know. What is static test technique? What is dynamic technique of testing? So those things we will be working on. Okay. this we will do it. Let me. Okay, all these are theory part. In this, under testing process, fundamental of testing process, you will be writing the test cases. Except everything, just a concept you need to understand. So let's understand this testing process first of all. In order to understand the testing process, you should know about the model. That's why I explained you the model. And now you got I hope most of you got an idea about the testing, why testing is important and what it does. Okay, and some slides and all I'll share you about testing, which you can go through it. You have to work on this, why testing is important. Okay. And a few examples, like in real time, what happened, those scenarios and all I have given over here. Recently also, based on corona result in UK, they were maintaining all the record in a database. That database has a limit. Okay, it totally some kind of rows. I don't remember exactly total number of rows. So if it got exited, the rows got completed, total number of rows. But the problem, what happened in that case is they were reporting same records every day, and they thought corona stopped at this point, but there is no increase further. So during that time, they figured out that it's a database issue, like Excel or database issue, because they were not able to log more data into it. So suppose assume that it contains only 1,000 rows. It cannot go more than 1,000 rows. Even though if they update, it will try to will not throw error because that scenario may not be handled. It is not going to add the new record also. So that is what happened in that scenarios. And one more scenario, what happened is Ariane 5 explosion. It's a jet basically. What happened in that rocket is basically 16-bit. You should know what is 16-bit and all. For example, whatever you process in the computer, for example, you store some numbers in the computer or anything, it will be converted into binary form and then it will store. Okay, so there will be 16 bits number. You can see 16-bit range in Java. I'll show you. This will be the range in Java, 16-bit range. You can see the range over here. Let me show you some material here. You can see the range over here. We'll discuss more about this in the second half. Today itself, I'll be giving an idea about Java. You can see something like 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit. 16-bit means 16-bit of zeros and one. Okay. 8-bit means 8 zeros and one. Okay. It can be like this will be maximum value will be something like this. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 8, 0, 8, 1. This is within that range, whatever the value you get, those are all going to be in 8-bit. Okay. Now, whatever the number you store in basically in Java, when it is getting stored in your computer, in RAM, it will get stored. During that time, it will convert it into binary form and store. In one of the Ariane 5 explosion, if you Google it, you will be getting it. I think I did not mention it here. I'll just mention it over here. These are all some real-time problems happen. Ariane 5 explosion. If you see this particular explosion happen because instead of storing it in 64-bit, instead of providing a 64-bit memory, instead of providing a 64-bit digit, okay, they used 16-bit. Because of that only this explosion happened. You can try to check on these case study. Okay, these case studies tells you why testing is very important. These are all some facts happen. And recently, I told you one of the things like in corona cases in you reported wrongly because of the database can hold those many records only. It cannot add a new record over that. So because of that, they will keep on reporting the same record for 2-3 days. Then they figured out the issue. Okay, this happened 2 years back, I guess. Okay, these are all some real-time scenario happen, which might lead to major loss also, or death, even death also will occur because of these things. Okay. So testing becomes a mandatory part on any product which is getting released. That too, if it is a medical application and all, it may lead to a death also. So it should be very carefully handled. And the requirement, how well you understand the requirement, whatever happens, go through the requirement properly. And whatever the queries you have, you should be very, you should get clarity on this testing process. In this testing process, you will have different levels. In that level, you should get the clarity of these things. Okay. And in testing, we refer three terms. Just make a note on these three terms. We refer something like error, and we refer something like failure, and we refer something as defect. Okay. And I gave you one MCQ also, right? So let me close all these things. In this, if you see in this, one of the question what I asked you is failure. What is a failure? Okay. Your human action that produce incorrect result, found in software the result of error. Okay. Departure from specified behavior, basically the requirement. Okay, incorrect step. So in this case, if you see the failure is basically something like departure from the requirement. So whatever the requirement we have, if it is not matching that requirement, in that term we call it as failure. So we will be using three terms: error. All are going to point the same scenario only, but the person who is going to use and where we are going to refer, that defines error, defect, and failure. Let me quickly give you an idea about these three terms. This is something which you should be referring in your project. Even if you refer it as defect or error or failure, it will be taken care and it will be solved by the development team after you raise it. But where you have to refer these terms. Okay. So error is nothing but action performed by human. Okay, it's completely caused because of human. I'll give you an example on this. Human mistakes and all we will be referring as errors. Failure. Failure is something inability of the system to perform as per the requirement. Okay. You'll have some requirement. Initially, the requirement is gathered right in waterfall model, or here also you have backlogs. That is your requirement. If the functionality is developed is not at all matching the requirement, that time we will call it as a failure of the product itself. Okay. Perform as per the requirement. That we refer it as failure. Okay. Defect for sure it will be raised by the QA people. The QA people will be raising the defect. So the QA people will know exactly what is expected and what is right now coming in the application, the actual. So that is nothing but mismatch of, you will be writing the document, like you will be writing the test case, and after writing the test case, you will run the test case, like execute it one by one. When you execute it, you will find the problem. So while writing the test case, you will be mentioning something like, for example, these applications you take. Okay, this form you take. When I fill all these form, or when I don't fill all these form and click on submit, it should show this. Assume that this is the scenario I want you to test. You should navigate to this link, and then after navigating to this link, you have to click on submit. That is the step. After clicking on submit, all these, the mandatory questions, wherever I mark the star, all should be giving this message. Okay, whether it's displayed or not. Now, in the test case document, you will be giving the steps. Open, like navigate to this URL, and then click on submit. Then what is the expected value? Expected result is nothing but these are all expected result. I should get the error message like this. Okay, it should be highlighted in red color. These are all error, like expected value which I have. Now you will prepare a test case document. You will not run it at the same time. You will just prepare it and keep it. Now once the test case document is being validated, then it will be provided for execution. You will have a proper application to execute. Now during the execution, you will sit and you will check all these steps and check whether it's shown or not. If it is not shown, then you will raise a defect. Okay, so that time we will be mentioning it as defect. Mismatch of the actual and expected result. Understand the difference between actual and expected result. During the test case preparation, QA engineer will be going through the requirement and write this expected values. And during the runtime, you will sit and execute it one by one. During the runtime, you will get some output that you will compare. If that is not matching, you will raise the defect. Okay. So these three terminology is something which we'll be using. Let's take an example in this case. For example, assume that developer is developing a application like one scenario for doing an addition. Yes, he's trying to do an addition here. Listen here. Now, while developing it, he tried to do something like result equal to A plus B. I wanted to do him an addition. Okay, he does something like this. Now, instead of plus, by mistake, if he added minus, okay, in the development during the development time, instead of plus, he added a minus or some other arithmetic operation. Okay, without properly checking the documentation. Now, what it does right now, it's a mistake. It's a human mistake. Instead of plus, by mistake, he added minus. That's a mistake. Okay, that time, that is basically referred as error. Okay, because of that error only, we are going to face major issues in upcoming, like when the product is ready and all. Okay, now when we try to run the application, we will try to get a different output as an end user. The application, the whatever the requirement, it's not matching the requirement. We should get the addition output, but we are not getting the addition output. Okay, so it's a failure. The application is right now, it's a failure. Now what QA people will do is, QA people, what they will do is, they will have an expected value. When I put the input as a 10, 20, I should get the output that I expected. And then when you put the like expect should be like addition, and actual, when you run it, the actual value will be minus 10 or something like that. So it's not matching. So you'll raise a defect by taking the screenshot of that scenario and giving the expected value, actual value, steps, everything. You will raise the defect. For defect and all, you will have some steps. You have to process the steps like defect you will be raising, and you will be, that will be informed to the development team. Development team will be fixing it. Again, you have to do retest in sense whatever has been developed, that particular fixed, that test you do. Apart from that, since there is a modification in the application, you have to do regression testing also. Okay, so at that time here we will try to raise the defect. These are all some terminologies which will be used in the testing thing. Once you get into the project, most of the time we will be refer everything as a defect. Okay, just understand the difference. So over here for this MCQ, okay, departure from the specified behavior, that is your failure. Okay, now I'm going to the next step. This is something important. We will try to write the test case document. We will try to work on this test case. Now let me share you a few test case details which you can check on. You can start writing the test case right now. Some document will be like this. Documents will be there, test case document. Based on your project, you will have the documents, or you will have some tool to write it. Okay, first initially you write it with Excel, then you will be able to understand. There will be lots of sheet. One sheet you will be getting some detail about the application, and then logo and all will be placed. Project ID will be there, project name, that particular project name or application name, description of the application, and this test case document is preferred by whom and who is going to validate it. There will be a manager who is going to review it, and then finally one approval will be there. Okay, these are all same. This template will be used for writing the test case. Similar template will be there, and there will be a section for RTM, which is nothing but requirement traceability matrix. We'll understand what is requirement traceability matrix. While writing a test case, we'll understand this. Inside that test case document, you will have scenarios. Under scenarios, you will have the test cases. You have to sit and start writing the test cases. Test cases will be something like this. Okay. Now, directly you will not be hired to write the test case without giving any idea. They will not ask you to write the test case. Okay. Some idea about the project, some domain knowledge you needed, or you should be having the requirement document at least to go through and write the test case. Okay, these kind of like test case ID will be there. That test case will be connected with scenario. That scenario will be connected with the requirement. Okay, all should be hyperlinked properly, and then only will be start writing the test case. For example, in the UI, in the requirement on the login page, these are the things should be available in the UI. It will be mentioned in the requirement. So first thing, we will try to navigate to the URL. Step will be navigate to the URL and expected result. These are the expected result. On that page, I should be having the title as Orange HRM, logo should be there, and text box should be there. These kind of steps, each and every step you will be mentioned. You will not skip anything in writing the test cases. Everything will be mentioned. Okay, now at what stage we need to write? Okay, assume that you are getting into a project. In that project, they are doing a requirement analysis. Okay, just analyzing the requirement. Whether I have to start writing the test case in requirement analysis or after development, that you need to work on. So if it is a Agile Scrum, you will be doing it in the sprint cycle. If it is a waterfall model, okay, if the completely a testing team, once the requirement is ready, you can use that requirement and start writing the test cases. Okay, or once the application is done, you will be able to execute it quickly. Okay, these things can be maintained easily. So anyhow, you have to write the test case. Before writing the test case, what are the documents required? Okay, for that only ISTQB designed this fundamental test, like, given the fundamental test process, like it can be modified project to project. This is something given by the ISTQB. Okay, this order, let me quickly give you the order and then we'll start writing the test case. Since it is complete theory part, I hope it will be quite difficult only. So quickly what I'll do is I'll try to get into the task, like task will start doing it. See, first thing what you need to do is you have to do planning and control. And who can do this test planning and control? You should know. First is test planning and control. And you see there is some question which I asked you here also. Regarding this. Test implementation execution phase. Okay, these are all different phases. Okay, we will call it as STLC phases, software test lifecycle. For testing, you will be following the software test lifecycle. Okay, so fundamental of testing process of software test lifecycle. Each and every section will have some entry and exit criteria, which you need to be doing it. Okay, and let me tell you who's going to do what things, and then you will have to analyze it, analysis, design. This is one phase. And once you design and everything is ready, once the product is also ready, then test implementation and execution will happen. Okay, each and every section will have entry and exit criteria. Remember that it's not like you cannot skip that entry and exit criteria. Each and every section will have entry and exit criteria, which will be discussed, and then test closure activities. Okay, in each and every section, you have to do some tasks. These things for sure you have to come across in your testing cycle in order to work with any test case or executing test case or testing any application. You have to follow this. Okay, test planning and control. Mostly it will be done by the management team or test lead. Test planning and control. See, as I told you, I joined a company for doing an automation work, right? Where I figured out they were following Agile Scrum model, but there is no proper test documentation. Okay, so and then there is no proper planning for testing also. They will wait until the development team complete and give it, then they will start testing. If they're not able to do the testing in that sprint, they will try to move to next sprint. This is what happening. So they were not exactly following this model, but they are using this model. Okay, now how can we first modify that particular flow? Whatever they are doing it, how can we fix it? Development should release the build in fifth day or sixth day, then only we can do the testing. Otherwise we have to move to the next sprint. So how can we monitor it? All these things should be happening. So how many QA engineers, for example, only one QA engineer is there or two QA engineer is there, but there are 10 developer, or 2 person cannot be able to complete the task, right? So we need an additional QA engineer. And if the QA engineer need any specific training or not, those things will be discussed upfront. Okay, that is nothing but test planning and control. Test planning and control is something which you have to do all these activity in test planning and control, and this will be done by the management team or test lead will also be there. And nowadays, like if you are starting as a QA engineer in 1 to 5 years, if you are working in a QA engineer, like fourth year, after fourth year only, after 4 years of experience only, you will get into the planning and control operation. Okay, so the objective, testing objective, you will be deriving it from the requirement, and then here in the planning document, let me show you the document of test planning. Let me some sample document which I have, and I told you, I developed it for that particular company. I just show you the document. This is done by the management team who is going to lead the testing team. Okay. Some sample documents. You will have these approach detail in this. Not this one. Yeah, you can see here in the test planning and control section. Okay, there will be a analysis on the requirement, and then the complete detail. What are the things we are going to follow in the testing environment, like in which model we are going to follow, how are we going to get the build update of the product needs to be tested, whether automation scope is there or not, how many QA engineer will be involved, whether we need to train the QA engineer or not, which product can be tested, which product cannot be tested, and everything will have entry and the exit criteria, or if there is a defect, how to report the defect. Okay, and in under which tool we are planning to report the defect. So complete detail about the testing needs to be handled in this case. Okay. So few things which I'll give you over here. Test plan, like testing test approach, what we are planning to do. This is something, and schedule the, for example, the upcoming stages. Schedule the test analysis. Those things will happen over here. Test analysis and design. Okay. And each and every stage, what is the exit criteria? That we will be deciding in this document. In this document, it will not be asked to the new member to prepare, because you need some work experience on designing this document, and you should have some idea about the product being developed. So those ideas will be there. You can see each and every section which can be tested, and review will happen on this document. Once that is done only, it will go for the next stage. And what are the things we are planning to test, which are the tools we are planning to use, and how to report it. And in the MCQ, you might have got one question like regarding the priority and severity. While raising the defect, you have to mention this one. While raising the defect, you have to mention priority and severity. Okay, this one. When it is a bug is affecting the application, then we raise it as a severity. Okay, business flow is getting problem. In that case, we will raise it as a severity. Priority is something like, which we will be discussing detailing also. Priority is something like which how soon the developer needs to fix it. That is your priority. Right now, if it is affecting the application behavior, then it's a severity. Okay. Now, what is severity? What is priority? What are the levels we are going to give? Major, minor, and critical will be there, or blocker will be there. Okay, those things will be there. So how are we going to distinguish these things? Those things and all will be there in the planning document. Okay, most of the company will be using this planning document, and it will be designed project to project, or it will be generalized. The project document will be there that will be followed in most of the company. Okay, and for example, any training required, infrastructure, what are the tools required? For example, you wanted to test database. Without setting up the environment, you can't connect the database and test it, right? Or you should have access to some cloud environment, right? Those setup details and all will be given in the planning document. Okay, planning and control document. This is the first thing what happened in the testing life cycle. Okay, so got some idea about this. What are the things needs to be mentioned? And these index and all, no need to worry about it. This index is already formatted. Okay, whatever the index you want, you can include it. Those things if which you don't want, you can exclude it. Okay, and it is given by the ISTQB standard. So once you get into that level, what some company will ask you to plan based on the requirement. At that time, you have to go through the entire requirement, then you have to sit and bring up this document, then it will go under a review. Once the review is done, then we can start moving on with the actual test case designing and all. First thing, before writing the test case, this will happen. Is it clear for you? Test planning and control, the first stage. Everyone got an idea about this? Any doubts on this particular planning and generating this document, these templates and all? Templates and all, it's just given by ISTQB. For example, that you don't want to worry about the template and all, but in the template, you will have some section like feature to be tested, feature not to be tested. Those things you should be able to know about your project. Your project, the testing which you have to do, which can be tested, which cannot be tested. And automation scopes will be there, whether we are going to include the automation scope or not. Those things. And if you are going to include automation scope, what is the framework we are going to use? Those things and approval detail will be there. Okay, and this will be done, and this will be done by the test lead, or this process will be done by test lead. So that you should understand before writing the test case, you should understand what you can do, those who are new, and what you cannot do. That is something which you need to understand. Those are new to testing. Test lead and test manager will be designing it. While doing and designing on this, they will connect with you also for getting some suggestion on this. That will happen. Now, this is where the QA engineers will be working on. The entire QA engineers, people will be working on. Other remaining thing, let me keep it as things. Let me keep it as QA engineers, referring the people below here, test lead and all, test lead and manager. QA engineers will be doing these activities. Okay, again based on the detail what is given by the you after executing all these things, this will be done by the test manager or test lead. Okay, the final closure activity. Let me break up each and every section and tell you what are the things you need to concentrate on each and every section. In this, the second stage, analysis and design. That is where you will start analyzing the like everyone, other members. Initially, these people will be knowing about the requirement. Further, to write the test cases, you should have the requirement. For example, assume that you need to write a test case for this particular scenario. If we are going to develop a listen here, you need to write test case based on the detail which I provide right now. Assume that we are planning to generate the employee portal. Okay, managing the employee portal. So whereas employee can sign in, and admin also will be there. Admin can also sign in, and the admin can control employee details in that portal. So whoever joins the company, admin will be able to add the employee. Control employee, which means employee detail like add employee, modify employee, delete the employee if he's coming out of the company. So we can manage the complete portal. Okay, assume that these are the things. And what employee can do is, once the employee is added into the portal, employee can control or her portfolio. Okay, and then like taking leave, those section, those he can consider. Okay, regarding the employees. Now these are the feature we are planning to develop. For this, requirement needs to be analyzed. We already have some sample application for this. We'll use that application. So regarding the employees, so these are the things employee needs to be doing. There are two users in this case. If you see for our portal, it's basically the HR portal, HR management portal. For this portal, there are two users. One is admin. Admin is nothing but the HR basically. Admin login, they can control the entire portal. Employee will be able to see only his detail, and like he wanted to he wanted to take leave. Okay, and those details like for evaluation process, you will be submitting the comments, right? So those things and all I wanted to provide to that employee. So whereas you need to log in, after login, you will be able to control us or your detail, any additional detail, or if company is providing some loan for that employee, he can apply loan. So those details and all should be available for particular employee, only internal loan. So two users are there, admin and employee. For this, we'll try to write the test case. So in the initial stage, it's a web application, means in the testing planning, it will be mentioned clearly the application details and what are the screens will be there. And then how many QA engineer are going to design the test case, how many are going to execute it, how many automation engineers are going to be involved in this project. Any specific training is required, those things will be approached in this planning. And control document, that's the document which I shown you, which will be taken care by the top level management. In test analysis and designing, where your work will be coming into picture, where you have to start doing it. First thing what you need to do is you have to review the requirement. Okay, review the requirement based on the test. Review the test cases which you need to do, and then you have to start designing the test case. Start designing the test case. And traceability detail you need to mention, which we will be doing it right now. Traceability details, matrix detail, and environment details and all you need to set up, and you need to start clicking on these things. Okay, these are the major things which everyone will be doing in once you join a project, whether it's new to testing or anything. Your duty will be doing this task. You should question more about the requirement if it is not clear. Analyze the review, like whatever the test design you are planning to do. Design is nothing but test case, designing the test cases. Okay, so in this stage only you'll be designing the test case. Okay. And I posted some question, right? What will be the answer for this? Something regarding the testing, right? Reviewing the test base. Okay, it's going to reviewing the test bases in the sense you are planning to write the test case. The test case written will happen only in this stage, test analysis and design. Okay, during that stage only you will be reviewing the test bases. Got it? Is it clear for everyone? What is test analysis and design? And once during the stage, you will not have the product and all. You will have the requirement only. Most of the time, you will have the requirement. Sometimes you will have product. Okay, while writing the test cases, very rare you will have the product. Most of the time, you will not have the product itself. You have to go to the requirement. After going through the requirement, you start writing the test case. In the requirement, like point by point, it will be mentioned. And for that requirement, you will have to start writing the test cases. Is that clear for everyone? During this stage, you will not have the product to be tested. You will have to just spend time on writing the test cases, understanding the requirement, and setting up the environment for further testing. That is what you need to do in analysis and design. In the implementation and execution is where you will be doing few things like prioritizing the test case, prioritizing the test case, and executing the test case, preparing the test suites, and executing it. In final closure, any of that will be taken care by the test manager or lead. Based on the report, you will be raising the defect. If it is DVH or anything, you will be raising the defect. Okay. Report logs, you have to end it. Whatever you are testing it, you have to verify it, add it in the document. The document will be used for further automation testing. So test closure activity is something which will be done at the end, and updating all the traceability details, whether it is covered properly or not, the document will be maintained. So in that document, it will be added traceability detail. Matrix value. And this here in test summary report, you need to submit. Okay, that's something which will be done at the end based on the current execution, what happened, and in future, if you get similar kind of application, what is the lesson learned? All these will be mentioned in the closure activity. So in this, if you see test writing, test case writing, you should know where it comes. Test case writing randomly, you should not write the test case. Okay, and this is the actual STLC model, and if project to project, they might change the without test planning document, you will write the test case, but anyhow, review the test cases will happen, reviewing the requirement will happen for sure. Okay, but the actual scope of the writing the test case comes under the test analysis and design. Is it clear for everyone? And during this stage, you will not have the requirement. Those who are new to testing, is it clear for you? See, you will not have the you will not have the application. Like for example, test cases is not be given something like this. Go to google.com, write the test case for this application. It is not like that. In real time, you have to go through the requirement. From the requirement only, you have to start writing the test case. Is that clear for everyone? Those who are new to testing. Okay, so you have to go through the requirement. It will take a lot of time. You have to post all the questions in the requirement, whatever you have. They will give you a few modules. For that module, you have to understand clearly before going in, start writing the test case. You have to understand the module clearly. That is the review. Once test is done, you can start writing the test case. Once the test case is ready, you have to get the approval for the test case. Okay, reviewed and approval. Once that is approved, then you have to go for the next test case, next module test case. You will start writing it. Once that is done, you will review it and you will move on to the next test case, next document you will be writing. So test cases you will be writing and keeping it safely. That's it. Now once the application is ready and released for QA testing, then you will be executing those test cases by prioritizing what needs to be running first, what should not, which we can skip it as of now. Okay, major functionalities you will be testing it quickly, like why this application. If you see this application, the major functionalities, if you take this application, admin should be able to add the employee. If admin is not able to add the employee, no point in using this application itself. Okay, based on that, you will be raising the defects. Okay, and once the execution is done, in the execution document, you see you will have two sections. One is expected result. This part you need to do by going through the requirement. By going through the requirement, this part you need to complete. Let me give you this view. Okay, till expected result you need to do by just thinking about the application and going through the requirement you need to do. So initially, those who are new to testing, it will be quite difficult only. Just follow the steps and try to write it. Once you start doing test cases like some 10 to 20 test cases, if you start writing it, you will get the flow. Only thing is you have to gain the domain. And the actual result, when we will be getting it, under which stage we will be getting the actual result. So I listed 4 stages, right? Under which stage, which phase will be getting the actual result. me under which stage we will be getting this actual result in the test case. See, these are the stages. Planning and control, and then analysis and design, then implementation and execution, and closure activity. Closure activity at the end only. Under which stage you will be able to get the actual result. What is actual result? Tell me what is actual result first of all. Like expected. Going through the requirement, I can understand it. What is actual result? Yeah. When do we get this actual result?
After execution.
Yeah, after execution only you will be able to compare it, right? So while executing only you can compare, you will get this, and then only you can compare it, right? So that comes only after the environment you get it for testing. Okay, that comes under the implementation and execution. So this is when you try, if you are planning to take ISTQB certification and all, those who are new to testing, yeah, when we perform that test step, correct, after execution only. So execution happen under this stage. Okay, and when to test and all, it will be given when the build is after the build release list only you can test it. Until that you will be maintaining this test case document only. So these stages and all you should be have a clarity, and whatever the model you use, you will be following these stages. This cannot be skipped. Okay, in this software test lifecycle cannot be skipped. Planning, design, and then execution, and then closure activity, which cannot be skipped. Okay, and this is something like if you're taking ISTQB certification, those are new to testing, ISTQB certification you can take it after getting a real-time exposure for a month or 2 months. You work in a project, then if you want to take the ISTQB certification. Those who are planning to take ISTQB certification, already working on QA environment, just follow these things. Okay, apart from that, you will have something like test management and all, which are all some things which you need to know. Test management, I'll give you a slide if you are going to take ISTQB. That is the 5-day content which we have. I'll give you an idea about those things. Whatever I'm following, the same order you have to learn. Okay, in this, if you see, I directly came to fundamental of testing process. Okay, between that you should know about these things and all, which we will be working on. Right now, I can write the test case. I will be able to write the test case by going through the requirement. Okay. See, for example, this is the requirement. Requirement analysis will happen. Document will be shared like this. Something like this. Document will be shared. Okay. And sometimes during the preparation of the requirement itself, you will be available. You will be giving your input on the requirement preparation. At that time, you will get more clarity on the requirement so that you can easily start writing the test cases. Now, if you see this particular application, Orange HRM, it's open source application only, we can use it. Assume that we are planning to write the test case for that particular application, and it has different login feature. Admin can log in, admin can maintain the employee, and employee can also log in. After login, he or she can control his own portal. That is the two thing. Okay, I wanted to make sure these are all working fine. So for this particular thing, assume that there are some 100 backlogs or whatever it is, or if you're following the waterfall model, you will have the requirement like this. Now you have to, once the planning is done, there are going to be 25 QA engineer for working on this particular environment. In that, few are going to do automation and few are going to do manual testing, and it will be shifted based on the test case completion and then the automation or completion. So assume that that is going to be handled here. Once this is done, test planning and control is done. If you have the document, go through it. If you don't have the document, not an issue. Test planning document, if you have, go through it. Once you go through, you will get an idea. Okay, the entire testing team, what they are going to follow, will be available here. In this also, I told you, right, 70-30%. What is the approach we are planning to do for testing? Okay, here it's a sprint agile model. In this, it should be clear, like testing team should take the responsibility and clearly mention those things in planning, because sometimes what will happen is they will give the product on last day, and the last day if they give, we will not be able to complete within the sprint. Okay, that becomes a problem for the testing team, right? So those things should be clearly mentioned. 70% of the duration will be of development, 30% duration will be of testing. So totally we have 10 days in the sprint cycle. I'm telling, if we have 10 days, 2 days will be excluded in the sense you will be having calls, grooming meeting for next sprint and all. So for that and all, you are spending time, your working time, you are going to spend for the calls and all, right? So that 2 days that will not be included for working on the backlogs. So 2 days will be skipped. So 8 days will be calculated. Those 8 days will be taken as a story point. Story point 8 will be that and all, I'll tell you. Okay. Now in that 8 days, 70% of the 8 days will be on development. So after completing 70%, we should get the build. QA team should get the build. Remaining 30% will execute the test case. We'll do planning, like we'll do analysis and design in the during the 70% of development. Testing team will be doing this analysis and design on the basically the test case preparation will be doing during that time. Okay, then we will implement it in the remaining 30% of the day. So that is what actually going to happen in the Agile. In your model, it's same thing only. You cannot skip this. You have to go through the requirement and write the test case. For sure, you will not have, suppose if it is in a development stage, you will not have the product with you. So you will be doing the same thing only. Whereas here, what we do is every stage we do this. Okay, in the Agile, if you see every stage we do this, but in waterfall model, you come reading the entire requirement, you will prepare the document. That's it. Okay, so that is the concept here. Anyhow, this is not based on the model and all. You have to implement it. Software testing life cycle, you have to go through for sure. Okay. Now let's start preparing few test case document. I'll share this test case document to you. You can start preparing it. Okay, let's go step by step. And after preparing, you can try to add that into GitHub. Since we have session for 68 hours, initial 10 to 12 hours only, it's going to be a theory part, and rest of them are going to be completely an answer and task only. So to track everything and all, it's better to connect to the GitHub, which I'll tell you today. You can configure the Git in your machine. All of you have GitHub account. If not, during the lunchtime, you can create a GitHub account and keep it. You can create with personal account itself, just for learning purpose. I'll just give you a drive link, whether you are able to access or not.
Bala, if you can just tell what is the purpose of GitHub? I mean, why usually we use it? If you can just brief us on that.
Yeah, while pushing it, we will be doing it. I'll be informing for sure.
Fine.
So right now, if you create like github.com, just create an account. You have to sign up and use your Gmail account, and then you can create. See, for example, I'll just show you one of the thing what happened. This is one of the training which is happening on weekdays for me. It's starting from testing fundamental. Okay. And then for example, it will be easy for me to track. This is a fresher batch, so we don't want to compare that over here. Like you will be able to track each and everything what we are discussing in the session. For this is my GitHub account. Let me show you, and this is one of the members' GitHub account. See, we are going to discuss lots of topics. Day by day, we will be discussing lots of topics. Now, okay, suppose by mistake you have deleted the code, whatever we have discussed during the session, or you wanted to share the code to me so that I can download it and I can use it. And I wanted to track each and every step. You can please check your audio. Okay, assume that you wanted to track each and every stages of the learning, whatever you're learning, you wanted to track everything. And sometimes we will write some code, and after writing the code, we will be completely modifying the code, but you wanted the previous code also with you. So during that time and all, we'll try to keep it safely in some repository. Okay, this repository follows some order, like some architecture is there. We'll be discussing that directly. If I tell about this commit and all, you will not get to know anything over here. But I'll just show you, this is one of the repository where it contains the project we discussed for 1 week. In 1 week, you can see these are the updates happen. Working on alert, working on Citibank page, Medibuddy, Salesforce application. So these things you can easily track it over here. And in case if you want for your entire project, there will be a repository, and everyone will be contributing to the same repository. So multiple people will be contributing to this repositories and all. So for testing concept and all, it will be like just if you have drive link, you can keep it over there, not an issue for the time being. And for coding, for keeping the source code, like technical code only, we use this GitHub. Okay. You can see this. These people were not able to access drive, so I just asked them to put it over here. So whatever the task they do daily, they will be trying to update it over here. And this is my account. So these are the concepts explained. So that by going to the commit, if you click on it, it will take you to the code, what is exactly what code is modified over here. You will get it easily. So it will be easy for you to track. Okay. So this scenario we will be discussing, don't get confused. I want you to do one thing, that is go to github.com. You will have sign up option. Just sign up with your Gmail account and keep it. That's enough. Okay. Google account is fine. Now I'll put the template detail here. Today I'll give you an introduction to whatever we are planning to discuss, so that you will get an idea. This testing concept is something which is mandatory. Those 5 to 6 people are new to testing here. So before going with some technical detail, basic test cases, if you are able to write, I can easily.
हेलो
Yeah.
हाँ हाँ वही देख रहा हूँ कर रहा हूँ
Everyone, please check your audio before.
Shamang, please go on mute, Shamang.
I muted it. No issues. Just check whether you're able to access this GitHub. Sorry, the drive link. Check if you're able to access the drive link. I'll tell you what you need to do. Okay. First, initially we'll see the UI and we'll start writing the test case. Once that is done, by just understanding the requirement, you should be able to write the test case. Okay. If you are able to write the test case, in your duty will be writing the test case, and you need to understand where you are going to execute it. Okay. On the component you are going to execute, or while integrating the applications, while integrating the different component you are going to execute, or as a whole system you are planning to test. In your case, I guess most of the time you will be testing as a whole system. Okay. So system testing and acceptance testing and all, which we'll be discussing, for sure it will be useful for you, because since it is a waterfall model, like most of the application you are designing with waterfall model, it should connect the entire team properly. The testing document or the testing what you write, it should connect the entire team, even the non-technical team, so that it will be easy for them to understand what's going on in the development. And for that, acceptance testing would be best suitable, writing the user stories. Okay, first we'll write the test cases over here. Download this file. We're able to access it, everyone. Or if you have any, those who are already writing the test cases, it's fine. No need to just follow it if you want. Otherwise, you can If you wanted to do it, though it's fine. Okay, fine. So just download it. I have given one template over here. Okay. So first thing in the template will be slightly changing when you get into the project. It depends on the project, but these things are for sure you need to address in the template. There will be something called project profile. Okay, and it will be by default, it will be filled and given to you, where you will have the project ID or any additional details required, that will be there. Project ID, project name will be there. Some ID will be there, project ID. It will be during the discussion of the requirement, they will be mentioning some project ID. Like the project which I was working in PDMA was something like RBA. They used to refer it as RBA, QBA. Okay, and project name and what is the purpose of the project. And this document who's going to prepare, you can change your name over here. In this section, you can change your name and you can mention your role. Review by, you can give it my name. Approved by, you can give your project manager name, or you just leave it as blank. Here you modify your name, and different remaining things are fine. Then you see something called RTM, requirement traceability matrix. Okay. Now only we are planning to write the test case. Test case in the sense, assume that in this application, there is going to be a login screen in this application. Okay, login screen is going to be there, and I don't want any registration screen because that should be done from the background. I should not allow any user to register and login. It should be controlled by admin. Admin control we have to run from the background. I don't want to provide any UI for adding the admin. Okay, only login screen will be there. Now, in login screen, username I need to give and password I need, and then I need to click on login. Okay, no OTP, nothing, just username, password. The demo application is available right now for testing and executing it. But while writing the test case, just understand what are the feature we want. We want username, password, and login. Okay, we wanted to validate this particular thing, whether if I give a proper credential, admin credential, assume that you're trying to check for admin. If I try to log in as a admin, if I give a proper credential, it should take me to the dashboard. If I give a improper credential, it should throw the error. And if I give a empty username, password, and all, it should give the different error. Okay, those things. For example, improper credentials, if it is given, this will be given in the document like this, not in the notepad and all. It will be given something like this. Okay, so picture will not be there, but sample picture you can see it. User role, employee role, and then okay. As of now, I'll just type it over here quickly. So improper credential, if it is provided, the user should get, whoever tries to log in, okay, user should get, like it will be mentioned in the document, this error message. The Word document, mostly I guess it will be in Word document, or if you just maintain in some Jira portal and all, you have to see that portal. Okay, the 3 part of that particular requirement will be there. Okay, user should get some error message will be there. Like for example, invalid credential when user provided an improper credential, and if they provide empty username, okay, and these are all, sometimes what will happen is just they provide that improper credential, proper credential, that's it. In the requirement document they will provide this improper credential, proper credential, that's it. They don't provide too much of detail on in the requirement document. They don't provide something like empty username, empty processor, those things and all will not be provided over there. Just sometimes it will be provided. Rarely what happens is if there is an invalid, like the requirement, sorry, this will also be not provided in the requirement. The requirement, admin should log in and admin should log in and see. dashboard screen. First thing is dashboard screen. That is basically a requirement document. Sorry, I was writing user stories about it. The requirement document, what will be there is admin module will be there. Admin module. In admin module, I should be able to see admin should log in. And once he log in, he should go to dashboard screen. That is the requirement. And then in the dashboard screen and all, you will be having the feature. Admin should be able to assume that this is the requirement. Add employee. Admin should be able to add employee. So these two module we are it is being developed right now. We are planning to write a test case for these two modules. Okay. Admin should log in and see the dashboard screen. Now, when in the requirement, it will be given something like this. Admin should be able to log in. Once he log in, he should see the red dashboard screen. That is the detail will be given. And what is inside dashboard screen and all different module will be there. And then admin, what are the controls will be there for admin? This is one different module. Different modules will be there in the requirement. It will be split as a design, right? So from the design, we can easily understand what are the modules will be there. Right now, assume that we are going to write test case for these two modules. Okay, one is for login scenario, the other one is for managing the employee. So, for example, in the requirement will be there here with point over here. System installing admin module. You can see 5.0 is there, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. These are all requirement. Over here, detail will be mentioned here. So go to the RTM. RTM stands for requirement traceability matrix. For example, if any of the test case is failed here, we have to understand under which requirement it is getting failed. For that, what we will do is in the left hand side, if you see in the code sheet, you will be able to see something like scenario ID, test case ID, and then test description, condition, step, test data, expected, actual status, and who created it, test case who created it, test case executed by who executed it. It will be interchanged and executed for better efficiency. And executed date will be template. There will be some new conditions or test conditions will be there in something. 1 or 2 columns will be additional date in this case. But these are some mandatory columns. If you are going to follow this template for the entire application. Don't introduce new template for one part of the module. It will be quite difficult. Now it will have a feature over here. Let me delete it. Okay. Now on the landing page, what are the details should be available? Okay, UI component, what are the things should be available that we will be trying to add it over here. For that, I am going to give host. You can give the detail over here. Let me try to delete this first of all. All these I'll delete it. You can delete all these things. Here you will have requirement number, scenario name, test case count. Now, how many test cases will be there for one particular scenario you need to mention. That scenario from where you are going to pick it. So I already have the requirement. So this is the requirement. So in this requirement, if you notice it, admin module is there. Under admin module, user management job, all these things. All right. We are planning to work on the admin module login. Assume that this is the requirement number. 3.0 is the requirement number. So that requirement detail will be given over here. 3.0. Let me give it as OH. OH stands for the project name, project ID, underscore, or requirement, underscore, 5.5, I'll keep it. That is the requirement number. For that requirement number, we are planning to write the test case. That requirement number deals with login page. That requirement number deals with the logging in with the admin portal. All these things will be handled under this. For this requirement, for that one requirement, same requirement, we will have different scenario. One is OH SC underscore. Let me keep it as 01. That is the scenario. Under that scenario, first I'm going to check the login landing page. Login landing page. Under that same scenario, we have to log in and check it. For example, login scenario. For login scenario, what are the different test cases you will be writing? This will become a second scenario. One scenario, I'm checking for the landing page, the UI component, whether it is present properly or not. And then for that, there will be few test cases. Login is what we are going to do. Next scenario, next requirement is logging into the portal. For logging into the portal, what are the things you need to test it? That comes under over here. For example, whenever you take a login, two things you'll be doing: valid credential, invalid credential. Apart from that, few more test cases will be there. Those things will be coming into picture. All the test case count you have to mention over here. Upfront, mostly we will not know. We'll mention randomly, and once you start writing it, you will come to know exactly. As of now, you can leave this as it is. Now the point over here is, when there is an issue with any of these test cases, we should be able to get into the scenario. From the scenario, we should be able to get the requirement. That requirement you should be able to discuss in case of any issues. So this connectivity, what we do over here, it's basically called requirement traceability matrix. Okay, ultimately, whatever the test case you are writing, it should be able to connect to the requirement. Okay, all this will be done under the planning, analysis and design. Got it? Okay. See, admin can log into the portal that I figured out from the requirement. Assume that that is figured out from the requirement. The another one is admin should be able to add an employee. So these two things we'll try to work on quickly. Okay. So those who are new, it would be quite difficult by going with this particular just without UI. If you start writing it, it will be difficult. Those who are new, I'll tell you the application. We will be going through the UI and then doing it. Okay. For example, initial test case will use the UI. Assume that module is developed and they have given. For that, we are planning to write, because those who are new to testing, just by keeping these not two stent, writing the test case will be quite difficult. Keeping one or two theory part of the requirement, and with that writing the test case will be quite difficult. So initially we'll try to use the application and write it. And for add employee and all, forgot password and all will be there. Forgot password. Those two things we'll try to use the application and write it. For this, we will try to use without application feature. We'll try to write without application. I'll tell you how to do that. Now let's go to step by step. You can use this link. This is the application basically. Orange HRM. If you Google, you will be getting it. This is the application right now. For this, we'll write the test case. After writing the test case, we can start with programming. Basic test case, if you are able to write, we can start with programming. Parallelly, we'll work on the testing level, testing techniques, those concepts and all. Okay. See, whatever we have discussed till now, any doubts with this? Like software testing definition and software development lifecycle, different model available in software development, and then fundamental of testing process, STLC lifecycle basically. Is any doubts with this part? And right now we are mostly will be working on this level, these two level, the 2 and 3. Okay, this will be the major part, and this major part can be derived from the planning document only. Okay, traceability matrix, you have to go through the requirement and do it. Assume that this is the application. In the application, basically assume a requirement and application. So in the requirement, it will be something like this. Logo should be there for the application, and then there should be a logging panel, and these things and all should be there. Logo should be there for the application, and the login panel text should be there here. Text box should be there. Two text box should be there. Username and password, and it should have the login button and forgot your password. So these are the things will be there in the requirement document. Okay, the requirement document will be something like this. Login should be there, and forgot password for changing the password should be there. That's it. Okay, and in case if they wanted any additional detail, they will give it. Forgot password with the mail OTP, or forgot password with the generate OTP or mobile OTP, those things and all. If they want, they can add it in the requirement. Okay, but requirement tells you what they want. That's it. Okay, requirement wants admin should log in and admin should be able to add the employee. That is the requirement. For that, we will start writing the test cases. So for this first UI component, we'll try to understand. In the UI component, if you want to enter username and password, you should have the text box, proper text box, and login button should be there. Okay, they will be mentioning login should happen with username and password. That will be there. Okay, so landing page, login landing page, UI component is what we are planning to validate. For that, we'll write the scenario. First mention it. First, is it clear for you? UI component in sense, visually what should be available in the UI, where it should available, the width, those things and all, no need to worry about it as of now. Just concentrate on the UI. What are the fields required in that UI? Okay, initially. Now, going to the only one test case is enough. We can club all these things under one test case. And first line you can delete it, which is not required. This row you can delete it. Row number 2 you can delete it, which is not required. That is scenario ID you need to give, and you have to generate hyperlink. That I'll tell you how to generate it. And then the precondition steps you need to give it properly. And while writing the steps, you have to follow. Those who are new to testing, I'll tell you, while writing the steps, you should not give it as a paragraph. Point by point only it should be given while writing the test steps. Data should be given properly. Expected result also point by point only it should be given. Don't give it as a paragraph and all, because test execution time needs to be decided. Okay, so that it can be easily decided by going through the document with steps. If you give it as a theory, it will be quite difficult. Like a paragraph, if you give it, it will be quite difficult. You can delete that for row number 2. Right click on this 2 and then delete it. Okay, and you have to get comfortable with Excel, creating hyperlink in the Excel and all. You should be able to do. And in this document, you can see there is something called status. In status, only 3 options is available. One is passed, failed, skipped, blocked. Okay, if it is not, it cannot be tested right now, we will mark it as blocked. If it is crashing or anything, it is blocked, right? So how to generate this drop down, those things and all, you should know it. Okay, let me generate it and show it. You can delete the row number 2. See, Excel, based on the version you use, it could be slightly different in your case. In this document, you can see there is a drop down. To generate this drop down, already it is developed. To generate this drop down, what you can do is in your Excel, you can see something called data validation. There will be something called data validation. Let me check on this. Under data, you can see data validation. Okay, for example, here, let me do here in this column. I'll try to do it. Under data validation, you can make a note on the icon. With the latest version of Eclipse, you can see this icon. Generating drop down hyperlinks and all, you should be able to do it. Under data validation, just click on the data validation. Okay, here you can see by default it is any value. I can change it to list. After changing it to list, comma separated, you can give the detail. Okay, or you can give it somewhere in the Excel and you can drag and drop. So that is what I have done it over here. For creating this, I've done the same thing. Okay, you can see list I have chosen, comma separated, I gave the detail. For example, let me copy this data validation list. Just go to any column, data validation list, and I am giving A, comma B, comma C, comma D, and then click on OK. Now you can see drop down will be generated with those options A, B, C, D. You can write any one data only from this. If you try to give any other data, and it will not accept. Outside, if you try to click, it will not accept. Only the data which is followed over here can be used only from this list. Okay, same way I can create a drop down, and if you want it in 2-3 lines, just drag and drop. That's it. Okay. Understood how to create the drop down. First of all, basic drop down in the Excel. Working? Now, scenario, you should be connecting with hyperlink properly. And that scenario, when you click on it, it should take you to the requirement. Okay, creating the scenario and all. Directly, it's not like text you should give. For example, first I wanted to write a test case for the UI component, whether the login page is displaying all the component properly or not. For that, what I can do is I can give that scenario here. Okay, scenario is one. Now, if you give this, okay, this scenario, you should right now, if you leave it as it is, it's fine, but it's better to connect to the hyperlink. Okay, to connect it to hyperlink, what you can do is you can right click on it. Like when you click on it, it should take you to this particular scenario or requirement traceability matrix. If it is in different Excel also, you can connect. As of now, I've given it in a different sheet. You can see the sheet. The sheet name is RTM. In RTM, OHI underscore SC underscore 01. That comes in B7. Okay. Row number is 7. Column number is B. B7 is actually scenario 1. Now, to connect that here as an hyperlink, you can just give this and then right click on that particular cell, go for hyperlink option. Now hyperlink, you can give some link www.google.com. If you go, when you click on that particular text, it will go to google.com. But I wanted to go to the RTM, requirement traceability matrix. For that, you can do place in this document option, place in this document. You will have different sheets. Right click on that particular cell, hyperlink. Then you can see option like place in this document. In this document, you will have different sheets: project profile, RTM, test cases, revision history. RTM is what I want. In RTM, which cell I want, that you can give it. For example, right now B7. Click on OK. That connectivity you do it. So right now, if I click on it, it will take you to that particular requirement and like that particular scenario. That scenario should be connected to the requirement. Even for requirement also, you should be able to connect that. Right now, requirement is in a different file. We have to create a new document and connect it. That I'll tell you later. Okay. Test cases, you try to connect with the scenario. Understood how to generate a hyperlink within the document. Some basic drop-down creation, hyperlink creation is enough. Then you can start writing the test case detail. After writing it, after completing this, I'll tell you how to keep it in the GitHub. Okay, and then you can share me the GitHub detail. We'll try to push it into the GitHub. Okay, and after writing 1 or 2 test case, we'll start learning the programming. While working with programming, these concepts and all, I can easily give it. We'll be doing it like these concepts, testing levels, all these things, or I can give you an idea about it. Because right now, if you do things in order to work with programming, the programming why we are learning is for automation. Automation is the thing. Our main scope is automation. For automation, we are learning programming. You should know why automation is important. Most of the things you might have got with the development model itself, why automation is important. Now for writing the automation, what is required? Test case is required. If you know how to write the test case and keep it, with that you should know expected value, actual result, and what is verification, what is validation, some basic idea. If you know, we are going to do a validation right now, running the software, and basically automation runs the software and test it. That's a validation part. That is what we are planning to do. While doing a validation part, we will going through the requirement and try to automate this part one by one. Okay. Write the test case ID. Test case ID, you can give it as OH underscore C underscore 01. That is the first test case which I'm planning to write. Now in description, you need to give these descriptions and all, you need to give it properly. Description should give a clear idea, because you will be developing, not the one you will be executing it always. New people will also be hired for executing it, or it will be interchanged within a team, but it goes for review. It should have a clear detail. Okay. This is the description only to verify the UI component. UI stands for user interface. UI component in the landing page or in the login page. and with description, precondition. Okay. Done with this. Next, a description. This description gives an idea about what kind of test case is this. And then precondition. For example, if you want to execute it, okay. So if you want to execute, you should have the browser, one thing, and you should be able to navigate to the URL, right? So this URL, if you're not able to access it, no point in executing the steps. You'll not be able to execute the test step. So precondition is you should have access to this URL. So URL should be access to the QA environment, QA URL. So that URL detail, it's important that you should mention it over here. In the requirement detail, you QA, if you're testing QA URL, there will be different URL given to you. This is the application in production. This URL is in production right now, since we are using it over here, it's in production. But during the testing stages and all, QA environment will be there, dev environment will be there, and production environment will be there. Okay. So what we will do is we will try to run the script in QA environment. QA environment URL, you try to provide it over here. Don't provide it in each and every condition. Navigate to URL, that URL. Don't provide it in each and every place, because this test cases, either you'll run it in QA environment or dev environment. Sometimes you'll run it in production also. So you have to just modify that over here, the URL detail. Okay. And always before running the code, just make sure which URL you wanted to trigger. Don't spend time on a different URL and waste it. Okay. So precondition, right now you should be able to get the build, basically navigate to the access the, it's a web application, we have already discussed it, to the URL mentioned. Okay. That is the URL you need to concentrate right now. Basic test case writing you should be able to do. All of you done with these things. Hyperlink, all of you able to create it properly, those who are new to testing. Excel activities, you try to work on Excel activities. Okay. Now initially you will be writing it in Excel, or you guys are using any tool, like those who are already working in testing environment, any specific tool used, or only in the Excel you are writing? So that if you give the input, others will be prepared for that. Okay. Step. Okay. So this URL should be there. In this, there is no much step. We have to just navigate to that URL. Initially, make sure you have access to the URL. That's a precondition before you start executing it. Now, make sure you navigate to the URL. That is the first step. Navigate to the URL, and then you can give the data. Okay. In case of any data, you can give the data. You have to start giving the expected result. So, for example, on the landing page, we have to cover everything. While executing, we'll prioritize. We will see here in the test case creation, we have to create test cases for each and every parameter in the application. Each and everything we'll be creating. While running the code during the execution, we can prioritize and we can run it. In case if you want to skip few unit test cases and all, you can skip it. That's not a problem. But that needs to be, you should not skip it. That should be reviewed, and then from the management team it should be given to you. So whether we can skip it for the timing, they only take the final call. You cannot decide it. Okay. Now in this one, expected thing, like test data, as of now, no test data for this. Directly I'll give it over here, because only one data will be there. Cannot keep on changing the data. Once I come to the landing page, this is the landing page. In the landing page, what are the things we should have? We should have the logo, login text over here, login panel text over here, and text box should be there, login should be there, and then forgot your password should be there, and below that you can see few more details. These are all things which should be added in the UI component. And title of the page, you can see this is your title. All of you listen here, this part is nothing but the title of the page. Okay, these details and all, you have to make sure it's present properly in the application. Okay, UI, each and every test cases we will be writing it. Okay, apart from behavioral also we will be writing it over here, but behavior is what we will concentrate more. Okay? For example, first thing is I'll just give it as a title should be. You can put it in the left hand side. Title should be, if it is starting in between or to the right and all, you can use, just click out it, use left. Okay, and then this top option you can use under the home. If you give, it will go for the center of the screen, left side top, you can give this top. Title should be, since title will not be keep on changing, you can add it under the expect result. Title is going to be keep on changing for every time you launch the application, then data will be keep on changing. So this data will come into picture. As of now, you can give it over here. Title should be open EMR. So first you have to check this, and point by point you mention it. Remaining, don't club all this together. Mention point by point. Now logo, I want something like this, orange HRM logo should be present. And this UI and all, logo detail, all these things you will not know by going to the requirement. Okay, there somewhere they might have mentioned that logo should be there on all the pages. If they mention something like that in the requirement, then you have to add this in the UI component. If it is not mentioned in the requirement, no need to add it. Later, once they develop it, they will ask you to add it. At that time and all, you have to just modify this document and add it and keep it safe. Okay, and these things, but UI and all, 100% you will not be able to judge it without the actual environment. So whatever is required, for example, login is what I want to do. Login, there should be text box, username, password, text box, and login button should be there. Forgot password should be there. Those things if you mention, that's more than enough in the initial stages. If the document is clearly given to you with all the parameters, then you have to write everything. Okay, if the requirement document is just telling you login into the portal and then nothing about the login page or those things and all, then you don't want to worry about the UI component completely. Just mention major part of the UI component and move on. So here text box should be available. For username and instead of merging it, as I told you, put point by point. Text box should be available for password. If it is too much of detail, then you can merge it. Otherwise, you just put it point by point so that it will. Those who are going to test it, they have to evaluate the test execution time by going through this. Okay. That time, point by point, if you write, it will be very helpful. And then button should be available for login. In most of the test case, what happen is UI component will be skipped. Okay. During the functional check, they will ask you to check the UI. That's it. It will not be specifically mentioned. And project to project, you can take a call. So first, is it clear for you? These validating the UI component. Link for forgot your password. You will not check whether those button is working fine or not. Text box is working fine or not. You just make sure the look and feel, the UI component is present properly or not. That's it. Forgot your password link. If you started with one particular sentence, like should be available for, try to use the same thing for others also. Don't introduce new things. These are all some things which you can notice it. It will be easy for you to track. Forgot your password. And below we have something like these things and all, which I'll tell you later. As of now, you can skip that. Okay. You don't want to write those things like orange HRM version detail should be displayed. That version detail should be mentioned. You'll write it, you can skip it for the timing. Point two something was there. Okay. Expand it max, like you can increase the column width if you want. You can right click on the cell, you can go for column width and you can increase it if you want. Otherwise, drag and drop here to increase the column width, and with row width you can do this. Row height if you want to increase, you can do this up or down, or you can choose this row, click on this line number 2 and right click on it. Row height you can modify. Okay, and let me try to add one more. The single step I'll do it. Icon for social media link will be available. LinkedIn, Facebook. Right now, what we are doing is we are just taking the UI part. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube or something. Whether it is working or not, those things and all, we have to bring it up in the next step. These are the look and feel. Actual result will not be there as of now. Everything will be empty, and you can fill today's date over here. Okay, you can fill first a month, day, and then you fill the year. This is the UI. This is one scenario. And after that, we'll be creating one scenario. In that scenario, we'll try to work on the login. Login, what are the things you need to do is invalid credential, valid credentials, empty username. As a QA engineer, you have to cover all these things and check whether it is displaying at least some sensible detail in the application or not. Because in the requirement and all, they will not give the detail, like empty username should be thrown with empty username, or if you don't give the password, it should throw empty password. Those things may not be available in the requirement. Your duty will be understanding that login feature and covering all the test cases. Whatever you understand on that particular login, you have to cover all the test cases. So for login, if you see valid, first go for the behavior, application behavior, that is going to be valid. And then invalid. If you give invalid, it should throw the error message. If you give valid, it should take you to the dashboard screen. That is what you need to do. Apart from that, the empty username, empty password, those things you can cover. Okay. Around 4 test cases is what we will be writing for this. That we will do it after the lunch break. We'll do it. After doing that, we'll try to push it to GitHub, and then we'll use that particular test case. You will have an idea. With that, we will be able to do automation also. Okay. Hyperlink part, what you can do is yeah. So for example, next I wanted to write a test case for login. For login, the test case detail will be valid credential, invalid credential. If I give a valid credential, it should take me to the dashboard screen. Let me show you that. I'll tell you hyperlink. Mean 1, 2, 3. If I provide a valid credential, it should take me to the dashboard screen that I need to check. Okay, and then if I provide an invalid, and those who are new, go through the application and do it, no issues. If I provide invalid credential, this error message should be given to the user. That I used to bring it in the test case. And then username and password if I type. Okay, so what is the response coming? if that response makes sense or not, we need to do. So it shows that user cannot be empty. And if password is empty, it shows password cannot be empty. So these are all different feature added by the development team. Anyhow, we have to cover all these things. Okay, whether they add it or not, we have to cover and inform it properly on these cases. So 4 test cases what we are planning to cover over here. If you have any additional test cases, we will add it. Then I have to create scenario here. Scenario will be here, it should be 02. And when I click on this hyperlink, when I click on this hyperlink, it should take you to the RTM, this scenario. For that, what you can do is right click on that particular cell, that particular OH_SC_0, right click, hyperlink you do. In this, you see existing file web page will be there. Below that, you can see place in this document. In this document, RTM sheet. In RTM sheet, which cell you want, that you need to give. For example, here the cell detail is B8. That is the cell detail. So right click on that particular scenario ID, hyperlink, go to this place in this document, go to RTM here in this RTM B8, right? So I will be giving B8, then click on OK. Edit hyperlink B8 and then click on OK. Now when I do a click here, it will take you to that particular scenario. Got it? Hyperlink generation. Okay, fine. So once we write some 10 test cases, you will get an idea about it. Right, so we'll after the lunch break, you guys can take some break. After the lunch, we'll start the session. So after the lunch, we'll try to write few test cases. After completing few test cases, we'll get into programming. We'll do some hands-on practice with programming so that everyone can be involved in it. Those who are already working in the testing environment, for them these topics and all, it's something they do daily. So we'll start with programming so that that will make everyone involved in this. After the lunch, we'll continue. If you have any doubts in this space, let me know. And in this space, at what stage you are writing the test case is important. What is traceability matrix is important as of now. If you get the document, you should be able to open the document and go to the requirement properly by going through this RTM level. Okay, fine. So if you have any doubts, let me know. Otherwise, we'll start by after lunch. We will start with Java. So everyone, please make sure you attend the second part. Second part, I'll give you an introduction to programming. That is very important. And for that, you need to do hands-on. You have to set up your environment, all 29, right? So you need to set up your environment properly after the lunch. So please make sure you have your laptop ready after the lunch break. Those who are already from testing background. We'll start at 2:05 p.m. IST. And if anyone is facing an issue or any suggestion or any doubts, if you have, let me know. Those who don't have doubts, you can leave for lunch. We'll start by 2:05. Okay, any doubts? What happened, Bharati?
Anyone wants to ask anything? I think I mean, there was someone who was asking about traceability metrics, I think. Sorry, hyperlinks.
Hyperlink, I informed them.
Okay, fine.
I repeated it, yes.
Anyone else? Anyone wants to know anything?
No, sir. I got this hyperlink.
Okay, fine.
Okay, good.
Fine, Akshay.
Yeah, so after the lunch, we'll write 2-3 test cases. Then we'll start with programming so that others will also be involved. Parallelly, we'll work on the testing concept. Okay. We'll start by 2:05 then.
Fine, Bala.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Yes, Bharati. Am I audible? After we write few test cases, 4 or 5 test cases we'll write, then I'll give you an idea about setting up Java environment, and we'll start writing the code, Java code, basic Java code, so that you can practice in the next week. Yeah. Okay. So majorly used is what? First of all, you need to understand SDLC concept, software development lifecycle concept. So in software development lifecycle, these are the stages: requirement analysis, design, development, testing, and once the testing is done, product will be released. Once the product is released, there will be a minor change in the application, or you have to add a new feature in the existing project. Those things and all comes under maintenance. These are all different stages you have to do it in order to release the product. Now, for doing this, we will be following the waterfall model. Waterfall model in the sense, first you will be completing this phase, requirement analysis, complete document will be ready. Then you will move to the next stage. After completing the stage 1, then you will go for phase 2. Once the phase 2 is completed, then you will go for development. Once the development is completed, unit tested it, then only you will get into the testing. Okay, so before complete, like you should not start anything basically before completing the previous stages. So that's the concept of waterfall model. So one stage, like you will have to wait for the complete application to be released. You will be writing test cases, that is different, but you have to, for testing it, you have to wait for the complete application to be delivered to you, whole application, not component and all. So that is your you waterfall model. Okay. Requirement is crystal clear, then you can go for this the application, and that then you have to redo all the process again in case if any main concept, everything needs to be repeated, which is going to be a time consumption. So that is the waterfall model. Am I audible? The other one is, okay, so waterfall model, you can see CI/CD is different. That is for pipeline, that can be used in any of these model. This is that approach, development approach. Okay, so we use waterfall, V model, Agile Scrum model. CI/CD pipeline is nothing but that is, for example, you design an automation script and you want to run that automation script every 2 a.m. in the night. Every 2 a.m. you want to run that automation script. That automation you might be developed on this particular model or Agile model or V model, whatever it is. You have an automation. That automation you want to run every 2 a.m. and check, make sure the application is working fine. For that and all, we'll use the CI/CD pipeline. Okay, that is not a model. Okay, at the end of the application, we will be maintaining the at the end of the completion of the project, you have to maintain it somewhere. Okay, we'll use Git repository to maintain. I wanted to run regularly, or whenever there's a change in the development environment, I want to trigger that build and check automation gives the helps us in finding the defects, and all those things will happen under CI/CD. That's a final stage. Which problem exactly? See, for example, we are developing as in sprint 1, we are doing some task. Sprint 2, we are doing some task, right? Okay, and it is so sprint 1, we are developing some task. Sprint 2, we are developing some task. Okay, all these needs to be integrated properly. And then, for example, you start something in sprint 3 and you found this sprint 3 is not helping us in working with the existing one. Totally, we have to abort the sprint 3 backlogs and we have to go with new backlogs. Then I wanted to go with the previous sprint code. Okay, how can I maintain it? For that and all, CI/CD pipeline will be useful. Okay, it depends on the problem. Okay, suppose if multiple people will be working on this, okay, to maintain the project, all will be adding the code and one code should not be deleted. To maintain that and all, you will be using CI/CD pipeline. So you have to understand which problem they are talking about in that section. Okay, so for sure it will be used in all the models, not only for Agile. Okay, to keep the track of the code. And here it becomes a mandatory part. The reason is why it becomes a mandatory part is every stage by stage you are doing the SDLC process here, stage by stage. Every sprint you will do SDLC, complete thing you will be doing. Now at sprint 25 and all, you will be having all the previous code and all you want. Suppose you complete sprint 25 and you found there is application is going for a task. I wanted to revert back to the previous one. How can I revert back? If you don't maintain the code in CI/CD pipeline, it will be quite difficult in reverting back and all. So it becomes an unskippable part here. Whereas here, without the CI/CD pipeline, you can use that by keeping in your desktop server or anything. We can run this application in this model. But still, for further automation, when it comes to picture, you will do automation daily. You will not run it. You will not sit and execute it step by step. You will not do it. Mostly, you will be relying with a Jenkins or setting up the Azure DevOps. Those environment only we will be using it. Jenkins and Git are open source, which we can use it for the training, and then you can easily get adapted to AWS. In AWS and all, you will configure Git and Jenkins only. AWS, you have code commit, which is similar to Git only, GitHub concept only. Jenkins, it's going to be common. You will be creating an easy instance and you will be doing that is a CI/CD pipeline, which will be introduced in all the project nowadays to keep the code safe and run it regularly on the and every 2 a.m. or whenever there's a change in the build to run it. For that only we use CI/CD pipeline. Okay. Now coming to this test case, yeah. Now for a model, waterfall model, you will be going to the next step after completing the previous step. You have to wait until you get the complete product. That's the waterfall model. V model, we will start writing the test cases in each and every section. For that, as I told you, in order to describe V model, we have to understand testing levels, which we have to understand it one by one, which we will do it. No need to worry about it. We'll do it parallelly while discussing on that topic. Agile Scrum model, I explained you, in that product backlogs will be there. That product backlogs will be converted into sprint backlogs. Each sprint will take some backlogs and do that is called sprint backlogs. In that, in each and every sprint, you will be doing this SDLC concept. Okay, that is the model. So any one of the approach is used in the market, and exactly you will not use exactly the ditto of this model. One or two places you will be modifying it. Like some application will not have test planning and all, but directly you will be start writing the test cases. These things will happen. Okay, so those things and all, it's not like mandatory. It depends to project to project. Okay. regression to documentation, we will be preparing it. Okay, I have the planning documentation and all, the automation frameworks and all, I have it. Okay, test planning, in the planning itself, we'll be mentioning all these things. For example, if you see here, I'll show you this is connected to that particular architecture only. Okay. In the planning only, regression or documentation will be prepared. I'll show you. I'll get from the hard disk and I'll show you. Okay, just framework designing. So in the planning documentation, it will be mentioned what kind of regression we are going to develop and what is the architecture we are going to follow. Those things will be mentioned here. Okay, and those things comes under the planning and control. Okay. Now I will quickly finish the test case writing. Few test case will try to write, and then those who are new, I'll give you a few more scenario where you can write the test case, and then we'll start with Java. Java will give an introduction, so that in this week I give you a few hands-on in Java. You try to practice it because you should get comfortable with writing the code. So basic activities, setting up the environment, I'll do it so that everyone will be able to follow the session. So these topics, those are already working in testing will know about this, writing the test case and all. You can see here, I'm planning to write a test case for this login. Login, different test cases will be writing. So one of the test case, it's a continuation only. Already test case 1 is there, test case 2, that will be connected to scenario 2. To connect it, right click on it, hyperlink, edit hyperlink or hyperlink. You can do place in this document, RTM, that particular cell. And then click on OK. Hyperlink will be generated. Click on it, it will take you over there. Now, after doing that, here, those are new, try to write it. This is to verify the valid login to the valid login. When you give a valid login, first always go for the actual behavior of the application. If you give a valid login, it should take you to the dashboard screen. That is the actual step, actual behavior of the application. If we give an invalid credential, what is going to happen? Those things and all you can cover. First, kind of cover the positive area, then you cover the negative area. But as a tester, as a QA engineer, you have to check on all possibilities. Okay. Now, the prerequisite in this case and all, it will be same. So no prerequisite, just you should have the build environment with you. All of you listen here. Now, since someone new, I'll take this UI and explain it. Yeah, it's recording. No. So I'll take this scenario. For example, first thing what I need to do is I have to come to this URL. That is done. Okay. Navigate to the URL. So this will be the step 1. Now, second one is you can, in order to go for the next line, Alt enter you do, Alt enter, Alt enter you do, it will go for the next line. If you just do enter, it will go for the next cell. You do after choosing this particular line, the cursor should be in this line, then do Alt enter. Okay, go for the next line. Dot. You can give the second step. Second step is enter username. Don't merge all these steps together. Just do one bit. Alt enter. Third step. Enter password. What username, what password we have to enter, those things I will be giving it as data. And then Alt enter. Click on login. These are all steps. In order to check valid credential, I should do these steps. I should navigate to the URL. The URL will be there in the RTM document, the QA environment URL. Using that, we will try to navigate to the URL, enter the username and then password, and then click on login. When we give username, password, and click on login, as per the requirement, it should go to the dashboard page. Okay, that is the concept here. In the requirement document, it will be mentioned after login where it should land. Okay, so dashboard screen. So that detail is going to be the expected. Now, in this section, all of you listen here. Data. What are the data required over here? In order to do this activity, what data is required in order to do this activity?
Username and password.
Is required. Okay, we need a valid username and password. So that detail you can give it as a data here, so that whoever wants to execute it, they can pick the data here. Name admin, password is admin 123. In the page itself, it will be there, but in real time, it will not be spread in page at all. Different users, if you have, you can give all the username and password. Okay, you can give. As of now, I'll give one data. This is the data and the expected result, what we are expecting. Once we provide a valid credential, it should take you to the dashboard screen. User should be navigated to the dashboard screen. So here, whoever logs in, they should be navigated to, user should be navigated to dashboard screen. Dashboard screen or dashboard page, whatever it is. That indeed you need to give. This will be the test case. The requirement, you have to write this. Now, after writing this, you will get to know what are the fields we are working on. For that field, you can start doing for that field a negative scenario and all, you can start thinking about it. Whenever you have a form, then only negative scenarios will come into pictures. On clicking on a link and all, no need to worry about it. Just cover the behavior of the application. When it is a form, like a register form, login form, adding the employee details, okay, and then if you are planning to modify the employee details, then only different possibilities will be there, okay, where you have to test all these things and bring that into the documentation. Created by and created date you can mention. Created by we already mentioned. Created date you mentioned. Okay. Then you can go for this next scenario. Complete this quickly. Okay, done with this. Now, so for this is the actual behavior of the application. First, this will be high priority one. So basically, this thing is the major part. Okay. This is something which you have to do for sure. Prioritizing the test cases and all before we start executing it. At that time, we'll be doing it. creating a test suite for it. That is on the next stage, implementation stage, implementation execution. Right now, we will just create it because we will not have the application. So we have to just create the test case. Now, one more test case under the same scenario we can create. You can just do drag and drop here. It will try to increase the number. For this, you have to do copy paste. If you drag and drop, it will increase the number. Just copy this and paste it here. And after that, just drag and drop for test case. So here you try to write the verify invalid login. Precondition, you can leave it as it is. Precondition, mostly it will not be there. Just you should have the build steps. You try to fill it. Okay. So for invalid credential, what happened in this case? What should we expect on the invalid credential? What is the expected result for invalid credential? Any application, you can take it as a reference and you have to tell what should be the expected value. What we, when we give a wrong credential, what we expect in that case?
User should not be able to log in.
Yeah, user should not be able to log in. That is one thing. And then some error message.
And error message, yes.
Either through pop-up or through display or anything, we have to give. Okay, incorrect. So that detail you can mention. User should be. User should the error message as okay. If it is discussed during the call before you start writing that case reviews will be happening, right? Not case review, like review for test basis. Basically, on the requirement, you will be doing review for review the test basis. Okay, what are the test case you can cover during that time? It will be discussed mostly. This will be the error message thrown or not. If it is not done, that is not an issue. Just make sure while doing it for the first time, just make sure that is shown properly. Something like invalid credential. And this error message should be shown. Steps, if you see, steps will be same, almost same steps. You can copy paste it and navigate to the URL, username, password. Data will be different. Wrong data will be there. That's it. And you can give multiple data in such case. If you want to test for different thing, you can give around 2 or 3 data for this. Alt enter. I wanted to go for one more data in that case. You can give 2 or 3 data based on your requirement. You can give it. Now, basic case is something will be written in this case, and different test cases will be there for valid login. These two are major things. Sure, you have to cover because on giving any credential, you should not give them an access to the portal. That you have to be very careful. You should get the error message as invalid credential. And if you wanted to add one more point, you can add that. You wanted to do something like this. User should not be. User should not get access to the portal. Any of this message is fine. Access to the portal. If you want to add that, you can add it. Add it as a point. Okay. If you wanted to make sure these are the things, you can add it as a point. Alt enter and then second point. 2 things we are going to check on this. We make sure user or displaying message. Okay, that is enough. That will make more sense in that case. If you want to add that also, you can add it like multiple details. Detail expected result you can give because this will be executed manually. First time, one round of manual testing we need to do, right? So only then we can go for automation. So no point in start doing an automation without doing the manual testing, because the application will not be stable. Spending that much time on automation, and if they come back with some changes in the application, you have to sit and change on entire automation and regression, which is going to be a waste of time only. So first we have to make sure test case document execution is done, so that we will have the application current build will be stable. With that build, we will start doing the automation. And in case changes on that build, new build.com, we'll run the automation and check previously existing feature or working or not. All done with this? Okay, now we have to validate few more things. We will be trying to add those things also. For example, empty username, empty password, either it's throwing proper error message or it's not allowing to the user to access the portal without giving the username or password. Those things will also be checked. Okay. Those things comes under a same scenario only. So you can add those test case also, copy the scenario and paste it. Under one scenario, you will have lot of test cases like this. Verify. Empty username. Okay. If you detail the description is fine. Empty username or not allowed to login. You can give detailed description. Description is your wish. Okay, if you can mention detail also. So this will be the same thing. Steps. What are the steps you will have in this case? In case if username. Step will be almost same. We don't want to fill the username, so you can remove. Yeah. Empty username. So password you can enter. Some password you can give. Okay. Just to what step we wanted to use. And then in that case, it will be almost same. Expected value will be same except the message. Most of the time, what happens is invalid credential will be given. Even if you give in empty username. So in this story, we have to get a clarity whether we are displaying this invalid credential always, or we are displaying a message username cannot be empty or something, that you can get a clarification, and then you can add that as a step over here. Okay. So in this application, it's actually throwing the different messages. Username cannot be empty. So that you can mention it over here. I'm taking it from the application. In real time, application will not be there. Just after the discussion, or it will be mentioned in the requirement after reviewing for text basis. You will have the detail in that. Okay. By using that, you can do you can take that and you can add it. Okay. Username will be empty in that case, and password empty also we will be trying to cover. Then I'll show you about forgot password with the different, because we don't have a page for it. So I'll try to write it and show you. Run right this test case. And similar thing for password. Okay, empty password also you can include it. Okay, this seems that these are all requirement given to us. Okay, so with that we can include. Suppose if they are not talking about empty username password, just post it. And if it is always going to be an invalid credential, you can add the data over here. Empty username, empty password also you can add the data, and then you can cover it in a single test case. Yeah, test case number 5. Empty password and username. Okay. And the password cannot be empty. Okay. Now, after finishing this, let's go for next scenario. See, in this thing, while doing this operation, we'll make sure the text box link login and all it's working or not. This login and all it's working or not. Login button and all it's working or not. Those things will be checked, and title, those things and all you have to validate over here. And the forgot password is there. Okay, we have just make sure the link is available. We have to check whether the forgot your password link is redirecting properly or not. Those things you have to do it. Those test cases also should be covered. Forgot password, I'll tell you how to do it. So listen carefully. All of you done with this? These are all some whatever the test case you wanted to do it on that application. So every thing should be included in the document. Whether you run this all these one you are executing or not, that's fine. But during the preparation, all will be included. And then we'll prioritize and then we'll start executing it. Okay? Which are the things you wanted to run, you will be checking it, and based on that you will be running it. So 4 test cases we have written for login functionality. Okay, login scenario we have created 4. Now we'll run with this. Okay, See, there is a forgot password link in that page. In the login page, there should be forgot your password link. Okay, I wanted to make sure whether that forgot your password link is working fine or not. That is our duty to make sure it's working fine or not. If it is working fine, then we should be able to reset the password. Okay, on resetting the password, assume that this is the requirement given to you. Okay, so we right now that is not developed properly here. You can see in the screen also it is not developed. Assume that in the requirement it is given something like this. That will try to write the test case. Forgot your password. After that, we'll start with some Java part. Forgot your password. When we click on it, it should show the user should be allowed to reset the password through mail. Okay. Through mail. And then the conditions and all will be there. Suppose if you want a restriction on password, those conditions and all they will be giving. Password should be like one special character, one uppercase, one lowercase, those things and all. If they want, they will be able to add it. Okay. So right now, this is the task. This is the concept which will be available in the requirement during the test case discussion. During the review for test basis, during the time, what will happen is you will be deciding on this. Okay, whether user should be able to reset the password through mail and using user name. That's the detail will be there in the requirement. Assume that this is given with 6.1 or something. Okay. Now, while reviewing it, we will understand the different things. So which link it should be navigating. For example, these are the test cases we need to prepare. All of you listen here. These are the test cases we need to prepare. Test cases for forgot your password. So first, what you need to do is make sure the link is working fine. One test case I'll be writing to verify that forgot your password link redirected to forgot your password page. Okay. For that, it is redirecting or not. That is one thing. So after redirecting the UI component in that page, UI component, verify UI component in the forgot your password page. So these are our test cases which we need to prepare. And after validating the UI component page, different things will be there, right? Suppose without entering first understand the actual behavior of the application. So user should be given they should be allowed to given the name. So for example, verify reset the password feature by providing username. So in this case, what are the steps we have to cover is we have to provide valid username. After providing valid username, we have to reset the password. Once you reset the password, you see after going to that particular link, something like this will be there. We have to provide a valid username, reset password. Now, when reset password is done, like when you click on reset password, if it is a valid username, reset link will be set. Okay. I wanted to display this message to the user. This will be discussed. Sometimes it will be mentioned clearly in the document if acceptance testing is done. If that is not done upfront in the V model, it will be done. Otherwise, it will not be mentioned. During the discussion of test cases writing, before that, you can try to check that and then add that as a text. I wanted to make sure this text should be displayed. Reset password link sent to registered mail ID. Please check spam folder also. as well. So this is the test I wanted to do. Okay. So these are the details I need to cover in test case 3. Okay. This should be displayed in the UI. The UI, when I go over here and give a valid username and click on reset password, it should properly give me the message saying that reset password sent to the registered mail ID and please check spam folder as well. That message I should be displaying over here. Either message or pop-up it should be displayed. Now, after reset password is sent to the link, what are the steps you will do in order to make sure these functionality, actual behavior? I told you we have to send the reset password. Okay. So once the reset password is sent, tell me what are the further steps you will do. Most of the application you might have done similar kind of thing, right? So what you'll do, first you'll log into the Gmail or so that particular mail ID, and then what will be the step you'll do after this? See, after sending after clicking on reset password, assume that the mail is sent to your mail, that registered mail ID. What are the steps you'll do after that to verify whether this
To
reset
verify
password?
whether mail is received in inbox or
So
spam folder.
yeah, so that you will be doing, and then
Clicking on the link which is received by the mail.
yeah, so that is one step which we will be doing, and then in that reset password page, you have to assume that only positive flow we are checking. Okay, so that flow, if you get it, you will be able to cover all the test cases. First you cover the actual behavior of the application, then you can easily cover the negative scenarios. So once we receive the link in the mail, I'll click on that link, then it will now redirect to some page. In that page, it will ask for the password. Okay, and password conditions and all will be there. Those will be need to be discussed. Assume that you are giving a valid password. Once you give the valid password, like once you change it will ask for sometimes it will ask for password, and then and confirm password, two box and all will be there. Assume that it's very simple. We are clicking on that reset password, it's opening a text box and then a button to reset password. And once I give the password and click on reset password, password reset done, or password reset successful, something message needs to be displayed. Once that is done, what will you do after resetting the password?
We will log in by the reset new password. We will try.
So we will try to log in with the new password. Okay, that will be the actual behavior. Okay, so for that the negative scenarios and all you need to cover. So major thing what you need to check on this when resetting the password is, so after resetting the password, the old password should not be used for login. Those things and all you should be covering it. Okay, it will go too long only, but you have to cover all these things while writing the test case. First, actual behavior, if you cover, you will come to know whether application is ready for complete testing or application is working fine or not. Will come to know. Actual behavior is very important. With that only, because if you see there is one principle, if your system is not ready to use, whatever the defect you raise, it's no use in fixing all these things. If the system is not going to be developed as per the requirement, it's no point in finding the new defects. Okay, so that is something, one of the principle which we have to follow. So actual behavior is something which you will be covering. So I'll just first first understand what are the test cases required, then you can do. First we'll cover the valid one, next I'll show you the invalid one. So first we click on forgot password link and make sure it's redirecting to forgot password page, something like this. Then I'll be providing the username and then clicking on the reset password. Once I click on reset password, this page should give me message saying that reset password link sent to registered mail ID. We will be validating. Now, once that is done, we have to verify. I'll just go for the complete activity. Something like to verify. Mail received and all, you can do it. Anyhow, you will be doing it. Mail received or not, those things and all, you will be checking it anyhow. So right now what I'll do is I'll just cover these scenario. Mail, assume that the test case anyhow we have to write. Okay, let me mention that to verify. Mail received or not for valid user. Okay. Valid user, the mail should be received. If it is not received, we have to check that feature. Now that is one test case. Okay. And then to verify mail, in the mail you will have to get some content, right? So those things you have to verify. For example, the mail to verify mail contains proper detail. So I wanted these details in the mail, like subject should be there. Subject, I wanted something like orange HRM. Orange HRM reset password. That should be the subject. In the body, some text should be there. Okay, you leave about the text, but reset link should be present. Reset link should be available, should be present. So that should be there. Anyhow. In the mail received itself, you can try to add this one. So this will be coming under mail received, and mail received by user or not for valid user. And all this we can club it and write. So if the mail is received without any detail and all, this test case will be passed. We have to check that based on the comments we mention over here. Here you will have the detail. On execution only, you will have to mention the comment. Why it is failure, why, what is the reason? The comments will be there. Okay. That column is missing, I guess you can add that. See, sometimes expect result 1, actual result 1, expected result like actual result 2, actual result 3 and all will be there. Okay. So you will have something like comments over here. You can add the comments in case you can club it and do it in a single test case. Now, next. Okay. So once the mail is received, we have to validate mail contain these details because link should be present. Okay. Now, once the link is present, we will be clicking on the link. Whoever wants to reset the password, they will be clicking on the link. Once that link, okay, to verify mail reset link works fine or not. Okay, that we will be doing. Now, once it is verified, okay, so it will redirect to some page. Password page. Okay, assume that in that you have something like only reset password button, text box is there, plus reset password button. Okay, so for that you have to make sure that UI component to verify UI component for reset password, and in that text box should be there, text box. And label and all we have to include it. Okay, label for let me quickly cover that. Anyhow, it will go too long. We will be doing it slowly. So those who are new, just understand what are the things we are going to cover. For this, we have to write the test case steps you need to mention. Okay, label for new password and button reset password button should be there. Reset password button. In some case, you will have old password like new password, confirm password will be there. Okay. That one. So once that UI component logo and all, if you wanted to mention, you can mention. This scenario for sure you need to cover when it comes to reset password. After resetting the password, you have to log in into the portal and check it and verify valid reset password. Okay, in when I give a valid reset password, I should get the message user should be redirected to orange HRM. This is the scenario. Assume that this is the scenario which we have concluded, and this is the development will happen. Once the valid password is given, it will redirect to the orange HRM. We have to make sure it is redirecting orange HRM or not. Okay. To verify this. Once this is done, here you have to, for actual flow, in order to check the actual flow, two things you need to do. One is to verify valid password, reset valid password, close user login. That is one thing. The other one, what you need to check is the previous password. We verify old password, not allow user to login. Okay. So in this, this login page user UI component and all, we have checked it. It will redirect to the same URL if it is a valid password. For example, even though if you give a valid password and if it is throwing error, this test case will be failure. You give a valid password and you see you are clicking on reset password, it will redirect to the orange HRM. Okay, so that you can you can try to log in with new password and check it. That will become one test case. Suppose you give a valid password and if it is not redirecting to orange HRM, it will be a failure. So we'll raise a defect for this. Development team will be fixing it and releasing it. Okay. So that you can try to add it, or if it is confusing redirecting to password, as of now, what you can do, user should be displayed with password changed successfully. Okay. And for this negative scenario will be there. What happen if you give a wrong password? Okay. Assume that the password should contain should contain special character and uppercase, special character and one uppercase. Okay, this is the one uppercase should contain 8 letters. That one special character, one uppercase. That is the requirement. Okay. For that, you have to write the test case. Right now, this is the valid flow. If anything is missed, let me know. Is it clear for you? This valid flow, for sure, you need to make sure this is working fine. With this, you will have lots of problem. For example, if link is not working, this test case will go for a fail. So we'll raise a defect for it, okay, so that it will be fixed. And if link is working, password is not getting reset, this will be failure. Okay, and we will check why it is not resetting the password. After resetting the password, if it is not allowing, this will be something which we'll be checking. This is for security concern. We will be checking this from our end. Old password should not allow the user to log in. Okay, and apart from that, all the negative scenarios you need to cover. For example, password is there. What if a user give a password without special character? What with user give password without uppercase? Any of that will be done by the development team on unit testing. We have to verify that those cases will also be included in the document. Okay, so those things will be covered over here. For example, invalid password scenarios will be there. Different cases will be there for invalid password. For example, previous password should not be accepted. Previous password should not be accepted. So that is one thing. And valid password, already we are doing it. Okay. This password, what we are entering here, should have one special character, one uppercase, and 8 letters should be there. Okay. So first thing what you can do is you check for invalid password. Okay. And less than 8 character or greater than 8 character. You try to check. That should not be accepted. For all these things, it should throw the error message. Okay. Invalid password error message should be thrown. Invalid password, it should be thrown. Okay. In case this is 8 character, similarly, of this text you can give password should contain minimum exact 8 characters. So you can give more than 8 characters. So you can give less than 8 and less than 8 character. You can try it. Minimum 8 letter, one special character, one uppercase. That will be the. So less than 8 character, it should throw the error with this message. Okay? And similarly, you have to check for all other scenario. What are the other scenario you will have it in this case? I gave you one special character and then one uppercase. So what are the things you will be checking it? So 8 character you will be giving it, and excluding the. These are all different scenario which you need to include, excluding the special character. Excluding special character, you check it, and at that time it should throw this message, same message. Always just keep this as a message, and this message should be displayed. This is basically unit testing. What I'm trying to write here, that's the concept of unit testing, but still in the documentation, in the test design documentation, it's our duty to make sure all these are working fine. First, we'll make sure the application behavior is correct as per the requirement, it's working fine or not. And after completing that, we will come to know application is working on this feature. On positive scenario, it's successfully going on. Now, these validations and all, we will be implementing it. Anyhow, you have to write this, all these concepts, you have to make sure. So excluding the special character, one thing, and then excluding the uppercase, you try one thing. So these are all different scenarios, different test cases you have to cover for valid. So based on the requirement, you have to design this. Okay. Like this, you will be designing. Let me save this. Okay. Based on the requirement, or based on going through the requirement, or while discussing with the team, you will be deciding this. Okay. And for this, you have to sit and write the test cases by understanding the steps. Okay. You will not, but this application, if you see, only this page is there, rest of the things are not there. So what happened when we click on cancel button, or if you don't have cancel button, not an issue at all. They can use back those things and all, you can don't want to worry about it. That is the browser thing. Okay. So if there is a cancel button, on click on cancel button, what is going to happen? So those things and all, based on that requirement, you have to cover. But for sure, understand the functional, the behavior of the application. First, for that, you try to add the test cases. So these three are clear for you. First 9 point, is it clear for you? See, whenever you go to a new page, first you try to check for UI component in that new page. When you check for UI component, you will come to know what are the feature you need to check on that particular page. Okay, when it comes to this UI component, this particular UI component of the login page, we are checking the text box and all these things. Along with that label should be there, which is missed. Label for username, password, that is missing. So that UI component, you try to add it. See, by adding the UI component detail, you will come to know what are the things you need to cover in that page. Okay. Forgot password link also, when we click on that reset password link, which is received in mail, that should take to some page. That page will be designed by the Orange HRM team only, right? So in that page, all the display are properly given or not, that you validate. Once that is done, give a valid reset password detail and see whether it is giving the message password change successfully. If that is done, that test case is passed. Next test case, you have to repeat the same steps. Again, you have to repeat all these steps, password change, then you have to log in into the portal directly. It is not each and every test case, you try to write steps, individual steps. Don't merge the steps and write it. I'll do it right now. Is it clear for you, this scenario? Got some idea about this scenario, like forgot password environment?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now for this, we have to start writing the test case. Okay, test cases. If you want to split it or if you want to add it all together and do it, you can think about it, whether it is going to work or not, that you need to know. So for that, anyhow, you need some, at least a month time of writing the test cases in an application, then only you will come to know, then only you can analyze. So now I'll quickly give you an idea about it. So right now, no, it's not connected to the login scenario. We can create a different scenario for it. Okay. Don't merge all the detail under one scenario. This is something like forgot password. Forgot password. Section I'll try to click. For that, scenario detail and requirement detail. Forgot password is going to be the 6th requirement. Assume that. And for this, I'll be creating a test case. Hyperlink will be connecting to RTM, and it should be B9. Now, just make sure OH_TC drag and drop, it will give you the detail. Try adding this. Those on you, try to add this particular detail. This is just validating the page, like in the orange HRM, we have the detail, right? So in that page, we are validating the URL. Okay. So for this, let me give, we'll try to create two things. One is in the landing page, you have lots of link. Landing page link. Under landing page, we have different links available. Since we did not cover, it doesn't mean we should skip it. Forgot password. Below on that, we have a link. LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Orange HRM INC. Different links are there. We have to check all these links are working fine or not. For a landing page link, you give. Forgot password section, you can keep it over here as a scenario 4. And this comes under the, that will be 5, and this will be 6. In landing page, we have lots of links. Under landing page, you have forgot password link. You have to check that link is working fine or not. And then there is social media links below available here. LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, 4 link. And then there is one more Orange HRM link. There are 5 links available. Each link is working fine or not. We need to check. Only 5 test case. Here, in this case, there is no negative scenario. For scenario 3, what we will do over here is we will try to verify forgot your password link. That's it. Just to verify. Now what I do is here, the step will be navigate to the URL. Make sure you navigate to the URL. Navigate to the URL. Then you try to give the click on the forgot your password. When you click on forgot your password, what is the expected result? And do we have any data for it? Just we are making sure the link is responding properly or not. Click on forgot your password. No data. What we are expecting, over clicks on it, what should happen in that case? Yes, user should be redirected to forgot your password or on that detail. Those things should happen. Sometimes auto open and pop-up comes for forgot your password. Yeah, that is fine. In this case, this is going to be scenario 3. In this scenario 3, I'll be checking on these things. You can write only one thing. This one I'll try to write. For example, in that page, we have links for LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all these links are there. Okay, that landing page or different links are there, right? So we will have to make sure those links are working fine. Landing page, all the links you are planning to check right now. So those test cases, you can write it over here under scenario 3. And scenario 4, the reset password functionality, whether it's functioning properly or not. For that, those test cases would come under scenario 4. Here I can click on the LinkedIn. And then, for example, when you clicked on LinkedIn, the requirement, it will be mentioned like it should be redirecting to the LinkedIn page, Orange HRM LinkedIn page. It will be mentioned something like redirect to Orange HRM LinkedIn page. It will be mentioned something like that. So you have to mention those details here. Similarly for Facebook, YouTube, and then Twitter is there. For that, you can add the text case. So is this clear? Is this clear for you? Once you start writing it, you'll come to know about this. And upfront, like these are all something which we have to add it based on the UI. If it is not mentioned in the requirement and if it is coming in the UI, then we can raise the query whether it is required or not. If it is useful for the user, then they will keep it. If they keep it, we will have to bring it in the test cases. Okay. The actual functionality is what you will be writing in upfront. Okay. Upfront, you will be working on these things, whatever I mentioned over here. This process, for sure, you should be able to cover it. Try to write this for this one, OH04. Let me change the hyperlink. Edit hyperlink you do, and then you can change it to B10. And over here, this is done. UI component for forgot your password, that you can do it later. I'll just add the message. UI component for forgot your password. In one more case, I'll add it. Here in the UI component, these are the this display should happen. Like forgot your password, the forgot your password header, text box, label, reset password, cancel button. Those things should be available. So that is the UI component validation. Here that I'm going to skip right now, just giving the description. So 09, what we need to add in 09, basically this one. Okay. So what are the steps we have here? First, we have to click on forgot your password. After assuming that you clicked on the forgot your password, verify, reset the password. So the thing is, you should provide the password, like you should provide the username, and then you click on reset password. For that username, it will send the link for that username. Okay, you see, to verify reset password feature by providing a username. So for that particular username, you have to check reset password is working fine or not. So you should have the username, a valid username. You should have it to reset the password. Over here to verify reset password, feature. Providing valid username. You can, those who are new, you can go with the application. You can see in the application, once you click on forgot your password, it will ask for the username. Once you give the username, proper username, and click on reset password, assume that mail is going to be sent. Okay. Okay. Like what are the steps will be available over here? Condition, I'll give it as it is. First is navigate to the URL. Then what are the steps we have after this? See what are the steps we need to add it over here.
Click on forget password button.
Yeah, so we need to click on forgot password button. Click on forgot your password button. Okay, now just we have to write the step. You need to check whether it's working or not. Those things and all you don't need to check. If anything is failed, we'll mark that as failed. Now we'll go for the next step. In the next step, what we will do, like for example, this is the step we are doing. We click on forgot your password, it comes over here. Here what I need to do, I have to give the valid username. and then click on reset password. The password gets reset. That is the step. So enter username, valid username you can mention, or username string, and then click on reset password. Now this steps. Once you do this step, you need a data. Valid username is required. So let me give the valid username as admin. Username admin. What we are expecting, like what happened when we give a valid username and click on reset password? User should be giving a message saying that reset password link sent to registered mail ID. Okay, and please check spam folder as well. This will be the message. Okay, whatever is given or whatever is finalized, that message you need to take it and you need to keep it properly. User should get that message as this message. User should be getting it. Got it? You can just take this from the chat window if you want. I just bring you a few details. Now this is clear for you. This step is clear for you. In this particular step, we are checking whether it is sending the message or not. That's it. Okay. Valid username if you give in the page. In the page, it is showing the message saying that password reset link is sent properly or not. That message, whether it's displaying or not. That is what we are checking. Step by step only. Don't merge all these together. You can write a single test case by merging everything. It will be quite difficult to analyze and check it. Okay. And it will be quite difficult in identifying the exact defects and which place it occurred. They have to repeat everything. So if you mention the test case detail, it will be easy for them to understand till where it's working, till where it's not working. Steps, give it from the start. Always steps should be starting from you cannot continue the test step from the previous test case, and all should be taken as an individual test case, and you need to do it. Because for automation, we'll be using this document only for going with the automation. Now, next one is we have to make sure the link contains the detail properly or not. Okay, received or not. Basically, you can check a single thing like this will be one test case to verify the mail received by the valid username. And if you see the description and then understand the scenario, you will come to know which we are talking about. Forgot your password. Now, in this mail received by the username or not. Okay, for that, what you need to do is you have to do the same once. Sorry, just listen here. For this one, this it will be same. Okay, all these steps are going to be same. You can break it, or you can do two expected conditions here. One expected condition here, and one more condition. If it is too long, you can split it up. Otherwise, you can add it over here. Okay. Right now, I'm going to split it up and do it exactly the same data, same everything is going to be the same. Here, what I'm trying to make sure is the mail received by the user should contain these details. Like subject should be there and reset link should be present. Now, this detail I'll be checking in the mail. Logging to the mail and all, if you want to add the step, you can add it. And that is not an issue. Reset the password and go to inbox. that you can add it. Here it needs to be checked. Okay, mail should contain these details. Mail. If mail is not containing this detail or mail is not sent at all, this test case will be failed. And the comments will be mentioned why it is failed, whether mail is not received or subject or body, what is wrong, that detail will be given. So this test case is clear for you. Try this and try to write the next one quickly, and then we'll. So this one you try to write it. I'll quickly complete the remaining thing. UI component, you can leave it as of now. UI component is fine. Try to complete this one. In this case, what should we do? Is this clear for you? How to proceed with the environment which is not available with you? First, you will be discussing like this. Once the clarity is given to you, you can start writing the test case. Okay. 1 or 2 steps, you'll be writing it additionally, which may not be required. Only when you try to execute it, you will come to know. Those things are not an issue. Is it clear for you? This part? Every component, every section, you have to make sure you come across on the test case. While writing the test cases, you should not miss out anything. So every part should be covered. Yeah, try to complete for till this. Till 5 you try to complete. Okay. Then we'll just give you an introduction to Java as well. See, try to download this. All of you have Java in your machine. Java. Just open your command prompt and give Java space -version. Yeah. Okay. So all of you try to complete this step. Like those who are new, you have to write these things. See, whatever the documentation we are preparing, okay, this documentation we will be reviewing, and once the review is done, then we will be finalizing and keeping it. Now, once the build is released, you will sit and start executing from the beginning, and then you will mention the actual result one by one, status of that particular thing. So if in case error, you will raise the defect. That defect, while raising it, you will be mentioning severity and priority. We'll be discussing on those things. But this test case is something basic writing of test cases important in order to work with automation. Using this only automation will be done. As I told you, there are lots of people who work only in automation. For them and all, this test case is the layer. Without this, they will not be able to do automation. After doing this, you try to complete this task also. Anyone is not getting the version detail, Java version detail. What I'll do is this test case, okay, and I'll give you few scenario to write the test case. You start writing it. Those I guess only 6 or 7 are new to testing in this batch. I guess morning those people only raised. Okay, those who never worked with test case, start writing. Okay. Only when you write the test case, you will get the complexity, because this is something where you need a real-time experience. You have to just write the test case. That's it. Once you start writing the test case only, you will get a clarity in which way we have to follow, or you'll have a confusion whether to club all these together. As much as possible, you split it up and write it, okay, which will give you a clear picture of everything. If you try to club everything, there's a chance you might miss 1 or 2 features. Coming across the negative scenarios, you might be missing. So if you split it up and do it, like each section, if you split it up and do it, it will be clear for you. For example, forgot your password. If you see, these are the section. I should have forgot your password link. When I click on it, it should redirect to some page. In that page, it will ask for the username. When I give the username and reset the password, it will give me the message. Mail sent message. Now I have to go to the mail. In the mail, for sure, I'll be getting a link. That link I'll be clicking on. Okay, and then once I click on that link, I will be changing the password, and then I'll try to log in. This will be the scenario. Part by part, you will do. First, you make sure the link is working fine. First link, forgot your password. Then after forgot your password, link is working fine. Whether it is redirecting to forgot your passport page or not, with all UI component, you can validate. That is what I have done over here, UI component. In that page, there should be a text box valid asking for username, reset password, cancel button. Those things you can validate. Next, once the valid username and password, reset password is given, mail should be sent. That message should be given to you. Whether that message, because without message, we cannot know whether it is sent or not, right? So message should be given. After message is given, in the mailbox, the detail should be present. If you, it is almost same step. So if you see, I split it up and write it. Reason is so that I can validate only this also if I want, or I will be able to mark this on failure. So exactly, I will come to know which part is failed, because totally a different section. These two are different sections. Once mail is sent, that duty is done for this particular test case. Whether mail received or not, this test case will take. If mail is received, we will check for the subject reset link. That is the main objective of the mail. If that is not having reset link or anything, it seems like mail is not worth to be received in that case. So that will be raised under this. Once the reset link comes, we'll validate link is redirecting properly or not. That is one test case. If link is not redirecting, that test case will be failed. Okay. Something like that you have to do. If it is redirecting, then we will be checking the UI component in that page. And then I will be giving a valid username and click on reset password, so that I will be getting the message. Once the message is done, that is one test case. And this week after that, I'll try to log in with that new username. Start from the beginning. I'll be doing it. I'll show that this step. So till this, you try to complete and try to complete the simple test case only, this particular one, to verify. Reset mail link. To verify reset mail link, whether it is redirected properly or not. All these are coming under the same scenario. Scenario will be 4. Okay. You try to cover. Try to add it, and meanwhile you guys can check this. Anyone is getting an issue on this Java space hyphen version? We'll set up the environment and basic data types activities I'll give you. Okay. Java version is not recognized, so which means Java space hyphen version. Programming you can learn at any time. You can start and learn the programming. For learning the programming, Java programming, nothing is prerequisite. Okay, just basic system usage. If you are able to do, that's fine. Did you give Java space hyphen version? Fine, version is fine. If it is starting from 1.8, that is fine. That's called JDK 8. That is a minimum version required. I'll explain about it. Who said Komal, right? Komal, are you giving Java space hyphen version?
Yes, sir. Yes. Now I got it.
Okay, I'll tell you about that. Eclipse. How about Eclipse? Everyone is having the Eclipse with you. In order to work with Java, two things is important. One is Java environment should be there, then Eclipse should be there. We'll see about that. Okay, we'll start that. Like we'll take some break. After the break, we'll start that. See, this writing the test cases, a basic test case writing, is it clear for you? Those who are new to testing. Okay, and then one thing what you need to do is, if you are planning to start with software testing, definition of testing is should be known, and development life cycle should be known. Which model is used in the industry or in the project, you have to get into and you have to understand that project. Whatever model it is used in the project, this cycle will be followed. Okay, there's a chance some projects will be following only 2 and 3. Okay, that time it's not like it's an issue and all. It depends on the project, you can decide. And planning will be done initially if it is a new project. If it is a old decade, like already running project and all, the planning document and all will not be there, but some planning will be done on some other project. Based on that only it will be running. So most of the time you will be working on test analysis and design, like the way we discuss right now, understanding the requirement, and we'll start writing the test case. Those test cases you should be writing efficiently so that it should be clear for other user to execute. Instead of merging everything and writing it, see, we can write this. We can write this and make sure we can close it in a single test case. We can close it by doing this activity. To verify valid password, allow user to log in. I can do something like forgot your password, reset password, and then go to the mail, resetting the. I'll tell you Java. I'll tell you. Okay, with this one test case, I can cover all these things. But when you raise the defect or while doing the operation, all will be quite difficult. Okay, quite difficult in analyzing the steps, which step it is failing and why it is failing. And when you raise the defect, you will be raising the defect with too many steps. Like there will be 20-30 steps will be there. Okay, so those things will be quite difficult to analyze, and they have to check each and everything from the beginning. So why to confuse everyone, just to make it clear, we will do step by step. In that case, we will not miss out any part. Okay. Here we will be doing it that this 6, 7, 8, 9 I'll show you. No need to worry about it. Till 5 you complete it. That is enough. If you are able to complete the 5, same thing. I'll give you few applications which you can write the test cases and you can share me in the mail. Those who are new, because the testing is something like this manual testing concept, something which is a process which takes some time only. Even though if I explain those theory part and start doing it, it will take some time. But at least you should know before going to the automation, you should know these are the manual test case document, how it is prepared, what is expected, what is actual, what is the step. Those things you should be able to understand right now. Okay. Yeah. Java part I'll be informing you. No need to worry about it. We'll try to enter into the programming. We'll take some break after entering into the programming. Testing concepts we'll be working on. Really, we'll be working on testing concept. Another 2 hours of testing concept is there. And there is a gap of 1 week. I wanted to give you some idea about programming so that you can start doing the practice. Programming, you can start doing it. I'll give you few sites for practice. And exam in this week you can practice so that it will be easy for you to catch up with the content. Now, the time. Okay. Before going to break, you can check this. If anyone is not getting this option, Java space - version, share me the screen. I'll tell you what you need to do. Who's not getting the detail, just share me the screen. I'll tell you. For sure, I guess Java is installed in your machine. Just some setup will not be there. Just share me the screen. All of you have the Java path. In order to work with Java, this two installation is required. One is, let me start from the beginning. Installation detail only I'm going to give, then we'll take some break, then we'll start the session. Please start from one. Installation is nothing but JDK 8. JDK 8 is JDK 8 and above new version is fine. The other one is Eclipse ID. I'll tell you about these two installation. What we are checking is we are checking for Java version in the operating system. If anyone is not getting the version, let me know. I'll tell you what needs to be done. I have but couldn't able to find the part to save Java. Yeah, Virendra, what is the issue?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Actually, I am not able to save in the Java file into the Eclipse.
This version is coming fine. Like when you give Java space -version in command prompt, are you getting the version detail properly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Eclipse, I'll tell you. So share me the screen. Like what is the issue right now? Possible to share the screen? Or we'll check it. We'll create. You are not able to save the file, Java file, right? I haven't able to find part. I'll tell you how to do that. We have to create project and root that I'll tell you. We'll set up the environment today. So those who are new to Java, whatever the operating system we are using right now, if you see our operating system is Windows. This is the Windows machine. In Windows machine, we have to write the detail, like we have to work with Java. First thing what you need to do is whatever the operating system it is, you have to install Java environment. Java runtime environment will be there, something called JRE. There is a component called JDK. JDK stands for Java Development Kit. Since we are going to design framework and all, we will try to install this in our machine. Java Development Kit. When you do that, by default, it will install JRE. By default, it will install JRE. JRE stands for Java Runtime Environment. So to work with Java, this is important. Java Runtime Environment. Your operating system needs to understand Java code. For that, this runtime environment is important. So for this only, we are checking it Java_-version. If you wanted to install this, what you need to do is just so JDK 8 is open source only, so you can directly access it. JDK 8. If you JDK 8 is what is presented as 1.8. 1.8, any version is fine. No need to check for subversion. That is fine. If it is starting with now, you see JDK 17 is also available right now. We should have JDK 8 and above. Minimum requirement is 8. You can go for 8. You can see archive download. If I go over here, you will have JDK. You can see what about Linux, what is Linux, Mac and all, Windows x86, what is x86, what is x64. What is the difference between x64 and 86? See, if you are using Mac machine, you have to download this. If you are using Windows machine, you have to pick any one of this. Which one we have to use right now? What is x86 and x64? Okay, basic machine configuration you should know before installing all these things. Just right click on this PC and go to properties. Right click on this PC and go to properties. You will be able to see this. Your RAM capacity 8 GB RAM, minimum 8 GB RAM is required. If you have less than 8 GB, try to upgrade it. It will be a bit slow. Below that, you can see system type, the operating system type, which is nothing but 64-bit. Most of our machines are going to be 64-bit. You can check it. 64-bit will be supporting both 32-bit as well as 64-bit. And this is nothing but 64-bit. For 64-bit operating system, we install this. And if you're using 32-bit, then you have to go for x86. Wherever you see x86, it's a 32-bit concept, 32-bit operating system. We always use 64-bit. Just download it, install it. After downloading, it will ask for the credentials, like Oracle credential. You can sign up and you can download it. Or you will have some local repository in your company. You need to install with that. That is one. And Eclipse is required. Using Eclipse, I can write the Java basic or Java I can learn, or I want to design a web application using Eclipse. That is also possible. You want to write a Python code with Eclipse, that is also possible. So we have to install package based on our requirement. So under Eclipse, Eclipse is one of the IDE. IDE stands for, we'll discuss about that. It's basically called Integrated Development Environment. We'll be working on it. So under the Eclipse downloads, you will be able to see exe file. Here, choose the second option, download packages. Under download packages, you can see options over here. Eclipse IDE for Java developer, Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java and web developer. Our concentration is on automation. For automation, basic installation is enough. If you are planning to do C, C++, then this is what you need to download. In our case, this is enough. You can download this, which will, it's an alternate option where it will give you a package there directly. Eclipse IDE for Java developer is enough. So these two installation, if you've done, that's enough. After you download, it will give you a zip folder. Something like this zip folder, you can extract it. Right click on it, you have to extract it. Something like this, it will give you after downloading. Okay. Something like this, it will give you. Just right click on it, extract it. Once you extract it, you'll be able to see Eclipse inside that. Okay. So those who don't have Eclipse, just put this in download and you can you will take some break. So don't have Eclipse, ping your link right now. Just click on this, it will start downloading the Eclipse. This is taken as 64-bit, both will be supported. Download it, extract it. Once you extract, you should be able to see Eclipse in it. In order to use Eclipse, we need Java. So this is first thing which you have to install. Okay, these two installation, if you've done, that one enough right now. Just keep this to installation, and this till this 5 you try to complete till 5. Rest week I'll do it after some time. Till 5 you can complete it. That's enough. Okay. See, for this one, verify mail reset link that is working or not. So what I need to do is I have to use the same step, and then I need to go to inbox, open the mail, go to inbox, directly click on reset link. You can open the mail and click on reset link. Now You can see when you click on reset link, what should happen? It should be redirected to reset password page. Reset password page. Already we have given forgot your password page. That is different. This is different. Reset password page. Okay. So till this step, you try to complete it and keep it. Remaining test cases I need to write. I'll write it. Okay. And based on that, I'll give you one more scenario which you can work on. This this you have completed and keep it test case. Basic test case is what we have written. We did not go for any complicated scenario. Straightforward scenario only, but lot of steps is available for forgot your password. This you complete it. We'll try to work on some part of programming also today. Okay. If anyone is not having the Java version, you can let me know. If you're having a Java version, that is fine. And then download the Eclipse and keep it. I pinged your link in the chat window. Okay. Testing concepts, got some idea how to write a test case, basic idea about test cases. Those are new. Good morning, few people raised their hand, right? New to testing, where you get us some idea about writing the test case. Yes or no? Got some idea, or it's complex for you to write the test case? How many of you are new to Java here? Those who are new to Java, please raise your hand. Okay. So today what I'll do is I'll set up the environment for Java, and basic data types I'll be explaining it, and then arithmetic operation you do it for 1 week. I'll give you a task regarding the arithmetic operation. You try to work on that so that you will get comfortable with Eclipse. Okay, we will be discussing on that. So we'll take some break. After the break, we'll continue. Okay. And those who are new to test cases, how many test cases you've written? Those who are new to testing. You know, it's a bit fast only, like how many, since we have very limited or for manual testing. Just wanted to give some idea before getting into automation. Okay. Those who were new, morning, some people raised. How many test cases you have written? Can you ping me in the chat window? Four or five, I think till 5. Those who are new to testing, written or not, till 5. Try to write it. Okay, if you are not writing this basic test case, those who are new to testing, just understand how to write it and try to write it. Okay, even though it looks simple, you have to write it. So that is something which you need to do, and few applications I'll give you. You can try to writing it. We'll start with Java. So after the break, we will be working on Java. Till test case designing is what we have done. So we'll move forward, and we'll be working on other testing concepts also. Okay, all these are theory part only, just understanding the concept, techniques, all these things. We have to work on it. Real-time exposure is required. Theory only, right? As of now, it will be theory. And once you work on the project, you will be getting a real-time exposure. Java and Selenium is what we will be giving. See, this only for testing. I'm just rushing it. No need to worry about Java and Selenium. I will be taking it a bit slow. I will give hands-on regularly. This testing concept, it's a 5 days topic, right? So we are just using some 8 hours or 6 hours time for testing concepts. That's why I'm giving them a theory part of testing. So no need to worry about Java. And Java, I'll be taking it a bit slow only. So don't worry about it. Okay, fine. So we'll start by we'll start after the break. We'll start at 4-5, and please inform those who are already working in the testing environment. If someone is not available right now, inform that we start with Java. Okay, this documentation, okay, I'll put it in the same drive link. This is what the flow we will be going on. Okay, just explained you about these concepts, basic concepts. Then we will be working on Java. Okay, some basic Java we will be working on today. Just inform everyone about this to follow this as a plan. Okay, I'll share this in drive link. We'll start by 4-5. You guys can take some break.
क्या हो रहा है, एरर क्या है, क्या है? अरे मैं, हेलो, वैसे भी मैं चेक नहीं कर पाऊंगा, आप एक बार उससे धवल से बात करो ना, मेरा आज वीकली ऑफ है। धवल धवल। हम्म, हम्म।
Yeah, shall we start? Okay. The testing concepts, I'll quickly give you a summary of what we have done. Yeah, we need to log into Oracle. Or let me do one thing. Just download this. Yesterday only I downloaded this. Go to drive link, and from drive link you download the JDK. I just upload the JDK in drive link. Yesterday only I downloaded. You can use that. You have to sign up in Oracle and then download it. And it's uploading in the drive link. Once it's uploaded, you can refresh it and check it. You can download the JDK. So see, as of now, what we have done in testing is, I just gave you an idea about testing, like what are the steps available in development. And in development model, SDLC model, in that SDLC model, software development model, we use Waterfall, V model, Agile methodologies. In Agile also different concepts are there. Right now we have seen Scrum. Okay, Agile Scrum model is what we have seen. It also called iterative model. And those are all development, like complete product development cycle. Now in that, whatever you either use Waterfall, V model, or whatever it is, you have to do testing. For testing, we will be going for software testing lifecycle. Software testing lifecycle include planning and control. Planning and control in the sense, preparing the team objective of the testing, what approach we are planning to do. All these things will be discussed in the planning. Okay. And then analysis and design apps, what is we have started. We have just checked on the documentation review. Which you downloaded. Downloaded successfully now. You mean JDK? So first, whatever the requirement you get, understand the complete requirement, and then just visualize in the memory about that particular requirement and start writing the test case. That's what you need to do. Once you understand all the flow of the application, just understand the positive behavior of the application, actual behavior of the application. Okay, fine. Eclipse, I'll come to that. So once you understand actual behavior of the application, you have to start writing the test case. While writing the test case, you should be having the requirement traceability matrix for sure. The requirement will be there. Either it will be in a document format or it will be there in some portal. In that portal, some ID or some index will be there. That is nothing but requirement detail. That should be connected to scenario. Scenario will be having the test case. So if anything is failed over here, we'll come to know which scenario is it, and we'll click on this. That scenario gives me what requirement is. And if there is a requirement issue, we'll go back and understand. And we have to make sure all the requirements are covered properly or not by going through this one. That is why we are mapping this requirement traceability matrix. Basic test is what we have written. We did not write any complex test at all. For login, what are the test cases you have to cover? For forgot your password, how can you split up and write the test case? That's what we have seen right now. Okay. And we'll continue this in the next class also. No need to rush on these topics. Just you have to start writing the test case. We have seen a test case till this. Okay, till this. For example, if you are planning to write the test case for to verify valid username is getting able to log in or not, what I'll do is I'll just create something like that. Let me drag and drop this. This will be the text over here. copy paste. Now this it will be same. Till this it will be same. Now after clicking on reset password, enter password I'll do, valid password I'll keep, and then after entering the valid password, I'll click on reset password, and then I'll navigate to the orange term URL in our team. So that URL I'll navigate. Once I navigate to that URL, again I will be repeating this step. Okay, enter username, password, click on login. That is the modified username, password. I'll click on login. So this will be the step 10, line number 10, and this will be 11. All these steps needs to be mentioned clearly. Then only it will be easy for new people who joins the team, or if they are validating your test case, they will have a clear idea about what are the steps you are covering. Test steps should be covered properly. Now you can see complete step is covered over here. Data, what are the data required for this? The data is nothing but you should know the reset the password, valid username you should have, and the password what you are going to take. Okay, new password detail you should have, and new password detail should have 8 character and 1 special character, and 1 uppercase should be there. That will be the valid password. Okay. That detail you will be giving, and then will be using the username and password. Okay. Username, and your password will be the changed password. So username will be already you gave the username. So those things you will be using it for login, for entering the username and password. Okay. In your same data we will be using. Okay. Using this data, we'll try to do the login. And when we log in, our ultimate aim is to after changing the password, that user should be navigated to the dashboard screen. He should be allowed to the portal. So this will be the same output. But you will be continuing all these steps to make sure whether we are able to reset the password, and then after that, using the password, we are able to log in or not. That's what we will do. All these steps you need to mention it clearly over here. Okay. So this is all. Same way I will be covering the other test case also. Okay. Anyhow, you can slowly write this. I'll share this document as of now. We'll continue this later. This is how we have to write the test case. For each and every scenario, lot of test case will be there. The test case count and all depends on the scenario. We cannot decide upfront. Once you start writing it, you will get to know. So just break it part by part, and then you can start writing it. Before writing it, decide it. What are the test case we want? Decide it. And while writing it, if it is if you can split it further, you can split it up and do it. Okay. If you don't, if something is given from the management team that you can write a single test case itself to cover all these things, then you can go forward and write it. So this testing concepts and all can be modified based on the project. Okay. Now, once we prepare this, the next stage, once the build is released, what we will do is we'll sit and execute it one by one. Starting from the beginning, we'll try to execute it one by one and provide the actual result. If anything is not working or page is getting crashed, assume that page is getting crashed, then we will be keeping it as a block, and then give the comment and then raise the defect. For defect and all, we have to follow different things. Different life cycle will be there. We will be working on all these things. Okay, we will be doing it one by one. As of now, basic test case writing is what I wanted you to do. That's it. Now, what the plan is with this concept, the basic idea about testing is what I wanted to give you an introduction. With this testing concepts, test case, if you are able to write some basic test case, it's good to, you can start learning the automation also parallel. Okay. So today, since we have 1 week gap after this, what I'm planning to do is I'll give you an idea about Java environment setup, and then basic data types I'll explain. Once I explain basic data types, you can do some arithmetic operation. In this week, you can start doing the arithmetic operation. Try to write lots of logic. I'll give you a few assignments in the drive link. You can do those assignments. Okay. First thing, Java architecture is important. Okay, anyone can learn. Those who are new to testing, whatever it is, the programming. Programming, there is no prerequisite. Just you should know how to use the system, the computer. Basic usage of system is enough. you can start using the programming. Now, in order to work with Java, first you need to understand the Java architecture. First, I'll give you an idea about Java architecture. Just listen here. We are planning to write the Java code. Assume that you are writing a code for launching the browser and navigating to the URL. You are planning to write the code for automating this one. Launching the browser, navigating to the URL, entering the username, entering password, click on login. Then we have to validate this, whether it's navigating to dashboard screen or not, dashboard page or not. So that test case you are planning to write in Java. In order to work with Java, what you will do is you'll write the source code. Okay. That is what we need to develop our knowledge on writing the Java programming. That is your stage 1. Sorry, stage 2. Okay. For that, you will be writing a code. In order to write this, you can use a Notepad also. You can use it writing the Java code. So that code will have extension like .java format. For example, Notepad, you take this Notepad. If you right click on Notepad and go to properties, you can see the extension here, .txt. That is your Notepad. And the PDF, all of you know, right? If you have a PDF, if you wanted to, if you check the PDF extension, it will, that's a PDF will be the extension. Okay, ppt.ppt and all, it will be there. So different, every file will have their own extension. Similarly, Java code, if you see, it will be having a .java extension. The source code will be .java extension. Now, the code you write after understanding the programming, after understanding how to create the Java class and how to write the code, how to print statement, you understand. If you are able to print something, that code you have written, assume that you have written some code to print, or assume that you have automated that particular test case, that will have .java extension. So you can open a Notepad and start writing it. Now, when you try to run it, when you try to run this Java code, your operating system needs to understand. Listen carefully. Your operating system, in the sense, the machine which I'm using, should understand this source code. But here the problem is your operating system cannot understand the source code directly. It cannot understand the source code, because if you in Windows machine, if you create .txt file, it can understand it's a Notepad, and it will help you in opening the Notepad, doing the activity and all. But if you save anything as a .java, and you will not be able to run it and get the output. To run it and get the output, you need this environment. You need the, sorry, you need this. Let me close all other things. Java environment is required. Okay, first thing, in our mission, Java should be updated. To check this only, I gave you this option. You open your command prompt and then give Java space -version. It will give you the version. Different versions are there in Java. Java 8 is there, 9 is there, 9 is not there, 14 is there, 17 is also there, 15 is there. Different Java version is there. You can try to, minimum version required is 1.8. Basically, the JDK 8 is required. 8 will be termed as 1.8. 8 is what we are using right now. That is the minimum requirement, and that is best suitable for automation, JDK 8. When you install JDK 8, it will give you the environment. All these environment will get installed under C drive. You can check it. You go to C drive. Under C drive, you can see program files. Inside program files, you can see Java folder. Inside Java, you see JDK and JRE. It should be present in your machine. In this file. From here only, we are getting the version. If anyone has got not getting the version, not getting the Java version, check this. Check this folder and see whether you have it or not. If it is not there, you have to install. Or if it is there, still it is not giving the version, then we need to set few things in the environment that I'll tell you. Okay. Now, anyone is facing an issue? So my operating system right now can understand Java. So I can run the Java code. All of you getting this version, right? Fine. Now, when you run this particular code, in order to run this code and get the output, we need Java environment. That is done. But what Java will do is, our operating system will be able to recognize it is a Java file but it will not give you the output directly. Getting the Java file, it cannot give you the output. Your operating system cannot understand the source code completely. What it does is it will use the compiler. Basically, there is in Java, there will be a concept of compiler. Under the JDK bin folder, you can see something like Java C. The duty of compiler is to convert the source code into machine understandable code, your operating system understandable code. So what will happen is whenever you run the Java code, it will get converted into something called bytecode. It will have dot class file. Extension will be dot class. Your operating system cannot understand the source code completely. It can understand the bytecode. This bytecode we cannot understand. Human cannot read the bytecode. It's a machine understandable code. This gets converted always. Source code will be converted into bytecode, and this is done with the help of Java compiler. Java compiler should be present in your machine. JRE, JDK is there or not? Only JRE is available, or JDK is there? JRE is the minimum requirement, or do you see JDK in that folder? Version is 1.8, that is JDK 8 version only, so no issues. See, don't get confused. 1.8 represent JDK 8. JDK 1.7 represent JDK 7. So here we have 8 only, so no issues. That is the minimum requirement. That is what I ask you to install also. So that's fine, not an issue. Now, whatever the source code you write, first thing it will convert into bytecode, which is nothing but your operating system can understand the bytecode, and then it will give you the output. All this will be done only if you have the environment properly, Java environment. Your source code gets converted into bytecode by using the Java compiler. In the bin folder, you can see the Java compiler. Java C will be there somewhere inside this installation. You can see Java C. Well, the duty of compiler is to convert the source code into bytecode. This bytecode your operating system can understand. Once your operating system can understand this bytecode, you are going to get the output. Okay, and this is done. Your bytecode, basically, when you run the source code, bytecode will be generated, and bytecode gets executed, and output will be given. This bytecode is something your operating system can understand. Okay, so there is something called JVM, which helps operating system to understand the bytecode. Okay. JVM stands for Java Virtual Machine. This JVM is something which you need to install in all the platform. This JVM is something which you need to install in all the platform. How do we get the JVM? By installing JRE. If you install Java runtime environment, it will install JVM. If you see here, everyone knows Java is a platform independent. Platform independent in the sense you can create it on one machine and you can run it in multiple platforms. Different platform you can run the code, provided each platform should have JVM. That's why we have a different installation over here. You can see different installation. For Windows.exe, for Mac it will be .dmg something. For Linux it will be .tar. RPM will be there. This is the different platform installation. Once you install it, it will install JRE, Java Runtime Environment. Inside that, you will see something called JVM, Java Virtual Machine. The duty of Java Virtual Machine is to help the operating system. It can be any operating system, Windows, Mac, Linux. It can be any operating system. The duty of JVM is to help the operating system to understand the bytecode. Once your operating system understands the bytecode, it will allocate the necessary memory and it will help you in getting the output. Okay. So once this bytecode is ready, you can move this bytecode to any machine. This bytecode is nothing but the platform independent code. This is nothing but the platform independent code. You can move to any machine and you can run it, provided that platform should have the JVM. Suppose I have a machine. In that machine, there is no JVM. I cannot run the bytecode and get the output. JVM is a mandatory part. Okay, if you look deep into it, Java as a complete Java, if you take, it's platform independent. Java is platform independent. But if you concentrate only JVM, that is platform dependent. Where you have JVM in Windows, you will have JVM in Linux, you will have JVM in Mac machine. Okay, so basic idea you got it. Whatever the code we are going to create, always it will be converted into some machine understandable code. We call it as bytecode. Who is going to convert that source code to bytecode? Java compiler. You will see all these things right now. I'll show it in a notepad. Just look into it and check it. Okay, and then we'll get the output. So this architecture, all of you got some idea about it. Like the way we create a notepad will have .txt, Java file will have .java file. That is what we need to create. Compiler can understand the source code, and we can understand the source code after understanding Java. Okay. This architecture, all of you got an idea. We'll see this practically right now. Just see this. Source code gets converted into bytecode. That bytecode I can move to any platform. I can run it in any platform, provided that platform should have the JVM. That's the different platform. The source code to bytecode is done through the Java compiler. So we have to make sure compiler is present in the machine where you wanted to convert it source code to bytecode. You have a bytecode, you just want to run the bytecode means then JVM is enough. Java runtime environment is enough. Okay, that will have the JVM. So got some idea about this architecture. So first installation, what we did is to set up all these environment. That's it. Now code you can write it. You can write it in a simple notepad file itself. You can write the code. Let's do this quickly. All of you open your notepad. To open the notepad, we'll write the source code here. Okay. Then you can understand the importance of Eclipse. Say I can write source code here. Since I know Java, I'm writing it. No need to worry about it. Copy paste this code. Or you can do one. Just will search for. All of you open a notepad. So to understand the basic properly, when it comes to programming, basic is something important. If you understand the basics properly, the data types, how memory is getting allocated, then you can easily understand class as an object. If you understand object properly, then you can easily understand OOPS concept. So OOPS concept, if you understand Selenium framework and all, it's going to be very simple. If you understand the OOPS concept, if you miss out the initial Java part, if you miss out the OOPS concept and start working with Selenium, you will be able to do automation, but you cannot understand the syntax properly. Okay. So that is what you need to work on initially. So we'll go step by step only. For Java, I'll be taking it time and then I'll be explaining. So first what you do is just search for Hello World program in Java. I'll give you the code, just listen here. Some Hello World program, I'll take it and show you. We'll put it in the notepad. Just let me write it and send you. See, this is the code. This code will try to print hello world, or I'll do hello. Let me type my name. Something like I'll do something like hello everyone. Okay. Whatever is there in double quotes, you can see whatever is there in between the double quotes, that will get printed. In this code, you can take it from the chat window and put it in the notepad. Those who are new to Java, do this. Quickly you do this. Open your notepad and copy paste the script which I give you. Basic Java idea you will be getting it. Just copy paste the script. Done. Now, after all of you try this, whatever the script I pinged you, copy and paste it in the notepad. Now this is the source code. We don't know what is class, what is public, what is static, void main, all these we don't know, but whatever you give it inside double quotes, that will get printed. That's it. That's what I have. I can explain you right now. We will have to work on all these things. We'll move step by step. This is the basic syntax of the class file. And when you run this code, it will try to execute the code, whatever you write within this static void main. Okay, we'll discuss on this. Now, this is some source code which is going to print the detail, what we give it inside the double quotes. This is very important. Now, this is the source code. Source code will have the extension .java. So let's save it. Save it in desktop, file, save as, choose desktop in the left hand side. File name and class name should be same. What is the class name I have mentioned here? Public class, this is your class name. Class name is hello world, that is the class name. H and W is in uppercase. There are some standard which we will be following. So what you do is you try to do file, save as. In the desktop, you do it. Hello world dot Java. You have to give the extension. First, automatically it will not be detected. We are writing it in Notepad. No auto suggestion, nothing is going to come. If there is an error, it will throw the error while running the program and all. So right now you save it as .java. Whatever the extension you give and save it, it will get saved. Okay. This is your source code. Let me save it in the desktop. Okay, this is my source code. Let me right click on it and go to properties. You can see .java. It's a Java file. Type of file, it's a Java file. This is the source code. Source code is ready. To edit it, you can do open with the Notepad or click on edit. It will open a Notepad. Just right click on it, click on edit, it will open Notepad. All done with generating the source code. While saving it, make sure save with hello world. H and W should be in uppercase. You can rename it anytime. Extension should be .java. All done. Okay, now what we have generated is source code. Okay, now to run, I have to get the output. When I run it, I'll be getting an output saying that hello everyone. That is the text. It is present inside the double quotes. That text should be printed. So first thing what happened is I cannot run this source code directly. You cannot run the source code directly. When you run it, your operating system cannot understand the source code completely. First thing what you need to do is you have to convert this into a machine understandable code. That platform independent code you need to convert. That is nothing but bytecode. To convert this to bytecode, you need to get the help of Java C. So all of you open your command prompt. Just open your command prompt. In the command prompt, Java C. Java C is -version. And see whether you are getting the version detail or it's giving the message same thing like this. Same issues, right? Some people are getting the version, some are getting the message, error message. See here. Okay, so we have to understand lots of yeah, so some people are getting the version. If you see the chat, some are getting the version, some are getting the error, same error. So the thing is, you have Java C in your machine. Java C is installed already. It will be present inside C drive, program files, Java, under JDK, bin folder. You can see Java C. Okay. Those who are getting a version, it's fine. Just listen. Those who did not get a version, you have to do this. Those who don't have JDK, under Java folder, if you don't have JDK, download this one and install it. I pinged you. I added in the drive link the JDK. Download this. After downloading it, open it. Next, install it. It will install JDK 8. So once it is installed, you will be able to see the JDK. You suppose in my machine, I can keep multiple JDK. I can keep JDK 17, JDK 11, different JDK version I can use. I can keep it, and whichever I wanted to use for configuration, I can do that. That can be done easily. Right now, I have only one version. Okay. The version 1.8, it should start with 1.8 or it should be above that, like 17, 11, 14. Those are all fine, not an issue. Inside the bin folder, JDK bin folder, do you see Java C here? All of you listen here, first of all. Just listen, all of you listen here. User account control pop-up I showing while opening JDK. You can decline it and check it. Just click on cancel and check it. Some authentication problem, I guess. Is it allowing inside that? Share me the screen. Komal, right? Komal is facing the issue. No? Share me the screen. And JDK is not there, I guess. Double click on it. Click on yes. I'll give you a username, password, and click on yes. I think you are not having the access to install, I guess.
Sir, the username is showing as OA. That is not my username.
This is your your computer or office computer?
Office.
Yeah, how did you install Eclipse, all these things, like other installation and all? How did you do?
It got installed.
Okay, then JDK is
Only
not
for
getting
JDK it is showing.
this Eclipse. You can close it, not an issue.
Okay.
When did you install Eclipse? You installed it already?
Yes, I installed it yesterday.
Okay, you can close this, not right. Do you have administrator username and password?
Sorry?
Administrator username, password, do you have anything?
No, that I will have to talk to IT person.
Okay, go to C drive. Go inside program files x86. Okay, it's not there. Just go back and go to program files. Go inside Java. Go inside JRE. Go inside the bin. Okay, here you cannot split it. Okay, you can listen. Ask them to install JDK 8. That installation you need to do it. That is actually causing the issue. It's not allowing you to open it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even if you give your credential, it's not allowing you downloads.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You can get the approval and install that JDK 8. Okay. Meanwhile, you can listen.
Yes. Okay.
I guess it's not allowing you to install. You people have any shared location? If you have any shared location, ask someone to share this to file, and then you copy paste it. So basically what happens is when you double click on this, if you will ask for yes or no, you have to click on yes. Once you click on yes, the installation permission is not available, I guess, in your case. That's why it is throwing that error. Anyhow, you can install it and keep it. In the next session only, we'll be using it more on that. Today, I'll just give you an architecture overview. Okay. After opening it, it will ask for the installation, location, all these things it will give you. Just click on next, and install it. That's it. That is the installation step for it. And once it is installed, you will be able to see JDK. As of now, JRE is there. With that, you will be able to use Eclipse. but the one which I'm doing may not be available. So bin for the JavaC is required. Compiler detail is required specifically. It will be present inside the JRE also, but it's not as given as a split task. You can JavaC will not be there here. It all will be merged with Java here. So we cannot check it. In JDK, we can split it up and we can check the Java. Ask them to install it. As of now, you can listen, no issues. This is not a mandatory task to do, just to get an idea about the architecture. Okay, so this will give you an idea that Eclipse is not mandatory part. Okay. Now all of you listen here. Those who are able to do and try it, others can listen. In this week, you try to install JDK 8. Now you can see my inside the bin folder, inside a program file Java JDK bin folder, I can see JavaC. Using this particular file only, I can convert the source code into bytecode. Convert the source code into bytecode. To do that, I need to access this JavaC. Let me do one thing. I'll click on this address bar. Just listen here. I'll click on this address bar. No need to do, just listen. I'll type CMD. The address bar, if I click and type CMD, it will open command prompt with this directory. Okay. Let me do something. JavaC space -version. JavaC space -version. See here, I'm getting the version right. Inside the bin folder, I'm getting the version. Program file Java JDK bin folder, I'm getting the version. Let me come out of the current folder. CD .. basic command. If I give CD .. it will come out of the current folder. And if I click on up arrow, the previous command comes into picture. JavaC -version. If I try and run it, it is going to throw error. Is it clear for you? If I go to bin folder, I'm able to access JavaC. If I come out of the bin folder, I'm not able to access JavaC. Some people messaged with version detail, right? Java C version detail, you can see in the command. You should give JavaC space -version. Okay, try with JavaC space -version. Those who are not getting the version, we have to work on few setup. Okay. Fine. Now, see, my source code is in desktop and JavaC is in C drive, program files, Java, JDK, bin folder. JavaC is over here. Now we have to use the JavaC and then I have to execute it. Okay, for that, what I can do is I can do something called, in every operating system, you will have something called environment variable. Every operating system, you will have something called environment variable where you can add few path over here. Under environment variable, you will be able to see path variable will be there. Under path variable, you can add this path. This bin folder, I can add it. In your case, the Java JDK version will be different, that you need to add it in the path variable. If I add it in the path variable, I can access these files globally. All these files I can access globally. Any folder I can access it. So to do that, I'll tell you what you need to do. Just listen, all of you carefully. Go to C drive. Just go to C drive, program file Java JDK bin, and copy this first of all. Just right click on this. Just click here, select all, and copy it. This path, copy it. Copy it. Now, those don't have it, no issues. Just listen. That's enough. This is just for listen, understanding the concept only. Okay, those who have it, you can do it. I'm just copying it. Now I'll go to the start and search for environment. Environment you search, you get this with the system environment variable. Okay, go to start and search for environment. You should get this Sometimes you'll not have access also. Just check it whether you have access or not. Click on it. It will give you this option. Under this, you will be able to see environment variable. Go to start and search for environment. Click on it. It will open this window. Here you will be able to see environment variable. Click on it. Just check whether you are able to get this or not. I wanted to access Java C, that file, Java C file globally. So what I did is I'm going to add this path to the environment path variable. Okay. So go to start, search for environment. You will be getting the edit environment variable. Open it and click on the environment variable. Then you will be getting this option, environment variables. Are you getting this? In this, there will be two sections. One is user variable, the current username, which you used for login. The other one is system variable. You can add it in any place. Yeah, you can add it in any place. So what you can do basically here is user variable. If you add, it will affect only current user. If you add it under the system variable, whoever logs in with your machine, they will be able to see the change. So if you have access to user variable, if you have access to system variable, do that in system variable. Under system variable, you can see there will be a variable name called path. In the left hand side, whatever you get, those are called variable name. The variable name we are looking is path. Okay, this is the variable name. Path. Just double click on it. Under system path, double click on it. It will open this edit environment variable option. Don't delete anything. You should not delete anything. Just double click on it. The path variable, just double click, it will open it. Click on new and paste it. Just you have to click on new and then paste the copied bin folder. Done. Click on OK, apply, close it. So this is something called path variable. Whatever the folder you added in the path variable, those files you can access globally. That's what we are planning to do right now. All done. You can click on OK. Once that is done, click on OK, click on OK. See what I did is, first I tried to, my Java source code is in desktop. I want Java C in desktop. Basically, I need to access Java C to convert the source code to bytecode. So I wanted to access Java C, which is nothing but Java compiler. To access it, I know Java compiler is present in bin folder of JDK. Okay. So I just want to copy this. All of you done this, I guess. I have to go to the environment variable. Under environment, system variable will be there. If you don't have access to this, go for user variable path. Anywhere you can access it. Path, click on new and paste it. I click on OK. Yeah, click on OK, click on OK, click on OK. That's it. It's done. Now, once this is done, close all your command prompt and open a new command prompt. Close all the existing command prompt and open a new command prompt. In this, you try to give Java C, Java C, Java C you need to give. Java, you are able to access it. It's already present. Java C space hyphen version you do now. Now you will be getting the version. Fine. So this we will be using on framework discussion also. In framework discussion also, we will be using something called Maven and all. Lots of configuration we'll be doing step by step. And during the configuration, we should be able to add something in the path. We download some files and that folder will try to add it to the environment path variable. Once you add it to the environment path variable, you will be able to see this Java C, MVN and all. We will be able to configure it. Git and all you install in. During the Git installation itself, automatically it will configure. You will be able to access Git directly. Few things we have to manually do it. We have to copy and do it. Is it those who are able to do it done with this? Those who have JDK were able to do this? Now, just listen here. This Java file is in desktop. C drive, users, my name. Inside desktop, it is present. Okay, let me do that. First, I will convert the source code into bytecode. Environment is set up. JVM stands for Java Virtual Machine. Now I have the source code. The source code can be written as simple text file. Can be written in simple text file. Okay, you can write it in any text file and then you can save it as .java. Now there will be a Java compiler. Okay, compiler is what we have configured right now. This will convert source code into source code, which is nothing but .java bytecode. Every time this needs to happen, only then your operating system can understand the bytecode and give you the output. Now, bytecode interpreted by JVM. So basically, interpreter, language interpreter. If you see language interpreters or nothing but this conveying the language to others. Okay, explaining it in a different languages, right? So similarly, bytecode interpreted by JVM. JVM is the concept which helps the operating system to understand the bytecode. Okay, that is the concept here. And JVM is something which varies from platform to platform. You have to install JVM each and every platform to run that bytecode. Varies from platform to platform. Platform is clear for you. Platform is nothing but Windows platform, Linux, Mac, different platforms. The way it executes and all, it will be different. Okay, so which basically tells you taking only JVM. Java is platform independent, whereas JVM is platform independent. JVM is platform dependent, whereas if you take Java concept, Java is platform independent. The whole concept of Java, if you take platform independent, so that bytecode you can run it in any platform. Our concentration on generating the bytecode and running it. That's it. And how it executes all these things, we don't go deep into it and check it every time. But if you get time, you do it. Otherwise, it's not required. Our duty is to understand the layer. What are the stages it moves on, so that it will help you in understanding the framework in a better way. Now, these are the basic things we have done. So we have the source code. Let me open the command prompt. Now in the command prompt, I need to go to desktop. By default, command prompt will open with C drive, users, the current username. In the current username only, you will have the desktop. Right now it opens C drive, users, current username. Inside that only you can see the desktop. This is the folder I need to get in. In that folder only I have the source code. All of you listen here. CD file name should be same as class name. Yes, correct. If you give it wrong, you can rename it. Just go to edit, hello world, copy it, and just edit it, rename and save it. Informed in the beginning, right? File name should be same as class name. Okay. If you're given any other name, anyhow it will throw error. Will come to. Okay. Now I have the source code in desktop. Let me do CD. CD is the command, and then I can give the folder name desktop. It will get into desktop. C users Balaji, and then the current username desktop folder. I get into the desktop. Now source code will be converted into bytecode with the help of compiler. We have the compiler ready, which is nothing but Java C. Listen, all of you listen here. Java C space. I can give file details. What is the file name? File name with extension you need to give. What is the file name right now? You can hello world.java, right? Type H and click on tab. You can give it, type it completely to get the Easily you will get all the files with H. In the keyboard, this type H, and then in the keyboard, click tab. If you click tab, it will show you all the files starting with H. You can choose that. Okay. Now, hello world is the file name, extension is .java. If I run this, the duty of this is to validate the code what you have written, the syntax, everything. It will try to validate whether you have given everything properly or not. If it is properly given, then it will try to convert to bytecode. You can see here. The same folder, you can see the bytecode. This is the, just run it. In the same folder, you can see hello world.class will be generated. Class file, bytecode got generated right now. If there is syntax error or anything, that time it will throw error. Right now, this is whatever we happening right now, converting source code to bytecode, that is your compile time. Distinguishing between compile time and runtime, it's very important. What we do is compile source code to bytecode. All of you getting this bytecode right now? Open your command prompt, new command prompt you open, cd space desktop you do, it will get into desktop, then Java C. If you configure properly, Java C will be accessible, then file name and extension. Okay, now what we are trying to do is, okay, assume that we don't have any like Eclipse or IntelliJ and all different tools available. All this will be taken care by tools, this kind of ID. We are doing it in Notepad to understand the architecture in a better way. We are doing it in Notepad as a simple, we just need a Java environment to work with Java. That is what I wanted to convey right now. So we have a bytecode, and this bytecode, if I open in Notepad, just listen here. You don't want to open in Notepad, just listen. Bytecode I'm trying to open in Notepad. See, we cannot understand this bytecode. This bytecode I'm trying to open. This is something what is shown as a bytecode. This we cannot understand. Okay. This bytecode will be understood by operating system using JVM. Now JVM comes into picture, helps the operating system to understand the bytecode. Whatever is memory required for that bytecode to be allocated, that will get allocated, output will be given. Once the execution is done, all the memory will be released. In your RAM, I told you 8 GB RAM, right? In your RAM, those memory will be occupied. And once that is done, that's a temporary memory, it will be released immediately. Java will take care of memory management. Let's see how to execute it. We already able to access that Java. All of you listen here. Java C, the file name you give, it will try to convert the source code to bytecode. Now I have to give Java, and then I have to give the class name. Class name is nothing but this is your class name. Hello world. Okay. Public class. We will discuss more on that in the next class. Now I have to give Java space hello world. The current directory, it will check for bytecode. In any bytecode, if it finds the class name hello world, it will try to execute. And if it execute, whatever we write inside that class, there will be something called main method. That part will get executed and output will be given. Got it? Java. So now JVM comes into picture. JVM helps the operating system to understand that particular class file and executes and give it the output. Okay. If I write a code for opening the browser, it will open the browser. That's it. If I write instead of printing hello everyone, if I write a code to open browser, it will open the browser. If I write a code to open Excel, it will open the Excel. So everywhere I can move this bytecode to any platform, and I can run it in that platform by giving this command. Provider JVM should be available. So the Java should be available in that platform. That's it. Okay, right now, source code to bytecode, that's basically a compile time. Just understand what is compile time. Difference between compile time and runtime is something important. Because of that only, we will be understanding the polymorphism concept and all. Compile time, which is nothing but source code to bytecode. This process is basically called compile time. And let me delete it. Runtime is nothing but bytecode to output, which is done with the help of JVM. If you are able to distinguish between compile time and runtime, if your syntax everything is correct, you will be getting the output. Otherwise, it will throw some error. So, if for example Java is case sensitive and also it's syntax based, you have to give the syntax. It's also type based, you have to give the type properly. Lots of things we have to discuss. What is type and all, I need to tell you hereafter only. In the code, if you see semicolon is there, even if the semicolon is missed, it will throw error. Okay. And the error if you get during the conversion of a bytecode, then it is called compile time error. And if you get the error during the runtime, then it's called runtime error. Distinguishing between compile time and runtime, we will be working on. Based on that only, we will be working on what is compile time polymorphism, runtime polymorphism. Lots of OOPS concept is there, which you can easily understand it if you go slowly, and if you try to do all these steps. If you do it for Java, you can easily understand. Then Selenium becomes simple. First, all of you done with this? Is it clear for you? Getting the output? Okay. What we have done is practical explanation on this architecture, and inside JVM what is going to be present. All these two technical detail are available, but as of now, some idea about this Java. Instead of blindly writing the code and executing, you should understand what is happening. Okay, inside JVM what is going to happen. You can see class loader will happen, and then from the bytecode it will get loaded, and memory will be allocated in your RAM, and then it gets executed and output will be given. Some library we'll be using. We'll be seeing all these things one by one. Okay, so all of you listen here. Okay, this is your just listen. Now what I'm planning to do is I'm going to edit the source code. Let me edit the source code. I'll just give. I wanted to print my name. Let me put it in double quotes. I'll print my name. Let me save it. Printed and saved it. Let me close this. Now, let me try to run this code. If you run if I'm trying to run Java space hello world, I'm getting the old output. Whenever you modify anything in the source code, you can see I modified the source code. Am I getting the updated output? What should I do to get the updated output? Source code is modified. Okay. To get the updated output, you have to compile. Without compile, nothing is going to be changed. This bytecode will be always same. It's old bytecode. Time and all you can check it. Okay. It says like modified time, you check 457. It's old bytecode. Whenever you modify the source code, your duty is to update the bytecode. To update the bytecode, Java C hello world.java. You do, and bytecode gets updated. 55. Okay, now bytecode is updated. Now if you run, you will be getting the latest output. Okay. Got it? Yeah, so every time if you don't have Eclipse or anything, you have to sit and write every time like this, and organizing the project becomes difficult. That's why we go for Eclipse. The reason why we go for these kind of ID stands for integrated development environment. Eclipse is there, IntelliJ is there, any ID is fine. It depends on the project where you work on, and any one ID, if you are comfortable, you can import any project and work on it. This will give you a structure of the project, and also it will give you the auto suggestion and generating the source code, converting to bytecode and all. Eclipse will take care of it. Okay. So we'll set up the project in Eclipse and we'll end up the session. Just for today's session, we'll create the project in Eclipse. How many of you having Eclipse with you? Those who have only JRE can use Eclipse. Eclipse, everyone having the Eclipse with you right now? Everyone got an idea about this Java architecture? Okay, it's better. You can try to do it after installing. See, it depends. VS Code, you can use it to run it, not a problem. So the major environment. So which one is used in your projects and all? Java Selenium is what we are going to discuss. Okay, any ID is fine. VS Code is basically that will be used for C# Selenium. VS Code, C# or Python Selenium, we use VS Code. Java most widely used is Eclipse and IntelliJ. Okay. See, say instead of Selenium, you can refer it as Java. In Java, we will be writing the Selenium. Some part of Java code, we call it a Selenium. Okay, that is the concept here. We'll discuss more about Selenium in the upcoming session. So all these are done. Now listen here. We will try to do it in the Eclipse. Eclipse, everyone should be able to do it right now, setting up the project. Because this environment issue is not there, then we can continue the session without any problem in the upcoming week. So this Eclipse, you try to run it and make sure what. See, those who don't have JDK, install it. That we figured it out today. Instead of figuring out while doing it, I just wanted to make sure that's available. Eclipse is what we are planning to use. Those who don't have Eclipse, I pinged you a link. This link, just download it. It will give you a zip folder. It will be very easy to unzip it and use it. No need to download and install and all. Someone shared me the screen. That screen you can see Eclipse exe got it downloaded. In that, if you open, you have to install Eclipse ID for Java developer. That is one way. If you install it, you will get the Eclipse icon in the desktop. You can open it. Right now, what I'm giving is package. A zip folder will get downloaded, the one which I pinged you. After downloading the zip folder, just right click on it and extract it. Something like this will be given. Just right click on it, extract all you do, it will extract it. After extracting inside the Eclipse folder, you can see this file. Okay, Eclipse file. Now let's quickly understand this. See, first in Eclipse, what you need to understand is the structure. First, you have to create workspace. All done with Java, any doubts? Eclipse icon, if it is available, you can use that. You have installed using package. Already you have installed the Eclipse in your machine. What I did is I did not install. I downloaded it and extracted it as a folder. Okay, same concept only. This icon will be there. Let me copy it and paste shortcut. That's it. This is what you will have it in your environment. Somewhere inside your account, it will get installed. Okay. No much difference in this. You can download two ways. Download, install you can do, or download zip, extract it. Okay, if I double click, it will open that file. So no need to worry about it. So first thing, is it clear for you, this environment?
Balaji, I'm getting error while executing class file.
What error you are getting?
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. One. Yeah. Now Java, please check your installation and try again. Some installation issue error is there. Once again, where Java, go to C drive. Please check installation and try an exception. It's unsupported class version. Java class file version 61.0. Okay, I think you need to share the entire screen. Right now, I'm able to see only command prompt.
Sorry. Hello?
I'm able to see only command prompt. I think you need to share the entire screen. I need to check the Java version available in your machine.
Okay.
How many Java details is there in your C drive program files Java folder? Let me do one thing. Okay, 1 second. Now, when you share it, try to give share screen and then share the screen instead of scanning only command prompt, so that I can figure out the problem. In environment variable, multiple Java version is there, I guess, in your machine.
Okay, I'm sharing full screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, shared full screen.
Yeah, just go to C drive. And then program files, Java. You have 17 is also there. Go to environment variable. Just go to start and search for environment. Edit environment variable. Now go to path. Yeah. Just open a double click on it.
I have added both the paths for JDK 1.8 and JDK 17 also.
17 you can remove for the time being. Just remove it. And then the first one also you can just give Java path 1 you give. Just double click on it. Just give at the end you just give 1. Okay. And click on OK. So that you can change it later on. Now open a new command prompt and try it. Try running the code. See here, go into desktop. Now Java space hello world you try to do. Run it. Okay, so right now what happened is it was using some older version of Java. I made some Java path, I renamed it, right? Some folder name. Some other
Okay.
Java is also there. So it was bringing a conflict. Any one Java version you can configure, either 17 or 8. Any one you can configure and use it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. And please check your audio. Any doubts? Fine. So till this all of you done, just create a project and make sure you're able to run. That is okay. That enough for today. Environment, since we started with environment, we'll make sure Eclipse is also available for it. Every time we have to write the code in Notepad, run it, execute it, and getting the syntax and all. For example, in Notepad, if you try to miss the semicolon and all, and it will not give you any update about semicolon and all, and compile details and all, whether the syntax is correct or wrong, those things you will not get it quickly. So to use it efficiently, organizing the project itself is quite difficult when you do it in Notepad. For all these, we'll go for some ID. Either Eclipse or IntelliJ is widely used. NetBeans is there. NetBeans is also used in the market. Now, Eclipse is open source and it's also widely used. We can use it. Others have community version which you can try it. But any one ID is some you should be able to have idea about it. So with Eclipse, first thing you have to create a workspace. Inside the workspace, you will create the project. Inside the project, you will create something called package. Inside the package, you will create something called class. That's what we are planning to do. Okay, Java file. Source code what we are trying to create. That will create inside the package. Inside that file only, we will be having methods variable, which we have to discuss. And these are the things you need to follow in Eclipse to create it. Unless you create it and keep it. Okay, test case. Those are new, you can write the test case after creating this. Now, under let me create one folder for this session. All of you create a folder for this particular session. Inside that folder, you create one folder called Java _ Selenium _ workspace. You can create it in lowercase. You create it in any folder that is for your purpose only. Java _ Selenium _ workspace. Just try this. Create a folder and make sure where you create the folder, just keep a note of it. Till project creation, you can do it. The rest we can discuss in the next class. So one thing is the architecture of Java, something you should be getting it about source code, bytecode, and getting the output, that you should be able to have some idea. That's what we are planning to do. So if you see here, when I do it on a notepad, it's quite difficult. Like every time I have to sit and write the code, and that code will not give you any auto suggestion. Those problem and all will be there. To overcome that, we will be trying to use ID, Integrated Development Environment, Eclipse or IntelliJ or NetBeans. Now, in Eclipse, first thing we have to create a workspace. That's what we have done. This is your workspace level. Inside the workspace, we'll create the project. Workspace, you can give it as lowercase. You can keep it as lowercase. Project and all, you have to follow upper camel case. Upper camel case, in the sense, just for easy understanding, I keep it upper camel case. My first project. If I'm giving the project name as my first project, then M, F should be in uppercase. Lower camel case means first word will be in lowercase. Following that word, first letter will be in uppercase. That's the terminology which I'll be using in the session going forward. Project name, you can keep it as upper camel case. Package name should be in lowercase, complete lowercase. So all of you know what is lowercase, so it's easy for me to explain. Upper camel case means first word, every word, first letter should be in uppercase. Okay, that's the concept. Methods and variable in Java will be following lower camel case. The standard you need to follow while creating. If you are not following the standard and creating, your code will work without any issue. But when you design the framework and all, you will be sharing the framework to multiple projects, or you will be sharing it to the client. They will be having a difficulty in understanding whether it's a method or class, and understanding the coding itself will become a difficult. So we will be following the standard. These standards we have to follow. What we have created right now is workspace. Let's create the workspace. Open your Eclipse. Once you open the Eclipse, first thing what will happen is it will ask you to map the workspace. You can map any directory as a workspace and you can create it. From project level is what important. This project level is what is important. Rest are all depends to the ID. ID or Eclipse ID will have workspace. Are you getting something like this with Eclipse? And those who have a JRE also, you should be able to open the Eclipse. If anyone is not able to open the Eclipse, let me know. We don't want to rush all these things today. If you're not able to open the Eclipse, let me know. I will give you a summary and we can continue in the next class. If everyone is able to open the Eclipse, just try this. 2 minutes only. We have to create the project. That's it. All of you are done with this. Like, we're able to get this one. Anyone is facing an issue? Now what you need to do is click on browse and map the workspace. My workspace inside this is the workspace. I created a folder called the NSE. Inside that company, inside NSE. Inside that workspace, you choose, select the folder. The directory, you remember it. Why I ask you to create a folder is to remember the directory of the workspace. Suppose if you delete the Eclipse and all, while we creating by default, it will be creating under your user control. So you should know the directory. Now we modified it. And then click on launch. It will launch the workspace. Workspace is for Eclipse to contain the projects, we have to create the workspace. Suppose if I use IntelliJ and all, I will be directly creating the project only. No workspace concept in IntelliJ. Okay, this depends to ID. So you can give lowercase, uppercase, whatever it is, it's your wish. Wait for some time, it will create the workspace. Inside the workspace, you will be creating the project. This is the workspace. A welcome screen will be given to you. Done. Anyone is facing an issue? Even those who have JRE will be able to do this. Since you installed Eclipse, Eclipse will be having some internal JRE which will be configured. So you should be able to create the project. Now, if you're getting this, you can close this welcome screen. Anyone is facing an issue? All done till this? And if anyone is facing an issue, let me know. Okay, so next step, just listen here. Next step is you can close this welcome screen. You will get this view. You have to create project, create Java project, and then you have to do it. Anyone is getting a different view here, different perspective, something like different project is shown over here. Yeah, tell me just the issue. Now all of you listen here. I'll create it. You can listen just for 2 minutes. After that, you can easily do it if you are able to listen properly. Workspace is created. Hereafter, I have to create the projects only. So next step is I'll be creating the project. You can see after creating the project, I need to create package. Package is nothing but a folders I need to create. Inside that only I'll be creating the Java file. In Eclipse, you have to go for file, new Java project. It will be shown. If it is not shown, go for project ... will be there. Here you can choose Java project. Okay. File, new Java project. And everyone listen here. No, don't need to do. Listen here. Okay, this part you have to listen first of all. I did new Java project. Now, if I do Java project, you can see task for project name. Project name will be uppercase. Let me go for Java concept. JNC, I've given it in uppercase. You can see here, JRE environment is already configured. You don't want to do anything, just leave it as it is. It says Java 17. You can see Java 17. By Eclipse, when you install, by default, it will have some Java 17 JRE will be configured by default. Any environment should be there, so it will have Eclipse will have that environment. If I wanted to change the environment, I'll be using this section and I'll be changing it, which you can change it after creating the project also. Suppose today you create with 17, tomorrow you wanted to move to 19 and all, you can modify it. You can change it at any time, the environment. So file new Java project. I just gave Java concept as a project name. JNC should be in uppercase. Click on finish. No need to do anything else. It will create the project right now. And if you're getting this section, create a module info.java, you can click on don't create. That's not required. If you create it, expand the project, you'll have some file, you can leave it that we'll check it later. So this is how we have to create the Java project. Okay. And what is the next step? What we need to do after creating the Java project? Okay, if you
Packages.
see, yeah, I have to create the package. Then package is nothing but a folder. That is how we have to organize it. Package will have some standard. Well, this is just a standard which we will be following. Com stands for company name that you can give for this example in SE or something. Then the purpose of this package. This package I wanted to print some statement. So I've given print either com or sometimes you will be using org. It depends on project or company which you work on. So based on that, you have to give name. That should be in lowercase. For example, SRC. SRC stands for source code. Then let me right click on SRC, new package. Inside this com dot nsc dot, I'll just give it a print. That's the package name. Click on finish. It will create the package name in class file. Package, right click on it, class. What you need to do is you have to give only the class name. Class name is hello world. Listen, no need to work on it. Then that class should have the start point. There is something called public static void main, which we will discuss in the next class more on it. That is going to any class you wanted to run, it will be converted into bytecode. When you any bytecode you want to trigger, that bytecode should have a start point. That start point is decided by the public static void main. It's an inbuilt code which you have to give in any class. There should be only one start point for the class that you have to mandatorily give it. Check this and click on finish. This will create the class. And this is going to be the start point. This is the general structure of your Java code. Okay. Let me hover on hello world. What is this com.nsc.print?
Package name.
Yeah, any class you wanted to refer in Java, you have to refer with package name. com.nsc.print is package name. Hello world is the Java. And the package name will be referred here in the class. Okay. And there are lots of classes available in build. For example, we use this code to print it. Okay, this is the code which is printing the output system.out.println, and this is the syntax. Let me copy the syntax and paste it. Okay, now the syntax is also going to have the system is a class name. Inside the class, methods will be there. There is a method println which we are actually using it. Okay, the system is a class name. What about this java.lang in this? Just some basic idea about this. What is this java.lang in this? What it could be? So it is a class name. What it could be? This Java.
Library, maybe.
Yeah. So these are all coming from library. For example, hello world, if I see, it says like com.nsc.print. That is the package name and then the class name. So here if I say system is a class name. This part is basically a package. Okay, did we create this package java.lang? It's a package basically. Inside the package, you will have the class. Did we create this package java.lang?
No, it's by default generated by system.
Yeah, there are lots of inbuilt code. First of all, we will be concentrating on learning the inbuilt code. When we create a project, if you see automatically it was configuring something called JRE. JRE library will be configured. Inside this JRE library, you don't want to check it, just listen. Inside this JRE library, you can see lots of jar. These are called jar. And you can see the directory where it is coming from, D drive Eclipse plugin. That is a folder where I download the Eclipse. Inside this jar only, you will have the packages. You can see java.lang. Inside the java.lang only, I will be able to see the class. You should be able to create the jar and all. We will be doing it one by one. Inside that class only, you have the system.out. Out is basically a static variable which we are calling. That is actually connecting to some object which we'll be discussing. So basically, this system is what we are trying to access. If I delete this library in my system, by mistake, if I delete this library in my system, all this code will go, it will throw error. Okay. So these code are coming from the libraries. While creating a project, we have to configure the library. By default, Eclipse will have library. Whoever is not having JDK, no issues. You can create a project, it will work. This is coming from the Eclipse library. Eclipse will try to install JRE library by default. Okay. And to run this code, you can right click on the file. This file, you can right click on it, run as Java application. Okay. And you will be getting the output. Now, this is the source code. You can see when I give the class name, automatically it adds .java. I just gave the class name, automatically it adds .java. And I'm getting the output. Where is the bytecode? So that is what I explained you, right? Initially, we'll have source code. We will get the output through the bytecode only. So where is the bytecode right now?
In Java virtual machine. Yeah.
Bytecode will be JVM will help the operating system to run the bytecode and get the output. Now bytecode, when I run this code, first of all, the source code will be converted into bytecode. After converting to bytecode, then only JVM comes into picture, where it helps the operating system to understand the bytecode. So my question is, where is the bytecode? It's not getting generated right now.
Yes.
So what happened? Yeah. So what happened right now is in Eclipse, whenever you modify the code, you will be getting some star over here, which means the file is not saved. When you save the file, Control S you do, it will save the file. Whenever you save the file, bytecode will be generated. All this will be generated in your project only. So my project is inside workspace. Inside the workspace, Java concept, SRC will be containing your project. Like inside the Java concept, that's a project. SRC will be containing the package, com, nsc, print, that's a Java file, which we created in the desktop, similar file. Now in the same project level, you see bin folder, that's a binary file. Inside that, same structure will be there. Com, nsc, print, and bytecode. You can see the time, 5:33. Whenever you modify the script here, and whenever you save it, bytecode will get updated. Okay, Eclipse will take care of it. That's why we go for this IDE and all. Is it clear for you? And when you run it, actually the bytecode gets executed. And those who are new to Java, what happened initially is you will try to modify the code. After modifying the code, you will run it. While running it, it will give you a pop-up like this, save and launch. What happens if I uncheck it and click on OK? If I don't save it and run, what will happen?
The previously the code which we did not modified, that will get executed.
Yes, correct. So that is what going to happen. Previous bytecode will get executed. Okay, actually, your source code is not running. Your source code is getting converted to bytecode. That is what giving you an output. So when you run it as a beginner, you will uncheck this and you will try to run it. Okay, when you not have that idea about bytecode. So right now you got an idea. So whenever you wanted to run the code, you save the code first of all. Once you save the code, bytecode will get updated. Then we will get the updated output. Okay, this is what important over here. And for this reason only we will go for Eclipse and all. Till this you try to create it and keep it. If possible, try to check on YouTube on basic data types. We'll discuss in the next class. It's already late for you. So as of now, I'll any doubts with this?
No, sir.
Okay. So any class you can trigger, you can run any class, right click on it and run it in run as Java application. That class should have this main method. This will decide the entry point. From this to this, whatever you write, only that gets executed. You cannot write the code randomly here and all. We will discuss on that. We cannot write the code outside the main method and all. Starting from this point to this point, whatever the execution you want, you can write it. Only that gets executed. For example, if we don't have the start point, this is a class. Class is there. If you save, bytecode will be generated. But when you run it, Eclipse will not give you an option to run because there is no executable part, but bytecode will be generated. If I try to run the bytecode, it will throw error saying that no main method. Okay, so those things and all you can check it over here also. Close all these things. So a class should have a main method, only one main method, the syntax to execute the class. Okay. So we'll discuss more on this in the main session. As of now, if this is working fine, then the environment is Okay, so you can start like make sure this environment is set up before the next class. That will do for our session. And those who are new to say like testing, I'll share this document in the drive link. Okay, what you do is just write this particular test case and few more requirement I'll give you. Just write the test case whatever you understand and keep it in the drive, or you can share me in the mail. I'll just give the detail. What you do is based on that we will be discussing on some more testing concepts. We have to work on testing levels and techniques, but this is how testing will be happening. So test cases is final document which you needed for moving on with the automation. For programming, nothing is required. You can start learning the programming from any time. You can start learning. So that's what we did is with testing concepts. I just gave you a SDLC concept and then development model, then fundamental testing process. What are the stages you will have in the software testing lifecycle? Then we started creating the test case design is what we have done by analyzing the requirement. Then we started with programming. Programming architecture is what we have understood. Why we need to install these things is what I explained you right now. The reason why we need to install this. Before installing something, you should know why you need to install. So that's what I explained you. With that, we have seen architecture theoretically and then explained those architecture practically by using the notepad. The same thing I did it with Eclipse. Okay, the same way we'll learn the data types, classes, objects and all. With that, you will get some clarity about Java. Java is something important in this course. If Java is clear, then the Selenium framework and all, it will be clear for you. So that's all for the session. Whatever we have discussed now, for that I'll give some hands-on task to you. You can try to work on that. If you have any doubts, like Java, once I start with Java, it will be like the same flow. I'll be giving you enough time to do it for Java part, because that is something practical concepts. You need to do hands-on as much as possible. Fine. If anyone is facing an issue with running the code or anything, you can let me know. Those who are done, you can leave for the day.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, sir.